Kitty Tipton Oakes dies without a will, leaving her 3 adopted sons fighting for her inheritance.
I think he was thinking that he could cut John and I out and prove and that we wouldn't come forth.
But this story is not just about money. The legacy of a famous musician is at stake. And the outcome will reveal a shocking secret that was kept hidden for over 30 years.
That old expression, if you can't trust your parents, who can you trust? Kind of shoots that out the window.
On April 6, 2007, 73-year-old Kitty Tipton Oakes passes away in the Eastern State Hospital in Spokane, Washington. Suffering from dementia and alone on her deathbed, Kitty hasn't been visited by family or friends in months. In fact, Kitty has spent the last years of her life living in seclusion in an upper-class neighborhood of Spokane. Disabled by mental illness, Kitty's only link with the outside world is a professional guardian appointed to her by the state, Thea Scomo.
I went with her to medical appointments. I did the cooking for her, and I gave her a shower. I tried to be for her the daughter that she would have had if she would have had a daughter.
Kitty doesn't have a daughter that anyone knows of, but she does have 3 adopted sons who she speaks of in glowing terms.
Kitty was really interesting. She loved to talk about her past history and was always showing pictures. She always felt as though her sons were still in her life, and she remembered them as young children.
So why weren't any of them with Kitty on her deathbed? The answer stems back to their childhood. Back in the 70s, Kitty is on a high. She's happily married to Billy Tipton, a nationally renowned jazz musician. After 2 hit albums and 3 decades as a band leader, Billy settles in Spokane, where he remains active in the local entertainment scene. Unable to have children of their own, Billy and Kitty adopt 2 sons, Jonathan and Scott.
I remember we used to go camping a lot, and I remember we used to do a lot of stuff outdoors, scouts.
We traveled and went out on the scouting patrols and stuff like that. So, I mean, we had some fun in the summertime.
6 years after their first adoption, the Tiptons adopt a 3rd son, Billy Jr., adding further to their image of the perfect American family.
We did all kinds of things. My brother Scott played the guitar. John played the drums, and me, I used to play the piano.
Kitty, who has struggled with her demons in the past, is proud to have finally achieved the American dream. But her glowing memories are in stark contrast to the circumstances of her death. When Kitty passes away in 2007, her former husband, Billy Tipton, has already been dead for 20 years. She leaves behind an estate worth $300,000. But in the years leading up to her death, Kitty hasn't had any contact with her youngest son, Billy Jr. And she hasn't spoken to her 2 older sons, Scott and Jonathan, in more than 25 years. Since Kitty dies completely alone, the court appoints her legal guardian, Thea Scomo, to take charge of distributing her estate.
I did a funeral for Kitty. Then I was responsible to make an attempt to find legal heirs for the remainder of this estate. Ultimately, that turned out to be a bigger chore than what we thought.
Kitty didn't leave a will, so the court will have to decide how the estate will be distributed. Scomo hires attorney Lynn St. Louis to investigate who Kitty's legal heirs would be.
Well, initially we didn't know that much. We knew that there were 3 boys who were raised by Billy Tipton and Kitty Oakes, and we knew that they had been estranged from their mother, and we didn't know how to find them. And so we needed to hire the services of a private investigator to locate the boys.
The easiest task turns out to be locating Kitty's youngest son, Billy Jr., who still lives in Spokane. Billy is the only family member to attend Kitty's funeral.
I did not know anybody at the funeral. Nobody knew me. And I was kind of thinking, gee, this is strange. You know, a woman that had had a lifetime of giving to others, and hardly anybody was there when she passed away.
Billy Jr.'s older brothers, Jonathan and Scott, left Spokane years before, changing their last names away from Tipton. The 2 brothers are finally located in Idaho by a private investigator. But despite the promise of financial gain, Scott in particular is reluctant to reconnect with his past.
They hired somebody who, I guess, spent quite a bit of time trying to find me. And then when he first contacted me, I told him he had the wrong person. And he's like, no, I know this is you. And I go, you know, I don't want anything to do with this. This is over with, it's done. And he's going, well, you don't have a choice. You have to be a part of this because there's an inheritance and all this other stuff.
Jonathan convinces his brother to retain a lawyer. Under Washington law, adopted children are treated the same as biological children, so this case appears to be quite straightforward. In the absence of a will, all 3 brothers should automatically get an equal share of the estate. But as attorney Lynn St. Louis soon discovers, the Tipton family closet is full of skeletons that will make this anything but a straightforward inheritance.
The facts were just the pieces of the documents, the marriage certificate. There was just a number of things that were not as you would ordinarily expect them to be.
In Kitty's personal files, St. Louis finds 2 wedding certificates from 2 different states, both dated for the same day. More importantly for the division of assets, she finds 3 sets of adoption papers, one for Jonathan, Scott, and Billy Jr.
We were always told we were adopted, so that was kind of a given.
All of the adoption papers turn out to be fakes. Unexpectedly, the news is not much of a surprise to Jonathan and Scott. In fact, 20 years earlier, when their father died, a shocking revelation came to the surface. And from that moment on, the 3 brothers realized that their entire family life had been built on a web of lies.
We just found out that some things weren't done the way they should have been. I think back at that time, if you knew somebody who knew somebody who was in the hospital, you paid their medical, you could take the kid, blah, 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 whatever. Even if they would have said you're illegally adopted, what is that to a 7 or 8-year-old? Adopted's adopted, you know?
Or is it? In the state of Washington, the court has never allowed an illegally adopted child to inherit from a parent who didn't have a will. It soon becomes clear that the 3 brothers might not get a cent from their mother's estate. That's until Billy Jr. produces a document that brings a whole new twist to this family feud.
I think he was thinking that he could cut John and I out and prove and that we wouldn't come forth.
He tried to, you know, pretty much screw us out of everything.
What do Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, and Kurt Cobain have in common? Find out after the break. Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, and Kurt Cobain all died without a will. In fact, over 66% of Americans don't have one. In 2007, Kitty Tipton Oakes, wife of late jazz musician Billy Tipton, dies in a hospital near Spokane, Washington. She leaves behind an estate worth $300,000. But Kitty didn't have a will. And now her youngest adopted son comes forward with what he claims is fresh evidence.
My birth certificate was the only one that had both Kitty and Billy on it, and it listed her as the natural birth mother.
In front of the judge, Billy's lawyer claims that he can prove that Billy is, in fact, Kitty's only biological son.
I was convinced that my client was going to end up being the sole heir of the estate because he was the only one with a certified copy of a birth certificate. He felt pretty genuinely that he was born to Kitty Oakes.
He tried to, pretty much screw us out of everything.
Scott and Jonathan think they have evidence that Billy's claim can't be true.
I think he was thinking that he could cut John and I out and prove and that we wouldn't come forth.
The attorney for Kitty's estate is also skeptical about the claim.
She could have been the mother. However, there was other evidence that we knew of that suggested that she was not the biological mother. In fact, one of the brothers said and submitted an affidavit with the court that his mother had not been pregnant right before Billy was brought home. The older boys were both born in 1963, and I believe it was 1969 when Billy Jr. was born. So these older boys would have recalled, most likely, if their mother had been pregnant.
Is Billy Jr. really Kitty's biological son and sole legal heir? The judge orders a DNA test. And while he waits for the results, he delves deeper into the claims of the older brothers. And their childhood memories will shock everyone. On the outside, Tipton family life looks perfect. But Scott and Jonathan claim it was anything but.
Well, contrary to belief, it wasn't like Leave It to the Beaver. Yeah, Kitty was pretty abusive.
I remember times we would be sitting around the dinner table, we'd be eating, everybody would be quiet, and then Kitty would just haul off and smack somebody, whoever was closest to her at the table. And then she'd like to get as much in her hands of your hair and throw you around as she could.
Being thrown downstairs, broken noses, beatings with the belt from her. Back in the 60s and 70s, child abuse just wasn't a big deal.
Billy Jr. was still a child at the time, and he remembers life at home differently.
She didn't really physically abuse us. She would yell at you, you could hear it from 3 blocks away. And she had quite vocal cords.
You're a slut! You're lazy!
Well, the youngest one was still a little too young for her to pound on, so Scott and I mainly took the brunt of it. And it came down to, there was 3 ways to leave that house. It was being thrown out, run away from home, or leaving for our safety and hers.
It's like, okay, we are big enough now. I remember the final straw put me over the edge. I had some pretty expensive stereo equipment and everything, and she came and put her hand through it. And finally, I got a hold of her, and I was going to take her outside, and we were done. At that point, everybody stopped me, and we left. I never went back.
Scott and Jonathan are still teenagers when they decide to leave the family home. For months, they live together on the streets.
I remember, you do what you have to, especially in tough times.
It was a struggle at first. It was an adjustment. It was something we had to deal with.
John and I have always been a survivor. We've always been fairly close. I mean, really all we had was each other, so.
Back at the Tipton home, the family dynamic is growing increasingly tense. Billy Tipton Sr.'s caring, mild manner doesn't mesh well with his wife's abusive temper.
She was a disciplinarian, and my dad was he was totally on the other side. He was just like, and that always caused havoc.
I think he had had enough too. with the yelling and the screaming. She was pretty abusive to Billy. I mean, she would get in his face and just yell at him and scream at him all the time. And I think he realized that he realized that we weren't coming back. This was done. We were gone. He can do what he needs to do, but we are not coming back.
With the interests of his sons in mind, Billy Tipton Sr. leaves his comfortable home in Kitty's hands and settles with Jonathan and Scott in a trailer park outside of town. 9-year-old Billy Jr. stays to live in the family home with his mother, Kitty.
I wished everybody could have been together as a family, but I realized that that wasn't going to happen.
Was Kitty's decision to keep Billy living with her evidence that he is in fact her biological son? If family history is confirmed by the court's mandatory DNA testing, Billy Jr. will automatically be a valid beneficiary of Kitty's $300,000 estate.
Fortunately, because Kitty had had extensive surgery, it's procedure to keep tissue samples for 10 years at the hospital lab. And so we had those tissue samples from her to use for DNA testing.
When the results are finally in, Billy's attorney rushes to his client. Billy Jr. is not Kitty's natural child.
You know, I don't know how he thought he was going to get away with it, but whatever. When it comes to money, people will do weird things.
But Billy's attorney thinks this explanation is too simple.
My impression is that my client, William Tipton, was truly desirous of having been a blood-related person to Kitty Oakes. And I'll never forget his response when I explained to him the results had come out. The question he asked for me was, well, if she wasn't my mother, then who am I?
With the adoptions going wrong and so many lies and deceit and just on and on and on, you know, the birth certificate wasn't real. You start thinking, gee, what is real? I mean, obviously I wasn't born under a rock.
As the attorney responsible for Kitty's estate, it's now up to Lynn St. Louis to determine what is real and what isn't, and help the court establish Kitty's rightful heirs.
It became evident that the 3 boys who were claiming were not either biological or legally adopted. So we asked the court to set a hearing date to allow those persons who were claiming to be her heirs to come to court and to show the court their proof.
If the 3 brothers aren't convincing enough, the judge could rule that they don't legally qualify as heirs. The money from the estate would then most likely go to strangers related to Kitty's long-absent father from Ohio. Strangers somehow uncovered by investigators hired by attorney Lynn St. Louis.
Her father was one of 8 siblings, and 2 of those siblings were still alive, and a number of the siblings were deceased but had left children and grandchildren.
Apparently, under law, Kitty didn't have any legal children. But in the final search of Kitty's belongings, Lynn St. Louis makes another surprising discovery. A discovery that leads the court deeper into Kitty's dark past. Allegations of rape and the birth of an illegitimate child. As your family grows, don't forget to update the beneficiaries in your will. For underage children, it's also important to appoint a guardian to care for them. In 2007, Kitty Tipton Oakes dies in a mental hospital, leaving behind an estate worth $300,000. But Kitty doesn't have a will. A search of her belongings has already revealed that her 3 sons aren't legally adopted. But there's more.
There was a birth certificate found listing a female child in the important documents.
Could Kitty have a long-lost daughter, completely unknown to her family?
there were secrets in the Tipton and Oakes families' lives. And that Kitty may have had a child was not stretching one's imagination.
The name on the birth certificate is Pamela Marie Lyon, born June 19, 1945. That's 15 years before Kitty met her husband and decided to adopt children.
They found it in my mother's house. I really don't know what connection it was, where that birth certificate came from.
Attorney Lynn St. Louis feels she has no alternative but to follow the lead, no matter where it might take the case. When Kitty first met Billy Tipton at the age of 28, she was working as a stripper in the same Spokane nightclub where Billy played. Before that, Kitty earned a living working as a Las Vegas showgirl. But it's deeper into Kitty's past that Attorney St. Louis uncovers a disturbing event. When Kitty was only a teenager, she was raped by an older boy and became pregnant. If the mysterious Pamela Marie Lyon listed on the birth certificate is in fact the child from this pregnancy, the outcome of the inheritance could be drastically changed.
Well, had she been the biological child, and if she was not adopted out to another family, then she truly would have been an heir who would have inherited.
The court identifies a Pamela Marie Lyon living in an assisted care facility near Spokane. She is a paranoid schizophrenic. In an amazing coincidence, she is the same legal guardian as Kitty.
Gee, what a coincidence.
To Scott and Jonathan, this new twist in the case is simply an excuse for ScoMo and St. Louis to delay the court proceedings and take more money from the inheritance.
I mean, sometimes when it smells like coffee, it is coffee.
In a legal situation like this, investigation costs and lawyers' fees are paid out directly by the estate.
Here's one perspective, I think. I think that Kitty and this lady, they had a relationship before because she was in her care, doing all this stuff. You know, she's thinking, well, the kids aren't around, they're not legal heirs. If I put this paperwork in there, maybe they won't find the boys, they won't come forward, the money can be awarded to the state, and so this person will have the care they need, and then nobody's ever gonna know anything about it.
Kitty's former legal guardian rejects these accusations.
If indeed Kitty had a female child and had given her up for whatever reason, here was a name that matched with a person who says she was raised by foster parents.
For the second time in this case, the judge orders a DNA test. This time to confirm whether Pamela Marie Lyon is really Kitty's biological child. The test confirms that she's not. So why then was Pamela Marie Lyon's birth certificate found with Kitty's personal files?
It's a possibility that this might have been a child who was considered to be taken in, such as the boys were all taken in, or it might have been a child she was considering adopting.
They're pissing away the estate, doing whatever they could.
It wouldn't have been a waste of time had she really been the biological child. And how were we to know that? So I think it was important to be done.
The court has now spent more than a year chasing empty leads. It looks like Kitty will be found to have no rightful heirs and her money will go to the state. In Washington, an illegally adopted child has never inherited from an estate without a will. The Tipton boys' last hope is to convince a judge to set a state court precedent. To do that, they will need to prove that they were more than a family in name alone. When Kitty and Billy divorce in 1980, Billy moves into a trailer home to look after his two older sons.
Well, Dad was mom and dad. He did both jobs. He took us in, taught us right from wrong, sent us to school, clothed us, feed us. He had a good heart.
a lot of things started to change for all of us. He would do whatever it took to make sure that we were taken care of.
It was a complete 180. Our grades started going up. Even though we had all the luxuries and, you know, of an upper middle class family, we would have preferred to go the other route and not have anything at all, as long as we had our peace of mind and safety.
But a few miles away in the Tipton's family home, youngest son Billy Tipton Jr. continues to live under his mother's care.
Well, I stayed with Kitty for a long time. And then, of course, I always loved her, but of course, you know, didn't agree with her on everything. You know, she kind of resented a lot of things about me, too. So, I mean, everybody has kind of like a love-hate thing, you know. Mother-son type relationship.
Eventually, Kitty makes a drastic and unexpected decision.
Well, it was pretty simple. She came to me one day and she goes, "You're gonna go live with your dad." Packed my stuff, put me outside, and then called him and said, "Here he is." And so he took me and I went to live with him.
In the years to follow, Billy Tipton works 2 shifts to support his 3 sons who are back together, living under the same roof.
Yeah, I was so young. My brothers, they had their own things going. They had their cars, they discovered girls, all the normal things. And me, unfortunately, my dad had to work, so again, I was stuck home alone.
By the end of the 1980s, Billy Jr. is the only son still living with his father in the trailer home. And he's about to discover some secrets about his family that he could never have imagined. Now in his 70s, Billy Tipton Sr. is feeling the physical effects of his age. In fact, his health takes a rapid decline in the fall of 1988. In addition to the emphysema that has bothered him for years, an intense stomach pain now seriously debilitates him.
We all tried to get him to go to the doctor. No, I don't need that. And then he started getting weaker and weaker, didn't want to eat anything. Got to the point where I would have to carry him from room to room and, you know, make him as comfortable as I could because he wouldn't go to the doctor.
On the morning of January 21st, 1989, Billy Tipton's continuous refusal to seek medical treatment finally catches up with him.
The last day, when he woke up, I carried him into the bathroom. Then I carried him into the living room. I got him coffee and breakfast and stuff. And then he asked me to come over there, and he just kind of gave me this very strange look and just slumped into my arms. And then he was gone.
At the age of 74, renowned jazz musician Billy Tipton dies on the floor of his trailer from an untreated bleeding ulcer. In death, a secret that Billy Tipton has harbored for life is about to be revealed.
I had no idea until the paramedics showed up. And they, of course, removed the clothing to resuscitate him. And the guy kept saying, "Are you sure this is a man?"
For 30 years, Billy and Kitty Tipton have held on to a shocking secret. A secret that pushes the definition of what it means to be a family. An Egyptian businessman once left his pet mouse $2 million in his will. Although his family thought the request was absurd, they were bound by law to respect it. The children of jazz musician Billy Tipton are fighting in court over $300,000 left by their mother, Kitty. Every step seems to reveal new secrets that threaten their claim to be rightful heirs.
The more we found out, Mom and Dad were never legally married, they were never legally divorced, we were never legally adopted, Dad wasn't really Dad.
For these 3 adopted sons, the biggest secret of all is revealed the moment their father dies.
They, of course, removed the clothing to resuscitate him. And the guy kept saying, are you sure this is a man? Those are the kinds of questions you don't exactly ask when somebody's just died. So I was a little irritated. Then they opened the shirt to try to revive his heart, and there obviously was no doubt. And of course, I was very shocked.
At the age of 19, Billy Tipton Jr. discovers that his father, who lived for 20 years as both a husband and a father of 3, is in fact a woman.
Actually, I kept it to myself. I didn't say anything. How do you tell your family, hey, guess what, Pop's a woman? I mean, nobody would have believed me.
But when Billy's brother Jonathan makes the funeral arrangements, he discovers the shocking news from the funeral director.
He just showed me the autopsy report. And it said, I go, oh, he died of multiple ulcers. Well, yes, but why don't you read that line by line? I read it, and it says, sex female. I looked at him and I'm like, you got the wrong body. No, we don't. And I was like, well, what's the joke? He goes, this isn't a joke. Reality was starting to focus in real clearly. And then I had to tell my brother Scott. I actually went to him and said, do you want to remember Dad for who he is or who he really was? And he looked at me like I've been drinking all night.
He said that on the death certificate for Billy Tipton, they have down here female. And I was like, okay, well, just get it fixed. What are you bugging me for? And he goes, no, there's nothing I can fix. He goes, Dad is a woman. And I'm thinking, okay, he's doing drugs. He drank too much. He partied too hard. Something's wrong here. There was never any signs or clues that would have tipped off. He was very good at keeping this thing secret.
Well, we all grew up kind of private, so we never really saw anybody without any clothes on. So that's just the way it was. And when you're 7, 8, 9, 10, you're not peeking into your parents' bedroom to see what's going on. If you grow up and your dad's a little short, he looks like George Burns, fixed our bikes, took us camping, fixed our go-karts, played ball with us, you're not going to be thinking anything different.
Billy Tipton, the jazz musician, the person, the man, was always respected and appreciated in Spokane. And a large part of the community comes out to attend his funeral.
Well, there's a lot of people at the funeral to begin with. And all these people were giving me their condolences and stuff. And, but inside, I knew the secret.
I think I was in a disbelief, but it was more of kind of a haze that's, just stunned, lost, because it was pretty shocking.
I was very confused and thinking, how could this happen?
I think at first I was bitter, maybe a little mad why he didn't leave something behind explaining why he did the things he did. And then it came to me, his gender didn't matter. He was always there for us. There was never anything funny, so it was like he was Dad. That's all we ever known him as.
Why would Billy Tipton, who was really a woman, live his entire adult life disguised as a man? At the time of his death, this dramatic revelation leaves Billy's sons shocked and confused. At least it helps explain a few things, like why Billy and Kitty had a fake marriage certificate, and why the couple avoided the official adoption process. A more thorough examination of their backgrounds would likely have unraveled Billy's secret. A secret eventually exposed the morning after Billy's funeral.
When the story broke, everybody in the whole world wanted a piece of it.
The media was all over my lawn, my house. Phones wouldn't stop ringing.
You know, so there was offers of lots of money, fame, so on and so forth.
Attorney Robert Crary was hired by the Tiptons to execute Billy's will.
When Billy passed away, there really wasn't much of an estate. There were not a lot of assets. There was not a lot of money.
At the time of his death, Billy owned nothing but his clothes and a few musical instruments. But he was worth much more than he thought.
Clearly, the most valuable asset of Billy's estate was his story. It's a very unique and charming and a wonderful story, quite frankly.
In his short, handwritten will, Billy doesn't designate the rights of his story to anyone in particular. But he appoints Kitty as the executor of his estate. Kitty and her sons initially agree not to share the details of their private life with the public. But as the story gains momentum in the national press, the media becomes more persuasive.
You know, once I think human nature is when there's money involved, things tend to change, you know.
I'm in a supermarket one day, and you know how you read all this stuff going through the checkout stand? I see Star magazine, and it said my singing star hubby was a woman, and I never knew. And I'm like, what? So I pick it up, and there's a picture of mom and dad on the cover.
Kitty's claim that she didn't know Billy's secret only makes the story more valuable.
I figured Kitty was trying to sell the story to make some money. That started the ball rolling with her trying to profit on everything else.
I can't believe you went to the tabloids with this story. Don't you have any respect for Dad?
When Kitty and her sons meet at the trailer home for the division of Billy's few possessions, their discussion turns to another issue. Should Kitty or any of her sons profit from Billy's incredible story?
She realized there was a story here, and there was an opportunity to make money. Movie deals, picture deals, the media, the tabloids, which to me would be kind of embarrassing.
We would have preferred him going to the grave with the secret. So then we talked to Billy, asked him what is he going to do.
We gave Billy an opportunity. It was like, okay, you better make your decision on what camp you're going to decide with.
He made his choice, he sided with Kitty. That was the beginning of the split.
But Billy Jr. remembers things differently.
You know, I didn't really choose sides. It just, the dispute had always been there between the three of them for many years, you know, since the late 70s. And of course, my two brothers and me we hadn't been close for a long time. When I was growing up, and then I didn't have time for a little brother. And then Kitty was there. She's like, well, you know, now that this thing's broke, you want to go with these interviews with me, do these television things. So I said, okay.
このニュースは家族は死んだ父親が女性だったことを誰一人知らなかった。
As Billy Tipton's story is told in magazines and on TV across the world, Kitty hires an agent and makes appearances on many of America's major talk shows. On the shows where Billy joins his mother, the 19-year-old seems lost, still in shock by the death of his father and the secret it revealed.
I decided to go ahead and do these interviews in the magazines and so on and so forth because I was trying to figure it out myself. I was like, maybe somebody could help me figure out what happened.
Billy Jr. may never know the real motives behind his father's gender masquerade. But through the media's coverage of the story, he learns very publicly that his father grew up in Kansas as Dorothy Tipton and allegedly began dressing as a man to further her career as a successful jazz musician.
just the way the story was told, that she wanted to make a living as a jazz musician back in the early 1930s, I believe. And back then, women weren't too involved in show business, except for colored women. You figured you can make money and a living. I'm not sure if the idea was to have a lifelong thing on this, but it turned out that way.
For 50 years, Billy wore bandages to disguise his chest. But how could his own wife not have known the truth?
And you never had sex?
No, in any way, no.
No.
For her to say she never knew, that's a far stretch. Because they slept in the same bed for 20 years. How can you not know? I mean, personally, I'm gonna know what's there in 20 minutes.
The questions that we always had is why she ended up with the house and everything, and how was she able to keep it because she didn't work. And Dad seemed to take everything that he constantly made, and it was always gone.
I always wondered why. I don't know, maybe because she knew the secret?
You know, there's so many theories out there. You know, things that we heard that she was getting money from him so she could keep the house and everything, you know, some type of a blackmail thing.
He was pretty well known.
Each other's privacy.
And you never had sex?
No.
Still in shock from the revelation of their father's secret and disgusted by their mothers profiting from it, Scott and Jonathan changed their last name and moved out of Spokane, away from all the media attention.
New life, new start. It was time to go.
Like 10 years before, when they left the family home as teenagers, the two brothers renounced their father's money in order to break ties with their mother and with their past. This time, they settle in the neighboring state of Idaho, where they still live today.
It was already a torn apart family, but it just kind of like, you know, split us even farther apart.
For the next 20 years, the Tipton family divides itself into two opposing camps that ignore each other. In Idaho, Scott raises a family of his own and remains very close to his brother Jonathan. And in Spokane, Billy Jr. gets married and has 3 children. More importantly for his claim on the inheritance, he continues to visit with Kitty.
She hadn't seen John Scott in many, many years. So I was the only one of the original family that actually stuck around.
Billy Jr. claims to have looked after both his parents in their twilight years. The court will now have to decide if that entitles him to a greater share of the inheritance. In 1925, the widow of a British manufacturer died, leaving the longest will ever recorded. Find out how long after the break. The longest will ever was recorded in Britain in 1925. It was over 1,000 pages. 3 sons are illegally adopted. The father that raised them turns out to be a woman. And now their mother dies without a will. Now in court, the sons must convince a judge that they're entitled to inherit their mother's $300,000 estate and control the valuable legacy of their father, a respected and admired jazz musician. Finally, after a year and a half of proceedings, Jonathan and Scott arrive in Spokane for the trial. This is the first time they've returned to their hometown in over 20 years.
And I told John, I go, you know, this is the final chapter. If we get something out of it, then at least we get something out of it. So we had to pull together and do what we had to do.
At the hearing, one of the most important things the judge must determine is whether Kitty would have included her sons in her will had she made one.
She had told me that she was going to leave me everything, but she just, I guess, never got around to it.
I think she would have took it to her grave, just to give us one last spite.
During the period of time that I represented her, she was not getting along very well with the older 2 boys, and I know she was very close with her younger son, Billy Tipton Jr. And it's my opinion that that's who she would have wanted to leave the estate too.
We're sitting in the hallway, and my brother's sitting next to me, John, and he goes, "There's your brother." And I'm looking around, I go, "Where?" He goes, "That guy in the leather jacket." I go, "You gotta be kidding me."
At that point, I hadn't seen either one of my brothers in, close to 25 years, I think. They sat behind me and my attorney, and they had their own attorneys on the other side.
I talked to him for a minute, and I told him that I didn't appreciate him trying to screw us out of the will. I wished him good luck, and I go, "But I don't ever want to see you again." So I left it like that. Scott pretty much treated him like a leper.
The court acknowledges that Billy stayed with his parents longer than the other two boys. But when Billy is under questioning, another secret is revealed. A few years before her death, Kitty started having paranoid symptoms, and she asked Billy to move back into her home to take care of her. But after only 2 weeks of living together, Kitty complained to the authorities that Billy was stealing from her.
I tried to tell him that, she wasn't completely mentally sound, I didn't think, and that there was no proof of it. I did not realize that at the time she was as sick as she was. She had Alzheimer's dementia, I think.
The dispute resulted in Billy Jr. being evicted from the house once again, this time along with his whole family. This is how Kitty became the responsibility of the state.
That was, it definitely was a bad day.
When they're called to the stand, Scott and Jonathan are finally given the chance to tell their side of the Tipton story. In their compelling testimonies, the two boys tell the court about their childhood beatings, the splitting of their family, and the emotional scars left by the shocking discovery that their father was really a woman.
That old expression, if you can't trust your parents, who can you trust? Kind of shoots that out the window. So, I trust people to a certain extent. It's made me a little more skeptic about people. I remember one of the questions that was given to me by Lynn St. Louis, and she asked me, "Why is it you only saw her twice in 28 years? When you're physically, mentally, and verbally abused, that doesn't inspire a lot of trust and loyalty. You don't want to go back to that."
And it seems like nobody seemed to know anything about what we had gone through, and then it came up in John's testimony about the abuse, and now all of a sudden everybody starts listening.
Will it be enough to convince the judge to establish a legal precedent and include the boys as heirs? In his decision, Superior Court Judge Michael Price later agrees. Until trial, the court didn't grasp the incredible life ramifications the Tipton children had dealt with. They should know that they absolutely did nothing wrong here. They just tried, as best they could, to live with the hand which they were dealt. As dysfunctional and separate as this family eventually became, it is clear to the court that it was still a family. Despite not being legally adopted, the three sons of Kitty Tipton Oakes each inherit an equal share of her estate. Or at least, what's left of it. Once the fees owed to guardians, lawyers, and investigators have been deducted.
There's pages and pages of where this money's been all just spent and pissed away.
Everyone's been taking their piece of the pie, and they don't care what we went through.
The attorneys, they always win these kinds of things. They got the majority of it.
Of the $300,000 originally left behind by Kitty, only a little more than $100,000 is left to be divided among her three rightful heirs. Each of Kitty's sons receives $35,000.
Most of those fees would have been avoided, of course, had there been a will that clearly determined or indicated to whom the estate should pass.
For everyone in the Tipton family, it's been a traumatic journey. There is still much that divides the brothers. But for Scott and Jonathan, the ultimate satisfaction lies in the opportunity to finally tell their side of the story and have it acknowledged in open court.
I was telling my brother, I go, you know, there's so much wrong that has been done. Let's just tell people what actually really happened.
We had to fill in the blanks. And if we didn't say anything, people were going to start believing her.
And if the Tipton boys died today, do they have a will?
I do not. Not yet.
You always think you got another day, you got another day, you got another week, you got another month, you know, another year.
And eventually I will put something together before it's too late.
It'll get there.
Oh, well, after all this fiasco, I went and had my will taken care of. It's all completely legalized, sitting in my safe that, you know, someday, you know, many, many years from now, my kids will look at and say, well, gee, Dad left us $10 each.
Wilbur Robinson dies alone in his Los Angeles home. He leaves behind $500,000 worth of property and a will that's not worth the paper it's written on.
I knew that things were not right.
You know, you trust people implicitly, and people can lie.
The brazen theft of a valuable estate will cast new light on a family's mysterious past. A past that includes deception and murder.
You have to have a death certificate in order to be dead. I mean, you know, where's the grave?
And a mystery 50 years in the making. February 1996. 75-year-old Wilbur Robinson dies of lung cancer at his home in Crenshaw, Los Angeles. Wilbur is a widower with no children of his own. 1,000 miles to the north, his sister, Elnita, hears the news at her home in Seattle, Washington. Wilbur's death does not come as a surprise.
The nurse called me and told me I had seen Wilbur a year before then. I went down, and he was dying of cancer at that time. 6 months later, Wilbur was sick again, and they told me that he wasn't gonna make it.
Wilbur and Elnita were born into a large family in the port town of Lake Charles, Louisiana.
There was Wilda, James, Wilbur, and myself. I'm the fourth child. Walter, Joseph, Richard, Noble, and Rosemarie. There was 9 of us.
As the years passed, the Robinson siblings were scattered across the United States. Over the years, they lost touch, but Elnita always stayed close to Wilbur. who after spending 25 years in the U.S. Navy, ended up in the Los Angeles neighborhood of Crenshaw. Wilbur was married twice, but never had any children of his own. At the time of his death, most of his brothers and sisters are also presumed dead.
We thought there were just two people living. Joseph, who lived in Lake Charles, and me, who lived here in Seattle.
Wilbur's one remaining brother, Joseph, is in poor health. So Elnita flies to LA to put Wilbur's affairs in order. She is shocked by the state of his home in Crenshaw.
I considered a disaster. It was not cleaned, and he had cancer, and that odor was all over that house.
Despite the chaos, Wilbur seems to have been extremely careful with his money.
He had lots of insurances, and he had money. He had a fairly good retirement. He also had money in the credit union. He told me that.
Since Wilbur's wife had already died, Elnita assumes the estate will be inherited by Wilbur's remaining siblings.
He told me he made up his will. It was for the family trust. That's what it's named.
In a trust, a family member is usually given the power to distribute the estate to the heirs without going through expensive court proceedings. Gary Spicuzza is a specialist in estate planning.
A trust avoids the probate court system. It is a private disposition of your property rather than a public one through the probate court system.
In his trust, Wilbur authorizes 3 people to look after the distribution of his assets: Elnita, Wilbur's stepdaughter Dolores, and a cousin, Joanne.
I believe Mr. Robinson did the exact correct thing by having 3 successor trustees with undoubtedly a majority before any decisions were made. Then you have everybody looking over everybody's shoulder and make sure everything is done correctly.
Dolores also lives in Seattle. When visiting Wilbur in LA, she had seen the trust paperwork for herself.
He had left me a little money, and then so much for other close friends of his. But his sister was the one that was the beneficiary. Everything, you know, it would be done at her discretion.
Wilbur's trust is worth several $100,000.
He had a huge stamp collection.
He had all kind of coins.
He had a gun collection that, from what I understand, was something to see. He loved Lincoln Continentals, and that's what he had. Had a beautiful Lincoln Continental.
He had lots of insurance that were payable on his death.
On February 9th, 1996, Wilbur Robinson is laid to rest.
I made arrangements for his funeral. He was buried at a cemetery there in LA. It's called Riverside for veterans. He had retired from the Navy for 25 years. They gave me Wilbur's flag.
After the funeral, Dolores, Wilbur's stepdaughter, joins the rest of the mourners at Wilbur's home.
We went to his house and we sat there and we talked, you know, and reminisced about him and looked around, and his nephews, they were just taking stuff. He had pictures on the wall. He had paintings. His sister and her husband and I, we're all sitting there watching them. You never expect to see anything like that. And it was an eye-opener.
Husband, stepfather, and brother, Wilbur was a lively and eccentric presence in the Robinson family.
Everybody just loved him. He was a friendly person. And he loved to garden. He lived out in the outskirts of Los Angeles. So he had chickens and turkeys and all kind of stuff like that. He just lived like a slob. But I loved him. He was still my brother.
15 years younger than his wife, Wilbur was roughly the same age as his stepdaughter, Dolores.
I liked him. I thought he was very flamboyant, but he was a wonderful person. Had a lot of fun with him. He would do anything for you, and he'd do anything that even if you didn't know you needed it, he would do that for you too. But like I told him, I said, as long as he made my mother happy, that is all that I cared about.
At the age of 72, Wilbur's lifelong smoking habit caught up with him.
I called him and I asked him how he was doing. I said, I haven't heard from you. He said, well, I've been in the hospital. And I said, why didn't you call me? He said, well, I didn't want to worry you. I said, well, is everything okay? And he said, well, I might as well tell you. And that's when he told me he had lung cancer. And I just broke down crying.
As the cancer developed, Dolores kept a close eye on Wilbur's progress.
He dealt with it very well. And up until about maybe 4 months, then he took a turn for the worse.
He couldn't take care of himself. But I found that out when I went to California. He always like he was fine. But it wasn't. And he drank a lot. He had a lot of drinking friends.
As Wilbur's health declined, professional caregivers were hired to look after him.
He had caregivers, and the ones that I met were just wonderful people, took very good care of him, very good care of him. And then he had a neighbor next door that was very good to him too.
Everyone around Wilbur noticed that his mind was beginning to deteriorate.
He did get confused somewhat. You know, that's to be expected, you know, and that was going to happen. A caregiver was there, and she asked me, did I want some coffee? I said, yes, I'd like a cup of coffee. And he called me Francis, that was my mom. And I said, no, honey, it's Dolores. And I went in and sat down next to him. He said, when'd you get here? I thought I heard Francis. I said, no, that was me.
Luckily, Wilbur was prepared. With the help of his lawyer, he had already drawn up both a will and the papers to establish the family trust.
He did tell me about the will, and he took it out and showed it to me. And basically, you know, when a person makes a will, you're supposed to honor it. And as far as I knew, like he told me, you're not going to have to worry. That wasn't the point. The point for all of us was getting him back on his feet again. But we knew Wilbur was very ill. We knew he was very, very ill.
And increasingly vulnerable to outside influence.
He was a very trusting person, a very trusting person. He was of the old school, your word is who you are. And that's what, you know, he was all about.
In the months before his death, Wilbur is surrounded by caregivers, nurses, lawyers, neighbors, and family members. But it's the person whom he trusts the most that will take full advantage of his confusion and fragility. Navy veteran Wilbur Robinson leaves behind a surprisingly valuable estate, including his suburban home, antique collections, and a treasured Lincoln Continental. Wealth that his immediate family assumes will be passed on to them. The Robinson Family Trust was set up by a Beverly Hills lawyer, Robert Cannon. Wilbur had been a client for several years. At the funeral, Robert Cannon clearly considers himself part of the family. But this feeling is far from reciprocal.
Cannon come and got in the car that we were in, and we were not happy about it. Because when he came in and sat down, I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to start anything. But my son-in-law did tell him, and he got out and got into the first limo. I'll be very frank with you. I didn't like the man. I didn't trust him. There was something about him that wasn't right. People say I'm a pretty good judge of character. I like people, but if I kind of sense something wrong with you, I don't have anything to say to you. And he was trying to talk, and I just would not talk to him.
By 1995, as Wilbur's health started deteriorating, the attorney began to exert more influence over his client's life, including his daily expenses.
I told Wilbur I didn't trust this lawyer. He said, "You don't know what you're talking about. You live in Washington, and I live in California." And that's the way he told me. I should tend to my own business.
Wilbur said he's a good man. He said, he's been in the Navy. He's a real good man. But what can you say? I mean, he trusted the man, so there was nothing more for me to say.
If I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, I would say, well, look, his sister is elderly and in Washington State. She is not going to take care of him. The other brother is in Louisiana. He's not taking care of him. We don't know where anybody else is. Who is going to help this man financially? And, it appears that maybe the guy, he must have done some good for him. He did manage his financial affairs. He did probably pay the bills on the house, make sure that taxes were paid, and medical bills and those kind of things. But that's what you would expect if you're a professional thief.
I knew that things were not right. When his lawyer left town and left no money, and he called me to send him $500 until his lawyer come back.
Wilbur had about 3 or 4 bank accounts. Now, Wilbur wasn't able to go anyplace, but there were so many withdrawals, it didn't make sense. I was concerned about all the withdrawals that were on not just one, but all 3 of them. He'd just say, well, Cannon, he called him Cannon. He knows all about it. I even called the bank and asked them what happened. And they said, well, the lawyer, had come down and drawn out money for this or that.
A few months before Wilbur's death, Dolores finally summoned Robert Cannon to a meeting with a social worker.
I called Cannon's office the day after I arrived, and I was told that he was very busy and they didn't know whether or not he could make it. But he showed up for the meeting.
Cannon's explanations did not impress Dolores.
What he was saying about some of the answers he gave, I mean, it just didn't make sense to me. So then when it come my turn, I asked him why he went on a vacation and left him with no money. He said he left him money. I said, where was it? And he said, in the briefcase. And I asked Wilbur where the briefcase was, and he pointed it out to me. He opened it, and there was nothing in it.
No money in there.
There was nothing, just a big empty briefcase.
As the family grew increasingly suspicious, Cannon reassured them that the estate would be properly handled after Wilbur's death.
Cannon, after everybody left, was talking about him and explaining there was a trust, and that his sister Elnita was the main person, and that I was getting something too. I said, well, you know, is that the will or the trust? And he said, well, it's a trust. Well, I was at my wit's end. I thought a will was a will. I thought the trust was something else.
The difference is critical. A trust, unlike a will, allows for a trustee to handle the estate privately without the supervision of a judge. Dolores takes comfort in this, but not for long. A few days after the funeral, Elnita returns to Seattle. A package arrives at her home. She is shocked by its contents, legal documents stating that she is no longer one of Wilbur's trustees. Apparently, at the very end of his life, Wilbur had given Robert Cannon complete control over his estate.
I just think he's a louse. He's nothing but a thief. That's what he is. That's what I think about him.
Cannon had made himself the executor and had the power of attorney and everything.
When someone is under duress, it's pretty easy to exert undue influence on them. You know, Wilbur, I've been your attorney for 10, 15 years now. You know, I'll make sure everything is done just the way it is. You know, you want to do it. You know, the only thing that's going to change with your trust is that I'm going to be your successor trustee, which means I'm handling everything.
The family members are, in theory, still the beneficiaries of the trust. But as the sole trustee, Cannon legally has the power to sell off Wilbur's assets, a power that can be easily abused.
The bottom line is, it is extremely suspicious when an attorney, an insurance agent, a stockbroker, a CPA injects themselves and makes themselves the successor trustee, because the trustee of a trust is all powerful.
The family finds themselves powerless to intervene. Cannon has full control.
But I imagine gradually, you know, he'd go over there to check on the house because there was nobody in the house. And he had a key to the house. So I guess, you know, he'd go over there. I'm assuming take what he wanted.
Cannon even has access to Wilbur's locked safe.
He had a key to that. Wilbur's stamp collection, which was very valuable.
When you get into things like precious metals, that you just have gold bars or silver bars, antique gun collections, these are all very valuable things, but there's no title to it.
Without title or legal proof of ownership, there is no proof of its value.
So those types of assets, when you're talking about the total inventory value of the estate being $300,000 to $500,000, but a lot was antique gun collections and other types of assets, it's hard to value those things. So that makes something very easy for an unscrupulous successor trustee to be able to convert to cash for his own uses.
Wilbur's house is promptly sold. His car, his furniture, and his antique collections all disappear. The proceeds of the sale should have been placed in the trust account, but were they?
Now the question is, did he start stealing immediately? Well, yes, but you don't know that immediately. I mean, he gifted himself, I believe, an antique gun collection and a Lincoln Continental car and those kind of things. The attorney gifted that to himself. When you read the trust document, it's not going to say, hey, I'm giving something to attorney Robert Cannon. It's going to say, I'm gifting these things to the successor trustee.
Elnita is frantic. She repeatedly tries to contact Robert Cannon.
I wrote him many letters to tell him why wasn't he taking care of this trust, and he never returned them. Never. He never would call me. And I told him he was a crook. You know, and he sure didn't answer them.
Cannon seems to vanish into thin air. After several months and no response to her letters, Elnita hires another Los Angeles lawyer to investigate.
He looked in this through all the papers I sent him.
Elnita's attorney, Owen Brady, speaks to Cannon on the telephone. Cannon assures him that the estate will be accounted for and distributed. Brady writes numerous letters and even files a complaint with the State Bar of California, but to no avail.
Elnita was right on top of this. She knew something was wrong within months. She hired Mr. Brady. But Mr. Brady goes on a letter writing campaign. What the hell good is that going to do for Elnita? Nothing. A Superior Court judge has the power. It's all Mr. Brady would have had to do was file a simple petition and ask a judge to remove Cannon as the successor trustee because there is the appearance of impropriety. A judge is going to err on the side of caution.
Brady does not take Elnita's case to court, saying that bringing a lawsuit against Cannon will be too expensive. But Spicuzza believes the trust documents should have been challenged in a court of law.
When the maker of a document is under duress, if you got 2 months to live, you're under duress. And when someone is compelling you by way of undue influence and exploitation of the elderly, that makes them illegal.
Sadly, Elnita's lawyer admits defeat without ever going to court.
He told me that he was sorry after a year, but he couldn't help me because Cannon had taken everything. And I had paid him over $3,000.
I think there's a lot of people learn from this. You know, you trust people implicitly, and people can lie.
Elnita, Dolores, and the rest of the family resign themselves to the fact that a $500,000 estate has been stolen from under their noses. But soon, Elnita will be given new hope of retrieving missing money and of finding long-lost family presumed dead.
My friends told me that they believed that he was alive. And it was believing in my heart, I was hoping he was alive, you know?
Ten years pass, and the loss of Wilbur Robinson's estate is a dim memory for his sister Elnita. Their other brother Joseph has also passed on, and the lawyer who robbed her family of their inheritance has disappeared without a trace. But 2,500 miles away from Wilbur's final resting place, asset locator Margaret Galasso is working a new case, a case that will rewrite the history of the Robinson siblings. Her job is to track down the owners of unclaimed assets and money.
Anywhere from checking accounts, savings accounts, stocks, bonds, that sort of thing. And I would locate the person, the funds, and then I would locate the individuals that are entitled to the funds.
At her office in Spring Hill, Florida, Galasso comes across a so-called orphaned bank account that has not been used for several years. It contains almost $70,000. If she is successful in finding the owner, Galasso will get 10%.
The account was under the name of, I think it was Robert C. Cannon, and it had Robinson Family Trust. I didn't have any clue of what was to come. Basically, I was just doing an average day, situation, and that was about the size of it.
Galasso discovers she is not the first person to inquire about this account. The Comptroller's office has already received a claim from none other than Wilbur's long-lost lawyer, Robert Cannon.
One of the people told me over there that he did try to access this money, and he sent in a claim for these funds, that he was not entitled to those funds. And so that's why he was denied those.
Although Cannon was the trustee, he was not the official beneficiary. Galasso believes he did his best to get at the money.
But he also, he also lied on the forms because he didn't have the proper stuff. He was saying he was the owner.
The rejected application immediately raises a red flag. Galasso attempts to reach Cannon, but that lead goes nowhere. Instead, she tracks down the last known address that's listed on the account.
I ran down the P.O. box, and it came up with Wilbur Robinson's address in Los Angeles. Last known addresses are very important because you can also call neighbors. Sometimes neighbors are very helpful. And I happened to come across a neighbor who said, yes, well, the person died and they knew the person, but they also had told me that there was a sister. And they might have said that her name was Elnita or Renita. So I started looking for somebody like that in, Washington State, because that's where they said that they were from. And so it took me a while to try and get a phone number to call this individual.
For Elnita, who believed that her brother's estate had been completely plundered, Margaret's call is a shock.
And I said, well, I'm calling I'm a finder, asset locator, air finder. This is not some joke or some scam, this is for real. There's a $60-something thousand here. And basically, she may be one of the heirs to the estate.
Elnita can take comfort that a small part of her brother's last will was not tainted by theft or corruption.
No, he didn't get that. I'm glad he didn't, It wasn't that much money. It was only $69,000, but that's better than nothing.
But in order to access the money, Margaret needs to make a complete list of Wilbur's potential heirs. Since the death of her brother Joseph a few years earlier, Elnita believes she is Wilbur's only remaining sibling.
In order for you to claim any of those funds, because you have to prove to the state, who the heirs are to the estate. But then, when I got into this whole thing, some things didn't add up. I said, are you sure that all your brothers and sisters are dead? Because she didn't have all of the death certificates. I said, you don't have all the death certificates? And then she started telling me about her, brothers and sisters.
Elnita and her 8 siblings grew up during the Great Depression in Lake Charles, a port town on the western fringe of Louisiana.
My father raised chickens. He made a garden. My mother could do anything with food. She was an excellent cook. She died young. She died at 54 of a heart attack. But my mother, I never went hungry. And it was a wonderful family. My father was a longshoreman. So when he did work, he made money. But my mother could manage anything. She could make anything. She was just a wonderful woman. I have a lot of her characteristics myself.
Elnita's 2 sisters, Viola and Rosemarie, both died in 1980. She had 6 brothers, James the oldest, Wilbur, Walter, Joseph, Noble, and finally, Richard, the youngest. All of the brothers joined the armed forces. Wilbur was the first to sign up.
Wilbur went into the Navy, and he went into the Navy when he was 16 years old. And my mother didn't even sign for him. But he had someone to sign, and that's how he went into the Navy.
Richard Robinson, Elnita's youngest brother, followed in Wilbur's footsteps. With long stretches overseas, regular contact was difficult. In 1959, when Wilbur and Richard were back on shore leave, some of the siblings organized a get-together.
59, when I went to Los Angeles, we had my sisters were there. and Wilbur and Richard. And they had my older sister, fix a dinner for us in Los Angeles. That was a happy occasion that we all were together. I got the pictures of all those taken at that time.
Alneda stayed in touch with Wilbur, but this photograph, taken in 1959, would be her last memory of her youngest brother, Richard, who went overseas and was never heard from again. Richard was the second brother to lose contact with his family. Walter, who also served in the Navy, hadn't come to visit in years.
He never called me. He was kind of on the wild side. The boys were tough. They really was. They chased women and, you know, he was in the Navy. He stayed in a long time.
After 50 years, Alneda assumes that Walter and Richard, like the rest of her siblings, are dead. And indeed, through the legal proceedings, Margaret Galasso finds out that Walter and Richard were both declared legally dead in 1992. But a familiar name on the declaration raises a red flag. Both brothers were declared dead by Robert Cannon, Wilbur's lawyer. Galasso believes he wanted to transfer the deeds of their parents' home in Lake Charles.
Cannon wanted to get his hands on the homestead that they had in Louisiana. And I think that was what was interesting to me. That he declared both of them legally dead so that he could do a quick claim deed to the property. But I still had no evidence that Walter or Richard were dead because I had no death certificates. You have to have a death certificate in order to be dead. I mean, you know, where's the grave?
Knowing that Cannon was involved in declaring them dead causes Alneda to have her own doubts. Could her two long-lost brothers still be alive?
I was still concerned about Richard. That was my mother's heart. I had a friend that lived here in Seattle. She told me, Alneda, he's alive. She said, you're gonna see him again, you know, if you live long enough.
How do you tell somebody that somebody was murdered?
"80-year-old Alneda believes she is the only living Robinson sibling. That is, until professional heir finder Margaret Galasso contacts her about $70,000 that belonged to the plundered family trust. But to release the money, she needs to track down death certificates of two of Alneda's brothers, thought to be dead, Walter and Richard. Galasso does not have much to go on.
And she said, well, the last time I saw Richard was somewhere around 1959. And as far as Walter was concerned, she says, God, I don't know where the heck he is. I don't have a clue. She says, all I know is that the last time I saw him, he came to my house and I gave him some money. But all I know is that he was living somewhere on an Indian reservation, somewhere in Yuma, Arizona, with a Native American woman. There may be possibly a son out there that I have no clue of who he is. So, I mean, if he's out there somewhere, I hope he contacts me because I'd love to settle his part of the case.
Instead of confirming they're dead, Galasso hopes she may end up proving the Robinson boys are alive.
First of all, Alneda had given me birth dates, okay? I mean, I must have called hundreds of different Walter Robinsons in Yuma, Arizona. All right, and none of them checked out. But the birth year was wrong. I called the Indian Nation. That was my next step because they all have census records and the rest of it. And I said, look, I'm looking for somebody named Walter Robinson, supposedly married to some lady who's a Native American Indian. They may or may not have a child or two, I don't know. Possibly a son, don't know. Nothing came up.
Galasso checks Yuma's city records and contacts the coroner's office. Finally, a secretary at the police department gives her some solid information.
I called over there, and they were saying that there was a Walter Robinson that they had or had handled the case that was in a pauper's grave. They said that basically he was deceased.
I didn't believe that he was alive. I didn't. You know, from his lifestyle, to living on a reservation, and I'm sure he was drinking.
It's a huge disappointment for Galasso. Walter had died penniless and alone. But it gets worse.
The secretary over there gave me the funeral home's name. Well, and that took some doing too, because I had to call different places because some of those names had changed. Because now it goes back to 1981. Finally, the lady said, well, this is what it is. She sent me the death certificate. Wow, that blew me away. Because on the death certificate, it clearly states that it's a homicide.
Where's my money? I need my money! I want my money!
He was shot through the left side aorta, and it states that he was shot with a .22 gauge, and that he was found in the seat of a car. They did catch his murderer, that she was some lady by the name of Ruth Watkins, that they had some kind of an argument. They don't know what the argument was about.
Galasso calls Elnita with the news.
How do you tell somebody that somebody was murdered? You know, I called her and I said, look, I think I found Walter. And I think, you know, he's deceased. She took it very well. But then I had to lay the bomb, you know, which I said, you know, I hate to tell you this, but he didn't die of natural causes.
I figured, well, he lived a pretty tough life. And maybe he was supposed to die like that. And the kind of life he lived, that could happen, you know?
Elnita is still left with one hope, and it rests on her youngest brother, Richard.
I was still concerned about Richard. That was my mother's heart. Richard and Rosemarie, that's her last children. And she cared those children. She loved them. In my heart, I was hoping he was alive.
Margaret doggedly persists in her quest to discover what happened to Richard. In order to release Wilbur's account, she needs to find him, dead or alive.
She had said to me that he, that he was in the Navy and that he lived in Long Beach at one time, and that's all I knew at that point. And I must have called hundreds of Robinsons, Richard Robinsons, all throughout, California and the rest of it. The thing of it is that I also was looking for somebody specific. I was looking for somebody who was African American, which I knew, but I had one thing that most people didn't have, which was the birth date.
In the Los Angeles area, two Richard Robinsons have the same birth date as Elnita's brother. The first one Margaret gets on the phone tells her he is white. The other Richard Robinson does not have a listed phone number, but Margaret finds his address.
Started calling some of the neighbors. A couple of neighbors down about 4 or 5 houses down the street. There's a kid named Ferguson.
Margaret asks a favor of the 25-year-old Julius Ferguson.
I think that there is a gentleman down the street, about 3 or 4 houses down the street, and I want to give you my number because I can't get a hold of this guy. I have, he doesn't have, he's not listed, he's an unlisted phone number. I said, look, I'll even give you $25 if you just go down there and ask him a couple of questions. And I said, by the way, I'm looking for a man who was African American. This kid was really cute because he said, oh no, ma'am, we're all black here. I said, no, I wasn't care if you're all black. I said, I want to know if he's African American because I'm looking for a person who it may be the potential heir to the estate of his brother. And I need to know if he comes from Lake Charles, Louisiana. So the guy wrote it all down. He says, well, you know, ma'am, I go by there every day with my dog. And I sit on that porch and I chat with this gentleman every day.
Ferguson sets off to question his elderly neighbor. Is Margaret Galasso on the verge of cracking a half-century-old mystery?
I nearly fell off the chair. God bless him, I nearly fell off the chair.
I couldn't believe it. I say, are you telling me the truth?
Most of Wilbur's Robinson estate has been plundered by an unscrupulous lawyer. To access the remaining money, Margaret Galasso needs to find two missing Robinson brothers, potential heirs to the estate. Walter is dead, but the youngest brother, Richard, may still be alive. And the trail leads to an address in Palmdale, California. Margaret enlists a neighbor to investigate.
He went down there and he asked Richard all these questions. He says, are you from Lake Charles, Louisiana? Yes, Richard says, I'm from Lake Charles, Louisiana. And he says, you got a brother named Wilbur? Yes, ma'am, I got a brother named Wilbur.
Margaret has finally tracked down Elnita's long-lost brother.
They had some people down the street that lived for me, and they brought a slip of paper, told me to call this number. When I called her, she asked me, was I Richard Robinson? I told her, yes, I'm Richard Robinson.
I said, okay, can you tell me where in Lake Charles, Louisiana are you from? What street did you live on in Lake Charles, Louisiana? Well, I nearly fell off the chair. God bless him, I nearly fell off the chair when he told me Goose Boulevard.
So she says, I'm so glad that I got a hold of you. She said, I'm gonna call your sister and you'll be able to talk to your sister.
Richard immediately breaks the news to his wife. And within minutes, Margaret Galasso puts Elnita Robinson and her long-lost brother in communication through a conference call.
She said, hello, is this Richard Robinson? Yes. And he said, hello, sis?
I couldn't believe it. I say, you telling me the truth? He said, but do you think you're gonna have a heart attack? I said, I don't think so. I'm too old to have a heart attack. I couldn't believe that he was still here, you know? But in my heart, I was right. I was happy, you know?
47 years. There were 47 years I haven't seen my sister, 47 years. That's a long time for being away from her. I finally found her. And tears in my eyes. And I said, thank you, Lord. And we, just like a new day, like a new world, new people, that's it, yeah.
Richard, the baby of the family, had been sorely missed.
We all very close. I was very close to Anita. Then after she sent for me, she was like a mother to me. She took care of me like a mother.
Richard was always just a sweet person, real sweet, a pushover for another woman.
So why did he lose touch? The Navy took Richard a long way from the Robinson family.
I left Seattle. I went back, my ship went back to Long Beach. Then after that, I traveled to the Philippines and all. And Just lost my family, that is it. I just necessarily lost track of them.
Over the years, Richard tried many times to reconnect with his family. He even had the Navy visit Elnita's former home to help track her down, without success.
After the Navy couldn't find her, then I hired me a private investigator, which I knew they would try to find him, and he couldn't find him. So actually, I gave up. I was having too much fun in Long Beach, and tell the truth about it, I just put my family down. And that's the worst thing I ever do, is put my family down. I should have found them. It's my fault. I should have found my family.
10 years after Wilbur's death, Elnita flies back to LA, this time to visit her baby brother.
Had a grin on him like that. He looked the same. He did, because he was always a big man. He's 76 years old and he's going strong.
The remains of Wilbur's family trust was split between Elnita, Richard, and a few of the nieces and nephews.
We got $14,000 apiece. I'll tell you what, I went crazy on it. Washer, dryer, stove, and my wife, she went crazy on clothes, that's it. Not a dime left.
The Robinsons were never able to reclaim the rest of the stolen money. But based on numerous complaints that related to other cases, Robert Cannon was eventually disbarred by the California State Bar in November 2000. No criminal charges were ever filed, and he appears to have vanished without a trace.
He raked this estate to the tune of almost $250,000 to $500,000. He was the Grinch that stole Christmas. I mean, basically, that's the only thing I can say.
But without Robert Cannon and the missing family trust, Richard and Elnita would not have found each other. The loss of one brother led to the return of another one.
He calls me probably three times a week, and I do the same. If he don't call me, I call him, you know? But I'm so thankful to God he's here today.
Sometimes you got to wait for things to happen. And I prayed, and this would happen. This would really happen. I finally found him. And I was a happy man, yeah. We stuck together now. We're unseparated, that's it. Mm-hmm.
Mary Sheehan dies without a will, leaving a mysterious legacy and accusations of corruption and theft.
All these people come from out of the woodwork and they've never even seen the person, and they're only there for money.
Mary Sheehan's estate, rumored to be worth more than $200 million, sparks a transatlantic battle over a case of mistaken identity.
when you start digging up bodies to prove connections, I think that's going a little bit on the extreme.
The hunt for Mary Sheehan's heirs reveals a story of intrigue, conspiracy, and death threats in the heart of old Savannah. November 1983. Mary Sheehan, a reclusive spinster, dies alone in her Savannah home at the age of 81. Three days after her death, Mary's body is finally discovered. Kim Burge, chief clerk of the Chatham County Probate Court, works directly across the street from Mary's home.
We were looking out of the window from the courthouse, and the EMS came up, and then I saw them leave with a person in a body bag. So I know that that's the way she left.
Nobody comes forward to claim the body. Everyone in Mary's family has passed away, so court officials will have to handle Mary's estate.
What normally would happen is the court would intervene and appoint an administrator to find out if there is family members and appoint someone to start managing the estate so that waste doesn't take place.
The court appoints John Brennan, an attorney at the law firm that has represented the Sheehan family for a century. Boohan, Williams, and Levy. He and Kim Burge enter Mary's house in search of a will. It was a shock.
What she had done was taken newspaper and stacked it from the floor to the ceiling where you could not see in at all. And above that, it had a hanging, just one bulb light. And on the bottom of the string, there was bread pinned by a clothespin. And I remember asking Mr. Brennan, why is that? And he said he could only assume that was to keep the rats out of the bread. I remember that there was also a bathroom downstairs, but the bathroom had no commode. It had a hole for one and a sink. But that was it. You know, it was not very clean. I couldn't imagine living that way.
Kim would often see Mary Sheehan in the backyard of her house.
Many times if I'd go to lunch, she might be in the back. But if she saw you, she brisked right past and back in the house. She didn't talk. But I think she lived a very reclusive life. Sad.
Since no will is found, the administrator takes care of funeral arrangements. Mary is buried at the family plot next to her three siblings, her mother Ellen, and her father William, both born in Ireland. Mary has lived all her life in her parents' house. With no will to be found, and given the poor condition of the property, the estate doesn't appear to have much value. But appearances are deceptive.
We called around to the different banks, and we did discover that there was a safety deposit box at the old CNS Bank. And so we went to the safety deposit box, opened the box together, and take an inventory of the box where we found no will. But we did find $47,000 in cash. And what was so interesting about this cash is It was all $100 bills and $50 bills, 1929 series. They were crisp, brand new, never touched. And then if you went over to that house and saw how she lived, you would have thought she had no money. Now, I don't know, but if I had $47,000, you know, it would be different than living in that nasty mess that was over there.
With such a large amount of cash up for grabs, the administrators of Mary's estate begin to search for heirs. Attorney Melanie Marks joins the legal team.
To determine if there were any heirs in the Savannah area, you would look at birth and death records, marriage certificates, and see if anybody could produce evidence that they were related to Mary Sheehan. There were some articles published in the Savannah Morning News asking people to come forward if they knew of any relatives of Mary Sheehan. She was a fairly reclusive individual, so people didn't know too much about her family.
If no heirs are found, the money will go directly to the state of Georgia.
I mean, typically the administrator is going to exhaust all leads to find an heir. I've been practicing for over 25 years, and we've never had an estate where we couldn't find an heir.
But Mary's belongings don't offer up many clues.
She kept scrapbooks of religious sites that she had visited. Very little personal information was found in her belongings.
Since Mary's parents were from Ireland, John Brennan turns to an Irish-born priest living in Savannah for help. Father Jeremiah McCarthy.
He simply asked if I would consider looking for possible relatives, given the name of Sheehan and the fact that there was some possible linkage with County Cork, where I was born. I agreed that I would do this. You know, I was not on a payroll or anything for this. It was merely something to do in my spare time. I am not a genealogist, I will admit that. But at the time, it had a certain fascination for me because I thought, well, one of the reasons I came to this country was to minister to the Irish.
Since Mary's mother, Ellen O'Regan, comes from County Cork, the administrators of Mary's estate arranged for an ad to be placed in the Irish newspapers. For the successful and wealthy County Cork businessman, Dermot O'Regan, the name Ellen O'Regan immediately grabs his attention.
My wife was in Dungarvan, and she saw the paper.
My wife was in Dungarvan, and she saw the paper that said Ellen Reagan. They were looking for an Ellen Reagan from County Cork, and she brought the paper home, and she said to me, "That might be the Ellen Reagan you're looking for."
Dermot O'Regan had always been fascinated with his family's connection to the United States. Dermot's grandfather, Jeremiah, and his sister Ellen had traveled to Boston in 1898. While Jeremiah eventually returned to Ireland, Ellen stayed behind. It is believed that Mary Sheehan's mother, Ellen, had come to Savannah from Boston, a journey she made on her own. Dermot is convinced that Ellen, his grandfather's long-lost sister, has finally been found. Gordon Smith, a Savannah lawyer and local historian, is asked by the administrator to investigate the circumstances of Ellen's arrival in America.
I suggested that we look in the newspapers. There was an article, and it actually told about Ellen and the fact that she was from Cork. Basically, when she got married in 1898, we were in the throes of the Spanish-American War. There was a lot of activity here and a lot of excitement. And when she was married, it seems to me, and this is sheer speculation, it appears to have been an arranged marriage.
Ellen was alone, in a foreign city, marrying a man she may have never met.
I suspect it was very intimidating. Savannah is not Ireland. Summer was already moving in. Certainly within a few months it was extremely hot here and humid. Our terrain here is swampy, almost Gothic, with Spanish moss and live oak trees and a lot of insects.
If Ellen O'Regan Sheehan of Savannah turns out to be the long-lost sister, the O'Regans will be Mary's next of kin and could inherit her entire estate. Dermot enlists his son Louis to help out.
It was the first time we've ever seen or heard of any claim being advertised.
It was the first time we've ever heard of this claim being advertised in the Irish papers, so there was obviously some substance to it. So we decided we'd do as much research as we could and try and get to the bottom of it.
Since Mary's estate wasn't estimated to have much value, the O'Regans weren't drawn to the case by money. What fascinated them most was confirming their family ties. But the O'Regans are not the only family to spot the advertisement placed in the Irish newspapers.
As we say in Ireland, where there is a will, there are relatives. And that brought in a host of hoaxes, and I guess the lawyers had to sift out the real from the fake and that.
The administrator of Mary's estate, John Brennan, receives claim after claim from Ireland.
I can remember he'd be in the record room in our court. He'd say, "Oh, by the way, I got 2 more calls today." And I said, "Well, by the time it's over, we'll have 100. And we just laugh. And me, having been in the court system for 27 years, I've seen a lot of different things, so it really doesn't shock me. It's just very sad that it happens. All these people come from out of the woodwork and they've never even seen the person, and they're only there for money.
The O'Regans are firmly convinced that they are the rightful heirs to Mary Sheehan's estate. And to prove it, they'll spare no expense.
It was the old story, we have some rich relative in America who has died, and we're going to expand it to the max. These people in Savannah are not too smart, they might just give it to us.
But once in the U.S., the O'Regans discover that nothing is easy as they stumble onto a potential conspiracy that hits at the heart of Savannah society. Administrators in Savannah, Georgia have discovered that although she lived in squalor, Mary Sheehan had squirreled away nearly $50,000 in a safety deposit box. And it's not long before they find more, a lot more, a substantial portfolio of Savannah real estate.
The first of the assets that I had any knowledge of was just the fact that there was property. The piece of property she was sitting on, living in at the time, was in a prime real estate area, and real estate was good at that particular time. And I had also been told that there were several other pieces of property that were in her dad's name. And knowing the law, I knew that it would trickle down and eventually become hers.
The real estate was amassed by Mary's father, William Sheehan, a Savannah police officer who may owe his success to some well-connected friends, like Johnny Bowen, a legendary lawyer and perhaps the most powerful political boss in Savannah's history. Estate administrators John Brennan and Melanie Marks work for the law firm that still bears his name.
Johnny was connected and very close to all things Irish here and to all the Irish people. He was the lawyer for the family, and I feel sure that there was possibly some reciprocity there. There was a lot of petty corruption here. The Irish are very astute with their money. I suspect that as a police officer, though, either he was extremely lucky in his purchases and even luckier in being able to hold on to them. You know, buying land is one thing. Trying to keep it is something entirely different. and he was able to do that somehow.
Perhaps Bowen's suspected connections to the Dixie Mafia allowed William to hold on to his valuable property for so long. At the time of his death in 1928, William Sheehan owned about 30 properties in downtown Savannah. This real estate was passed down to the 4 Sheehan children, but none of the children married, and none of them had children of their own. Mary Sheehan was the end of the line, unless someone can prove otherwise. The Irish newspapers quickly jump on the story and begin to speculate that the Sheehan estate may be worth millions. And just as Father McCarthy prepares to leave for Ireland to sort out the dozens of claimants, an important clue is discovered in Savannah. Amid the meager scraps of Mary's personal possessions, the administrators find compelling evidence that links Mary back to family in Ireland.
There is no doubt that the key piece of evidence was the Uncle William letter. This was a letter written in April of 1941 from a Uncle William O'Regan in Gubeen Scald. It was written to Mary expressing condolences on the death of her mother, and it referred to their visit about 10 years or so before when they had come to see her, and it said that Ellen was being prayed for in her local church, and it was just a letter of condolences.
Melanie Marks believes that the letter must have held very special significance for Mary.
All of us have lost relatives and received letters of condolence. It's very rare to keep a letter that long unless it means something to you. And it was found in her scrapbook with information on all the religious sites she'd visited throughout her life. The Uncle William letter was probably the one piece of tangible evidence that tied her to a named individual that we could track down.
The Uncle William letter points the way for Father McCarthy's investigation in County Cork, Ireland.
I found a baptismal record for Mary's parents. That would be William and Ellen. Those records also indicate who the parents would be. So that gave me some inkling of that, yes, we're in the right area here. I remember going to that local village in Skull. I remember going into a local pub, and I was told that there was a man in there who knew everybody in the area. And I told him my story, and yes, he said, yeah, there was a family in Gubeen by the name of O'Regans, and gave me some of the facts and so forth. I tried to visit as many of those who were named, and listening to their story, and consistently, they all pointed in the same direction.
And that direction was a family called the Halls. They can prove that they are cousins of the letter writer William, and therefore stand to inherit Mary's estate. To the Halls, this unexpected turn of events was like winning the lottery.
That letter certainly was relevant because it made a direct connection between Gubeen and the family in Savannah.
Of the hundreds of claims received, administrators believe the Halls and the O'Regans are the two strongest. Both families are related to an Ellen O'Regan, but which Ellen ended up moving to Savannah? In Cork, Dermot and Louis O'Regan employ a genealogist and former police detective named Jim Herlihy to prove their case.
My rule of thumb the whole way was the definition of evidence, which...
My rule of thumb the whole way was the definition of evidence, which we use in our own police force. If it happened, it happened. And if it's a fact, it's a fact. And there's no changing of the facts. It's a search for the truth the whole way.
The research effort is enormous. 4 years are spent collecting all the birth, death, and marriage certificates from earlier generations. Jim Herlihy is able to trace every step of Ellen O'Regan's journey across the Atlantic. He also finds her marriage and death certificates. He's convinced he can prove that she is the relative they're looking for.
Over time, it all started to piece together.
Over time, it all started to piece together, but it took a lot of time, a lot of researching, and a lot of money.
Their case is strong, but not fully convincing. A few of the dates just don't match. And Herlihy could not come up with an explanation for the infamous Uncle William letter. Herlihy decides to go to Skull to see if he can trace anyone who knew the letter's author. He stumbles onto a man who claims to have been his friend.
I met a gentleman who was 93 years of age at the time I interviewed him.
I met a gentleman who was 93 years old when I interviewed him. He told me he was his best friend, and he said if he had a sister in Savannah, I would have known about it.
Herlihy concludes that the term uncle was used informally as a term of endearment. Mary does not have an uncle named William in Skull, only a distant relative.
He was a cousin. He was a distant cousin.
He was a distant cousin, because in the letter at no stage does he say my sister. He says your mother.
Armed with thorough research, ample resources, and endless determination, the O'Regans travel to Savannah to put up a fight, whatever the cost. To their dismay, they're met with anything but Southern hospitality. The O'Regan family of County Cork are one of many different claimants to Mary Sheehan's purportedly valuable estate.
I did not believe that so many people would come forward claiming to be an heir. A lot of it was the inflated value in the Irish papers, so people thought there were millions involved instead of thousands. All I can speculate is that they did not feel that they had to check their sources. If they had contacted the administrator, they would have been told the estate was worth approximately $95,000, and it was just blown out of proportion.
In County Cork, Dermot O'Regan is shocked to hear that the estate is worth less than $100,000. He is even more surprised when he receives an offer from the administrators who have full control over the estate to split the proceeds with the Hall family 50-50.
The court generally encourages claimants to come to some resolution, short of a trial. That way, nobody's completely happy, but nobody's completely upset about the outcome.
They said $90,000.
They said the estate was worth $90,000 and they offered me half. But I said I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for Ellen Regan. I thought there was something wrong here. The system was all wrong.
With the offer refused, the administrators rule solidly in favor of the Hall's claim on the basis of the Uncle William letter.
We believe these people were probably distantly related. We just thought they weren't as related as closely as the William O'Regan and Gabine Skull.
The 50-50 offer simply strengthens the O'Regans' resolve.
That was completely off the wall.
It was completely off the wall. 1 minute they were saying we were not the heirs, But they still offered us 50-50. But if we took it, that was the end of it. There was obviously a big cover-up, and we had to try and get to the bottom of it.
Convinced that something is amiss, the O'Regans head to Savannah, ready to take their claim to the courtroom. Jim Herlihy, the O'Regans' genealogist, briefs a local lawyer. They have just 3 days to prepare for the case.
We arrived with all certified copies and all sorts of records and this type of thing.
We arrived with all certified copies and all sorts of records. I tried to explain the case in the best way I could, and he was very clinical in his approach. We'd have to break it down in very simple terms and then produce certificate by certificate and show the family tree and literally kill people off the family tree with certificates. We were told we were going to court Monday, and I had hardly got any sleep.
I was surprised by Dermot O'Regan spending the amount of money that he was spending to contest an estate of this size. I have no idea what he spent in attorney's fees and genealogy and having people flown to Savannah, but he had to spend more than the estate was worth.
The court hearings begin. Father McCarthy is called to give evidence. Based on the Uncle William letter and his investigations, he says the Hall family are the rightful heirs.
Oh, I'm absolutely convinced. I would not have submitted the names if I did not believe it. From the church records, from personal interviews with many of those people, and from the letters and correspondence, I had no doubt that this was a valid connection. This was the only connection that I could see.
But nothing, it was just a letter.
There was nothing. There was just a letter. There were no death certificates, no marriage certificates, no shipping records, nothing. Just a letter. That's no proof.
The annoying part is for someone just to hold up a letter and say, we're there, this is it.
The annoying part of that is for someone just to hold up a letter and say that this is it without any proof. Nobody proved on the other side that their Ellen Regan even went to America. The case is built wrong, the letter is wrong, and that's the end of that.
That's the end of that.
Dermot takes the stand. He tries to persuade the court that his great-aunt Ellen is in fact Mary Sheehan's mother. He presents the evidence his team has pulled together, but it is received with skepticism. He doesn't convince either the administrator or Father McCarthy.
There didn't seem to be any connection that I was aware of. But if he could prove it to the court, I would certainly be the first to accept it. I was merely looking for the truth.
Dermot believes the court had already made up their minds before the evidence was even properly heard.
We were up against it from the start. We were up against it from the start. We were up against it all the time. I didn't realize till afterwards that they had already awarded the estate to the other Ellen Regan. It was all actually decided before we even went to court.
The judge took testimony, took it under consideration, took several months to rule. I don't know why they would think that other than they didn't like the outcome.
Just as the hearing closes, the O'Regans are presented with one of the documents they had requested. A document they believe will help their case. Ellen Sheehan's U.S. passport application.
I got an envelope. We opened the envelope and there was the passport application. But on it, all the numbers were blanked out.
But why is the date of birth blanked out? The O'Regans suspect foul play. Jim Herlihy goes to the passport office archives and retrieves the original application. The numbers are intact, and the birth date on Ellen's application is 1879. Something was definitely not right. Louis and Dermot know that their Ellen O'Regan was born in 1882, a 3-year difference. But the Hall's Ellen O'Regan is much older. She was born in 1864, a 15-year difference. In 1932, when she applied for a passport, the Hall's Ellen would have been 68, while the O'Regan's Ellen only 53.
She could not have been the Ellen Regan born in 1864 and then claimed to have been born in 1879. A 68-year-old woman does not look like a 53-year-old. Surely the person in front of her would know that couldn't be her age.
Melanie Marks doesn't believe the conflicting dates prove a thing.
Mary's mother, Ellen, had several documents that had inconsistent birth dates. Very few of them had the same date. Her passport, her marriage certificate, her death certificate had various dates. I don't think the woman knew when she was born.
If the Hall's claim is correct, Ellen would not have been 18, but 35 years old when she married, and 42 years old when she gave birth to Mary. For Jim Herlihy, that does not add up.
There's no guarantee, no record.
There's no records I've yet to find. If I'd found that Ellen was born in 1864, then I'd be the first to say it. I'd have handed it over to the Halls and said, that's ended.
But it's too late to use the passport evidence in court. The judge rules in favor of the Hall family, and Mary Sheehan's estate, worth a total of just $80,000, is distributed among 10 family members.
Each of them got approximately $7,800 in cash from the estate and some limited personal property. Most everything had been sold off. There were some photos and a Bible and some other type items that were distributed.
I learned a long time ago, once the judge has ruled, that's the ruling. It's cut in stone after that. And so I'm not going to second guess the court system. However, as a qualitative measure, I certainly favored the O'Regan's claim. I felt like they had a good claim. It's natural for people to say you're an outsider and we will decide in favor of the local people rather than someone from outside. I suspect, and don't know this, but the O'Regans were probably ignored somewhat simply because they were from Cork. A judge may make a ruling and his attitude might be, well, what are you going to do? If you don't like it, appeal it.
Which is exactly what the O'Regans plan to do. As they scratch beneath the surface of the Sheehan estate, a mysterious stranger sheds light on what appears to be conspiracy and corruption in Old Savannah. Mary Sheehan's Savannah estate has been closed and distributed to 10 members of the Hall family. But Irish businessmen Dermot and Louis O'Regan are convinced that they are the rightful heirs. They ask Irish probate lawyer Margaret Campbell for help.
It's definitely an unusual case for me. But it was a very interesting case because it was what I loved, working out people's relationships to other people. That's what I love doing. I felt that maybe there was a case to answer, that there was an incorrect chain established. So what I was trying to do was to establish a reasonable cause for the judge in Savannah to say that maybe this case needs to be relooked into.
Armed with their new legal talent, the O'Regans returned to Savannah.
It wasn't the money, it wasn't money.
It wasn't the money. My father just wanted to prove his point and prove his family link. It wasn't money motivated.
Well, I'm sure they were interested in the money because the figures that were being thrown at them were huge. But I think as time went on, he just wanted to be right.
The O'Regans have strong suspicions that the Sheehan estate is much more valuable than they have been told. They dig deep into Savannah real estate records.
So we had to kind of go back through maybe 40 years of all the transactions of properties. It was prior to computer our access to computer files, and we had to trawl through different sections. Every year had all the transactions that had gone on and all the registrations of properties.
Portfolios, property numbers.
We checked out portfolios, property numbers, estates, anything, and we found a lot of stuff.
We found a lot of stuff.
Finally, a local lawyer offers some inside information.
This lady came up.
Came up with a telephone number, and she said that we might want to ring this gentleman. So I rang the number.
Rang the number.
The person said that he'd meet us outside the courthouse.
We went outside the courthouse.
So we went outside, and this gentleman was standing at the door, and he said, "Keep walking." He didn't want to be seen speaking to us.
So we walked down.
So we walked down a few side streets. We went into this restaurant.
He disclosed a lot of information.
The gentleman disclosed a lot of information as to what was going on, and the connections to a club, and who was who and what was what in Savannah. And the suspicions grew from there.
The informant tells the O'Regans that the so-called Savannah Club might have been milking money out of Mary Sheehan's estate for years.
A lot of the houses were very old and bad, but the ground was worth money.
A lot of the houses were very old and bad, but the ground was worth money. There were good bricked houses worth a lot of money, and they're still standing there today. We came across some stuff. There was this company that had a lot of property that belonged to the Sheehans, and there was a lot of other Sheehan property belonging to other people as well. We found a lot of corruption going on there.
There was no end to the...
There was no end to the amount of property we were finding. We had figures of like 50 million and 100 million. But, I don't know, we just could never get to the bottom of all the figures.
It appeared that all of Mary's properties were being sold back to the club at a huge discount, and with the blessing of the courts.
All the stuff was being sold back.
All the stuff was being sold back to the so-called club. There were different consortiums set up for redevelopment in Savannah, and these companies were buying up all the properties. Some of them were sold for $10, issued through the probate court, and signed off by the system that was there to get rid of it. No proper evaluation from what we could see. There was something like 30 properties in total. That's what we found. I don't know what else there was, or whatever monies were there, or whatever. We don't know. Probably we'll never know.
Dermot believes that Mary Sheehan was the victim of fraud and was not aware of the true nature of her wealth.
She was left alone, Jens.
She was left alone, and I don't know if she really knew what was happening. There were a lot of property, a lot of houses, rents coming in. I'd say it was legal people who were handling the affairs. She didn't have a clue. She didn't know.
She didn't know what she was worth.
She didn't know what she was worth.
She didn't know.
But Melanie Marks from Bowen, Williams and Levy says the O'Regan suspicions are completely misplaced.
Mr. Brennan was an upstanding attorney, and he was going to do what was in the best interest of the estate. To question John Brennan's actions in selling the real estate, to me, is just unfounded. I have no reason to think that the sales were not fair.
Despite these assurances, Dermot and Louis still believe the Savannah establishment has turned against them.
Everybody knew what
you were doing. If you went into one office, by the time you got to the next office, they knew you were on the way. If you went to the law society or to the court, everybody knew you were there.
On the next trip to Savannah, suspicion turns to fear after a potentially lethal incident on a freeway.
This van was running up beside us.
This van was running up beside us, and then, all of a sudden, swerved and cut us off. It hit us sideways and put us down on the embankment.
On the freeway.
Whether this was related or not, I don't know, but I don't see any reason why someone should just all of a sudden try and run you off the road in Savannah. Looking at the characters down there and the type of society that you were in, I wouldn't put anything past it. Anything.
Louis and Dermot are shaken, but the incident only makes them more determined to prove their case. They return home to plan their next move.
Dermot had no way of getting into the Savannah court because the case was closed. So we thought about it for a while, and I felt then that, well, if I could establish that in Ireland Dermot would have had some standing in relation to this estate, that maybe then we could go to Savannah with this document and that this would maybe cause a bit of interest.
Margaret asks the High Court in Ireland to recognize Dermot's connection to the Sheehan estate.
I thought that the existence of the Irish grant could well make the judge in Savannah have another look at the case to see whether there was a mistake made.
It takes months, but finally the Irish court rules in their favor.
We were convinced, once she got the High Court order...
We were convinced, once she got the High Court order in Dublin, that there was going to be a bit of pressure back on America to do something.
Oh, they thought they were home and dry then, you see. But again, I had to say, no, lads, this is, it's the first step in what we're going to try and do.
With the Irish court order in hand, Margaret has a plan that could reopen the case and settle this once and for all. A plan that involves digging up the dead.
So the next step then was to try and get the body exhumed in Savannah.
Determined to support their claim to the Sheehan estate, the O'Regans are ready to dig up two bodies, Mary's mother Ellen in Savannah, and her brother Jeremiah, Dermot's grandfather, in Ireland. A DNA test would prove once and for all the genetic link between them.
I felt that it was the only way to try and sort it out.
I felt that was the only way to try and sort it out, between my grandfather and his sister. And I felt it would bring us to a dead end, whether that was right or wrong.
It was a very
brave decision, and some people would think it's a morbid decision. A lot of people probably would. But that shows his determination in believing what his grandfather told him.
When you start digging up bodies to prove connections, I think that's going a little bit on the extreme. After all, we write on the gravestones, R.I.P., rest in peace. And it's not rest in peace until we find your will.
I started it, and I'd like to finish it. Whether I'm right or wrong, I'd like to bring out the truth.
Chuck Powell, the coroner's assistant, was closely involved with a difficult decision.
It's the first request I ever handled with the coroner's office like that. After having an independent genealogist look at the material and looking at several court records of the trial, Dr. Metz made the decision that there was probable cause to allow this exhumation to go forward, that this person could possibly be related to Dermot O'Regan.
The coroner, Dr. Metz, says it is well-researched and credible. The decision is made.
Margaret gave us a ring to tell us Dr. Metz had given permission to dig up the body. And we knew we were in a different field altogether now.
Both exhumations in Savannah and Ireland will be carried out by Dr. Karen Burns, a forensic anthropologist who specializes in the identification of human remains.
I've worked in disasters, World Trade Center, after Katrina, hurricanes, and that sort of thing. I have been involved in many identification cases, but not where inheritance was involved.
Dr. Burns begins to exhume the 60-year-old gravesite of Ellen O'Regan, Mary's mother.
Well, Ellen O'Regan Sheehan's grave was a very simple excavation. It was an ideal disinterment. The body was buried in an individual grave. There was no one else in the grave. Everything was intact.
Dr. Burns works slowly and methodically, careful to avoid contamination.
The femur is the thigh bone. It's a very dense bone, and it's possible to obtain a reasonable amount of DNA, assuming the preservation is good.
At the cemetery in Cork, Ireland, it is time to exhume Jeremiah O'Regan, Dermot's grandfather.
Kind of emotional to a degree, all right, for digging up the...
It was kind of emotional digging up our own people. My great-grandfather would have wanted us to do it to prove our point. So that was it, and we just got on with it.
Identifying Jeremiah O'Regan's remains is not quite as easy. He shares his grave with other family members.
First of all, there were supposed to be 4 people in this particular grave, and that's not so unusual in Europe. So I had expectations of finding 4 coffins. The grave turned out to be far more complicated than expected. Instead of 4 boxes stacked, there was 1 coffin at the top, 1 at the very bottom, and a lot of fill in between. So we still did work at going down layer by layer and removing everything as it came up, but a good deal of sorting had to be done at the same time.
As Dr. Burns sifts through the remains, searching for Jeremiah, others are voicing their unease.
How much does it cost to do all of this? Exhume a body, do a DNA test? Does the cost outweigh what this poor person, this is where it seems to me ridiculous. And we're digging her body, thinking we're going to get rich. I think that's a disgrace, and I don't think I would want it on my conscience.
Finally, after several weeks of analysis, the DNA results are ready.
The report from the DNA laboratory was that none of the samples matched the standard of the reference sample. In other words, the 3 adults whose samples were removed from the Cork County grave did not match the sample from Savannah.
Dermot and Louis are stunned. Ellen O'Regan of Savannah is not genetically related to them.
Couldn't believe it.
Couldn't believe it.
I still don't believe it.
I still don't believe it.
My
paperwork seems to be right. It's the DNA is wrong. There's something wrong somewhere.
Knowing Dr. Karen Burns for about the last 15 years and watching her and the way she works and how thorough she is, I'm very confident that the sampling was done correctly and that the information was passed on to the DNA lab the way it should be. The sample was passed on, and I can't really speak for the DNA lab, but we've had good results with that DNA lab in the past, so I think it's a very good source for running the DNA.
The whole paper trail
contradicts the DNA findings. The paper documentation is there, generations of families and a family tree. Something doesn't stack up.
If there was a mistake, I don't know where the mistake was. I don't know what else to say.
To this day, the O'Regans still do not accept the results of the DNA tests. Dermot has not given up hope entirely and plans to have the bones tested again. The Mary Sheehan case spanned over 20 years, an investigation that cost the O'Reagans more than $1 million of their own money. Today, they maintain that they didn't do it for the money, but to right a wrong and expose theft and corruption that hits the heart of old Savannah. We may never know the truth, but one thing is certain: Mary Sheehan, who lived so simply, would probably never have imagined the controversy caused by her death.
There's something wrong somewhere.
There's something wrong somewhere.
The truth might come out sometime.
The truth might come out sometime.
Hank Williams, a country music icon, dies tragically young.
He died of a massive coronary. His heart just exploded.
He leaves behind a child whose origins are a mystery and whose future is uncertain.
My first 3 years of my life were a complete blank.
It's a story of tragedy, conspiracy, and a battle for recognition.
The laws were clear. She was not entitled to inherit.
You can see me bristle right up when anybody says anything other than, she got screwed.
At stake is a multi-million-dollar fortune and the legacy of a musical legend. New Year's Day, 1953, West Virginia. Hank Williams, a successful and wealthy country music star, a man who would become a musical legend, dies of heart failure in the back seat of his Cadillac. He's just 29 years old. Just 5 days later, a blonde, blue-eyed baby girl is born in the city of Montgomery, Alabama. Kathy, as she comes to be called, is given up for adoption. The first few years of her life are a mystery, but finally, at the age of 3, she is sent to live with the Dupre family in the Gulf Coast town of Mobile, Alabama.
I remember actually the day that we drove up in the car in Mobile and I was going to my new home. I actually have that memory, and I just thought that this was my new home, this was my new family.
Louise and Wayne Dupre have extremely high expectations for their new adopted daughter.
My adopted mother was a cross between Ava Gardner and Elizabeth Taylor, and she was all woman. I think what she wanted from me was a little girl that she could dress up. You know, we could go to church and go to town and be this little child that stepped out of a magazine. And I was everything but. As far as putting on a frilly dress or whatever, I mean, I would much rather be in the blue jeans and the tennis shoes than I would be, you know, with bows in my hair.
As Kathy grows older, Louise becomes increasingly distant.
She was not a person to give you any kind of physical love, as in a hug or a kiss or, you know. Louise gave little or no praise. To me, she made it that you're just average, you're not anything special.
Despite Louise's indifference, Kathy finds her own passions in life. In particular, music.
I heard someone play the guitar and sing, and it absolutely stopped me in my tracks. I asked Louise, I told her I wanted to learn to play the guitar. I remember that incident because it was like she just stopped dead and turned around and looked at me, you know? And she asked me why, and I said, because I heard someone and I just love it.
Friends of the family take pity on Kathy. Anita Toole tries to provide some missing motherly love.
She got so close that anytime we went on a vacation, she went with us. And Louise was always willing and glad, really, to sort of get her out of her hair, as she put it. I love Kathy like my own child. I call her my other daughter, and that's what she calls herself to me, my other daughter. I just feel so bad that her childhood was without love.
The family's emotional problems are complicated by drugs, alcohol, and depression.
Alcohol was a problem for both of my adopted parents, but my adopted mother had not only alcoholic problems, she had prescription drug problems, and she had mental problems.
One time she got so depressed that she took an overdose of pills, and it was on purpose. She did take all the pills that she could possibly swallow, and of course it scared them. They thought she had fainted or hit herself or fallen, and right away they called me. I politely mixed up a glass of Tide detergent water, and I poured it down and made her drink it until she spit up. But I don't think she ever got over the depression.
A dysfunctional family life makes Kathy increasingly curious about the circumstances of her adoption.
There were no pictures of me before the age of 3, and in fact, when you open the family Dupree photo album, there I am, 3 years old, sitting there with this deer in the headlight look on my face, and it says first night at home. I never even saw myself as an infant. My first 3 years of my life were a complete blank. I didn't know, I had no idea what I looked like, who I was, or where I came from. The Duprees had no answers for any question that I asked them. And if they did, they never gave it to me.
Despite her parents' silence on the subject, Kathy keeps searching for the smallest clues.
I do remember one incident. For some reason, I was digging around in a piece of furniture, and there was a little picture frame, and there was this person that I didn't recognize. And I asked Louise about it, and she got pretty upset with me, and she scolded me heavily and used a few choice words to tell me that I shouldn't be looking in places that I shouldn't be looking, and that it was really none of my business.
Kathy, believing the mystery will never be solved, escapes the Dupre household and heads off to college.
When I left at 18, I do believe that things changed completely in Mobile. I mean, I felt now as I look back that they had done their duty.
Around her 21st birthday, Louise and Wayne arrive for a rare visit.
I went to the hotel room with them, and then my adopted dad said he was going to take a walk, and so I kind of knew something was up. We had this conversation, and it was at that time that she mentioned the name Hank Williams to me and said that he might be my father. That was the first time that I had heard the name Hank Williams in any type of relationship that had to do with me.
Hank Williams had been a country music star and one of Alabama's favorite sons. The suggestion that he might be Kathy's father is shocking.
I don't think at first everything, it didn't I heard what was being said. And then the name and everything, but it was like taking you're in a warm shower and all of a sudden the water just goes blasted cold on you. Why? Because All of a sudden, there's a name thrown out. But in that same conversation, in that same instance, I was also told, too, that there wasn't any proof and that everything had been decided and that there was nothing that I could do.
For Anita, the revelation makes perfect sense.
Everything fell into place with me, her singing, her guitar playing, her character, and her appearance.
Louise also informs Kathy that she's due to inherit $2,000.
I was to go to Montgomery, Alabama, to the courthouse and pick up a check, some money. I walked in, they asked for my driver's license. I showed it to them, and the man handed me an envelope.
But nobody will tell Kathy the source of the mysterious inheritance.
He didn't give me any explanation. There wasn't anyone else there at the courthouse. There wasn't any press. There weren't any lawyers. I mean, there might have been somebody hiding there, watching, but if there was, I didn't see him.
Kathy settles down and gets married. With nothing more than an unexplained check and an unfounded rumor, she puts Hank Williams out of her mind.
Wanted to graduate. I was getting a job. Probably if the name Hank Williams ever crossed my path or I heard a song or something like that, that I probably listened a little bit more intently than I did, before.
But 6 years later, Hank Williams' name would come up again, unexpectedly.
The changing point in my life on it was when my adopted dad called me. He asked me specifically, would I like to try and find out if this man, Hank Williams, if I was related to him and he was my father. I said, well, yes, I would.
Defying his wife's wishes, Wayne vows to help Kathy discover her true identity.
He knew he had cancer. That was probably the reason that he made that decision. And so he said, what little information I have in paper, I'll send you.
Wayne reveals that he and Louise had actually known about the Hank Williams rumors since 1967, when Kathy was 14. During a legal dispute within the Williams family, the existence of a second child had been mentioned in court.
In the package that I received, there was an old newspaper clipping, and in it said, possible child complicates trial. And I was that possible child. When I saw that, then I thought, well, there might be something to this.
If Kathy was that child, there was also the possibility she stood to inherit a multi-million-dollar music fortune. But she's about to discover that her adoptive parents aren't the only ones keeping her origins shrouded in a conspiracy of silence.
That was my life sitting in front of that woman, and there wasn't anything I could do about it.
At 27, Kathy Dupre's adoptive father, Wayne, finally agrees to help her prove that she may be the daughter of iconic country superstar Hank Williams, who died 5 days before she was born. Before the age of 3, her life is a blank, but papers Wayne gives her contain some intriguing clues.
I had worn this little wool cape when I came to the Dupre's. In the cape, in the lining of the cape, had been a little letter that had been hidden.
The letter is written by her first foster mother, meant to introduce Kathy to her new family. It also mentions her favorite food, ketchup.
As an adult, to start to get these little pearls, like liking ketchup as a 2-year-old. I mean, those were such little treasures to me.
Most importantly, the note provides a name, Mrs. J. Cook, Pine Level, Alabama. Finally, Kathy is in possession of a concrete piece of her past. It's not long before she tracks down the Cook family in a small town north of Montgomery.
When I walked back into the Cook's to Mama and Daddy Cook's lives and that whole Cook family. It was at their 50th wedding anniversary. And then from that moment, they welcomed me back into their family.
The Cook family took Kathy in temporarily when she was just 2 years old. Perhaps they have information about her natural parents.
I did ask them, and they were all very vague because they had heard rumors, but there wasn't anything or any concrete or anything that they had or any information or any documentation that proved anything. But I do remember that Jewel there was a sheet music on the piano. I recognized the picture. And she said that I went over there and I started pointing at it and everything, and I was real excited.
It's disappointing. Kathy needs more than stories and rumor. She heads to Montgomery, Alabama, the town where Hank Williams spent most of his short life. She knows that if her adoption files still exist, they will be held by the Department of Pensions and Security.
I made an appointment to meet with a social worker. What my plan was I was going to sit down and try and make her believe that I knew everything already, so, you can just go ahead and tell me,
But the rules are clear. The names of birth parents cannot be revealed.
What she read me was like a one-page document, and it was real vague. It was like, your father travels. He's tall. No names, no specifics, no anything like that. It was almost as bad as your father's a male and your mother's a female. Those papers, I believed, on her desk at that time, which she was not sharing with me, had all the answers to my questions. That was my life sitting in front of that woman, and there wasn't anything I could do about it.
For Kathy, it was another dead end.
I sat there thinking, what would happen, and would I go to jail if I just hit her and grabbed that file and ran for everything I was worth?
Realizing she needs to find the answers elsewhere, Kathy digs deeper into the life of the man she believes to be her father. Hank Williams died young, leaving an indelible impression of a shining musical talent and a loving family man.
I went to a movie that was called Your Cheating Heart, and it said, "This is the true story of Hank Williams." In that movie, it portrayed that he was married to Audrey and they had one son, and I believed that.
In fact, Hank's personal life was a mess. His marriage to Audrey had fallen apart, and in May 1952, they divorced, just weeks after Kathy was conceived. Hank was drinking heavily and had become dependent on prescription painkillers, taken to relieve chronic back pain. In October of that year, Hank married a second time to a glamorous 19-year-old Louisiana girl, Billie Jean Jones. Unbeknownst to him, he was just weeks away from death. In newspaper accounts of Hank's death, Kathy finds the name of Hank's driver, the last man to see him alive. Perhaps Charles Carr can shed some light on the circumstances of her birth.
As luck would have it, I just picked up the phone book, and he was listed in the phone book. And I called, and he took my call.
On New Year's Day, 1953, 17-year-old Charles Carr was given the job of driving Hank to a show.
We had a show to do in Canton, Ohio, New Year's Eve, but the weather was bad, and we left here later than we had anticipated.
Charles, a friend of the Williams family, was well acquainted with his famous employer.
Well, I knew him when he was down. I knew him when he was up. He was in a good spirit. He was looking forward to the show. This was one of the starts of the comeback since he had had the back operation.
But at some point during the drive through West Virginia, perhaps brought on by a drug overdose, Hank suffered a heart attack.
Hank was laying in the back, covered with his overcoat and a blanket. But I looked back and I saw the blanket had slid from Hank's body, and he had his hand up like this. I knew something was wrong. I stopped into a service station there, and the gentleman had said, but Oak Hill General is 6 miles from here. 2 interns came out and took Hank out of the car. And they said he's dead. And I said, well, you can't do anything for him? He said, no, he's just dead. He died of a massive coronary. His heart just exploded. And when they performed the autopsy, well, this showed up.
Kathy presses Charles for information, and what he reveals will blow her investigation wide open.
She just said, I'm trying to find out some things about Hank Williams might be my father. And I just told her that I can tell you that, I had met your mother.
And he started talking, and he mentioned the name Bobby Jett.
Carr is convinced that Kathy's mother was neither one of Hank's wives, but a third woman, Bobby Jett, a 30-year-old dancer from Nashville. Hank did not attempt to hide the relationship.
Hank introduced me to her the first time, and her coming on the porch while we were there, and it wasn't not any big thing there one way or the other.
So I started trying to call every Jett and trying to run that angle down, because I believed that if I could find my natural mother, she would be able to tell me what happened.
Finally, after calling almost every Jett in Nashville, Tennessee, she finds a man who turns out to be Bobby Jett's uncle.
The head of the family was a gentleman by the name of Willard Jett. I pretended to be a friend of Bobby's, where I thought if I assumed this identity or whatever, I could blindside him, and maybe somebody might share some information. Well, the minute I said that, he knew exactly who I was. He nailed me on the phone.
Willard gives Kathy the news she's been waiting for, confirmation that Bobby Jett is her mother.
The Jetts said that she did have this child and that she had it in Montgomery. I mean, the information tracked, so I believe that she was my natural mother.
But then Willard delivers some bad news.
He told me that she was dead, and of course I didn't believe it. It was a very emotional call. I was invited to come to Nashville and meet some of the Jetts and learn about her and her family.
After giving birth to Kathy, Bobby Jett had later married and had several more children, but she died young, at the age of 51.
When I found out that she was dead, I was mad. Okay, I was so mad because I had counted so much on if I found her, that I could have her give me answers to the questions. I asked, did they have any information? And of course, they had no information or no proof that Hank Williams was the father. But at least I had the mother.
It's a grave disappointment, but Charles Carr has another suggestion for Kathy.
If I wanted to know more information, there was this cousin. He told me her name was Marie. He couldn't remember her last name, and that she had a birth defect on her face.
But Charles has not seen Hank's cousin Marie in years. He has no address or any other details. Tracking her down seems impossible until chance intervenes in a remarkable way.
As luck would have it, she gave an interview, and I opened the newspaper, and there's a picture of Marie, and it had to be this person that Charles was talking about.
This extraordinary coincidence leads to Marie's full name, which leads Kathy to an address in Montgomery.
I was trying to come on as strong as possible. You know, if she knew who I was, I figured I'd get a door slammed in my face. So I figured if I told her that I was a reporter, she would be receptive.
But the subterfuge is a waste of time. Marie recognizes her instantly.
When she let me in, she said, let me see your arm. I held out my left arm, and she goes, no, the other arm. I have a scar, a distinctive scar on my right arm. I never knew how I received it. And when she saw the scar, she said, oh my God, my baby's come home.
The first 2 years of Kathy's life are finally revealed. Marie lived with Hank Williams' mother, Lillian, in Montgomery. She and Lillian looked after Kathy for the first 2 years of her life. Kathy is now convinced that Lillian is her grandmother.
I was that Kathy that had lived at the boarding house that she had taken care of.
Marie also describes how Kathy fell and cut her arm on shards of broken glass.
Marie told me how I received the scar. She also told me that my grandmother took me to the hospital in a cab, and I held on to her for my life.
Sadly, Hank's mother Lillian had a serious heart condition. She died of heart failure when Kathy was just 2 years old, and the infant was duly handed over to the state of Alabama.
My life changed with the stroke of a pen. Some judge signed an order. Some social worker made a placement, signed a document. You know, I just became part of the system.
But if Kathy believes that Marie can confirm the identity of her natural parents, she is soon disappointed.
Marie was not going to give me any information whatsoever. She was very closed-mouthed, and she had a phrase that she used, I wasn't at the heaven and I wasn't at the getting, so I wouldn't know. At no time did she ever tell me that, yes, Hank Williams was my father. She never admitted that at any time.
Perhaps out of loyalty to the Williams family, Marie also refuses to talk about Bobby Jett, Kathy's mother. The only memento Kathy has is a photograph sent by Bobby's uncle.
It took me a little time to have the courage to actually open that envelope and pull that picture out to see what my mother looked like.
Frustrated at every turn, Kathy will have to search for answers elsewhere. A search that takes her directly into the tortured past of Hank Williams' tragic life and reveals a crucial clue to her true identity.
That document was the smoking gun in this case, just like you see in the movies.
Kathy Dupre believes she is the illegitimate daughter of country star Hank Williams. But neither Hank nor her natural mother, Bobby Jett, are alive to tell the story. And 4 years later, she's hit a brick wall.
I was open to anything. At that point, I had pretty much resigned myself. I was not going to ever get any answers.
She needs help, and it comes in the form of an investigative attorney from Washington, D.C., Keith Atkinson.
In walks this perky young girl in a dress and high heels, shows up in a little Spitfire, and I was instantly taken with her sincerity. A good lawyer that takes a case may well spend months finding out whether his client's telling the truth or not, and that was not her case.
But Keith is not optimistic about reopening the Hank Williams estate.
I, like everyone else, thought that Hank Williams had been dead for some decades, and the estate had been distributed in accordance with general probate law, and never thought beyond that. It wasn't until I got into it that caused me to realize that we had engaged in a rather serious undertaking that then became a labor of love.
He begins by searching for clues amongst the papers from Kathy's adoptive father.
The one that caught my immediate attention was from the Montgomery Advertiser, a copyright trial complicated by possible existence of another child or some such thing. Well, that caused me to go through the mental process saying, well, if there's a trial, there's paper, you know, there's something you can get your teeth in.
Next, he starts digging into the files in the archives of the Montgomery courthouse.
There was a whole basement full of documents because with the annual reportings and various correspondence, but there was a generation of vast amounts of paper.
And it's not long before he uncovers information about the 1960s copyright trial, which Kathy had learned about from her adoptive parents. In 1967, when Kathy was just 14, the Williams family was embroiled in a legal dispute over the copyright of Hank's music.
Hank Williams' catalog is among the most valuable catalogs today, and it involves millions of dollars. So this was not pocket change.
18-year-old Hank Jr. inherited his father's copyrights, which were periodically renewed with the record company. His mother, Audrey, Hank's ex-wife, believed the renewal of the rights had been sold off too cheaply.
It should have been a lot more money. And she brought in experts to say, oh, it should have been 3 times that because of the catalog and its value.
Audrey sued Hank's sister, Irene, who had made the deal with the record company. To defend the lawsuit, Irene's lawyers mentioned the possible existence of another heir to the Hank Williams estate.
Greed outweighed wisdom and judgment, and that's when they decided, but the reason that we paid so little is because there's another child. And Junior doesn't own 100% of the renewal rights. They were saying there's a cloud on the title, and that's why we're not paying full value for it.
The tactic misfired. The possibility of an illegitimate child was briefly reported in a newspaper article. And 150 miles away in Mobile, Alabama, the Dupreys hear rumors that their adoptive daughter may be the child in question. And the article also mentions some kind of paternity contract signed by Hank himself.
That document was the smoking gun in this case. Just like you see in the movies, there was a particular document around which a web was spun.
The document had been ordered sealed by the court. Keith somehow finds a way to get a copy.
Had some very strong friends in Alabama, in the legal profession and elsewhere. It's really not relevant where I got it. The judge was only interested in not where I got it, but whether it was authentic.
This was the news that Kathy had been waiting for 10 years.
He called me and he said, would you like to know once and for all that you are the daughter of Hank Williams and that you were wanted? And he read from that contract to me. And it said, the father, Hank Williams, will take the child. And of course, you know, I mean, I was absolutely blown away.
This agreement, signed by Hank and Bobby Jett, outlines the plan for Kathy's upbringing. Hank's mother, Lillian, was to take custody of the child for the first 2 years, with Hank paying all medical expenses. After 2 years, custody of Kathy would be shared between Hank and Bobby Jett. But Hank did not live to see that come to fruition.
Never did I ever think that I would have a contract that my father entered into with my mother that said, I am the father and I want you. Other than his coming back from heaven to stand in front of me and tell me this personally, there was a document in existence in which he said, "Not only am I the father, I want my baby."
It was prepared by a lawyer. It was notarized. It was signed. It wasn't some little scribbled note somewhere. In it, Hank Williams is referred to as the father 3 times.
To me, it was unbelievable because I had a mother and a father that sat down and put the unborn child's concerns first and not theirs. And so, in my heart, I believe that both of them truly, truly loved their unborn child.
This document will be the first crack in the wall of silence surrounding Kathy's origins and the key to a multi-million-dollar legal challenge. But in order to prove their case, they'll have to take some unorthodox measures.
The lady said to me, "Now, y'all aren't taping this, are you?" And
She was scared to death she'd never get indicted. What have I gotten involved in? What are we doing?
As Kathy Dupre gets closer to proving that country star Hank Williams is her natural father, she wants to know more about the first 2 years of her life. She and her lawyer, Keith Atkinson, are determined to get their hands on her adoption records. This time, Keith persuades the caseworker to bend the rules.
It was arranged that they would read us the records. They asked, what do you want us to read? Of course, she said, well, all of it. And, we're looking at about 4 inches of records.
Kathy and Keith come back the next day, prepared.
we couldn't make any kind of copies or anything. And so Keith and I went armed. And the lady said to me, "Now, y'all aren't taping this, are you?" And of course we said, "Oh, no, ma'am." Well, when that 60-minute tape ended and that click went off, it was the loudest click.
I think she thought I had a medical condition because I kept going to the men's room to swap the tapes out. She'd never get died. What have I gotten involved in? What are we doing?
The records vividly describe the events surrounding Kathy's adoption. The very first entry is just 3 weeks after Kathy's birth. Hank has been dead for 4 weeks. Lillian, Hank's mother, visits the office. She explains that she wishes to adopt her new granddaughter.
My grandmother goes and she tries to present her case to the state of Alabama, and in it she says, "I have to have this child. It's all I have left of my dead son." She was 56, heart condition, single, and was not a real candidate unless she was blood related.
Eventually, the caseworker agreed to the adoption. Lillian could adopt Kathy, so long as Bobby Jett agreed to it and confirmed that Hank was the father.
There was a handwritten note in the adoption files that Bobby had written in which she states that Hank Williams is the father of her child. That meant a lot. She was the one I was looking for. She was the one I wanted to tell me who the father was.
But Kathy also has to face the fact that Bobby did not want to keep her baby.
I would probably think that she didn't have the wherewithal to manage a child to where you've got a grandmother saying, "Look, I will take care of the child. You can visit the child, whatever." I also think, I don't know that she actually ever really wanted to be tied down as like in a wife or a mother or whatever.
Things are starting to look up, and as the investigation gains momentum, Kathy, now separated from her first husband, is spending more time with her attorney, Keith Atkinson.
It's one thing to have a client that for hire, and I'm not saying I didn't pay my legal bill, but it's another thing to have your lawyer become your champion and do it because he believes in you and he is doing it for love.
I spent years investigating my soon-to-be wife before I married her and knew probably more about her than she did. But she was the most captivating, delightful young lady I ever met. And we got married, I guess, in 1986 when we were winning nothing.
I fell in love with Keith, and he became my knight in a three-piece suit. And there were times where we thought and felt like it's just the two of us against the world.
In honor of her father and her mother, Bobby Jett, Kathy changes her name to Jett Williams. In 1986, Jett and her husband lawyer, Keith Atkinson, prepare to go to war. Keith makes an announcement on her behalf that she is Hank's daughter, and she has decided to sue the state of Alabama to get access to her full adoption records. It provokes an immediate response.
It was obvious to them that trouble was right at the front door.
Hank Jr. and the music company are represented by a team of lawyers, including Montgomery attorney Sterling Culpepper.
We got wind of the fact that Jett Williams was looking at records at the courthouse in Montgomery, that she filed a petition to unseal probate court documents pertaining to her adoption. We realized that there would probably be more litigation on the subject of her entitlement to the royalties from Hank Sr.'s estate.
Judge Mark Kennedy presides over the court proceedings in Alabama. The first issue before him is Jett, Hank's biological daughter.
We all have to resemble someone. It was obviously noted, I would assume, just because we're all human, that she bore a striking resemblance to the photographs of her father.
But physical resemblance cannot be proven in court. Keith calls witnesses, including a friend of Hank's, Bob Helton, who describes visiting Hank and a pregnant Bobby Jett.
When they were at Lake Martin in August of '52, and Bob Helton testified that my grandmother said, "Isn't that Bobby?" And my dad says, "Yes." "Is she pregnant?" My father said, "Yes, I'm the father, I'm keeping the baby, and that's all you need to know."
Judge Kennedy looked at the other side collectively and said, "Do you have any evidence?" And they said, "No, we have no evidence."
I found that there was a preponderance of the evidence that established that she was, in fact, the natural-born daughter of Hank Williams, Sr.
But for Hank Jr. and his lawyers, that is not the issue at stake.
The issue was whether she, as an adopted child, was entitled to a share of the estate of her natural father. So the law at the time was that an adopted child could not inherit from the estate of her natural father.
And Judge Kennedy rules that Jett will not inherit a cent.
I believe they had a fair hearing, a fair trial, and I believe that my judgment was justified under the evidence that I heard.
The laws were clear. She was not entitled to inherit. The court ruled for Hank Jr. We were 100% certain under the laws of Alabama as they were then and are now that we had won.
But Keith Atkinson is not so certain. He argues that the estate should be reopened because the Williams family engaged in a legal conspiracy to keep Jett from her share. The litigation becomes lengthy, expensive, and hard-fought.
I had many depositions that I think one lasted for over 12 hours. There was a strategy when you're fighting big business that they're going to wear you down mentally, physically, and financially.
What they didn't understand is I was trained by the best, and I didn't wear down. I just got more angry with it. Now, why would grown men go round robin, pounding the fire out of somebody that didn't do anything to anybody? It just seemed that they were going an extra mile to hurt an innocent person. And that sounds like, Pollyanna stuff. No, I mean, I'm used to blood and guts and let's, rock and roll. But at the same time, that, there's just a little bit over the edge sometimes.
As the case snowballs, everyone involved in Jett's life so far is called to give evidence. including her adoptive mother, Louise, who is now 65 years old and terminally ill.
I had made a relationship with my adopted mother, and she had had cancer, and she gave me a picture of her when she was young, and she told me that she wanted me to remember her the way she used to look and not the way she looked, and she had actually signed the card, "Love, Mama."
But Louise, always full of surprises, has a final surprise in store for Jet. She is disinherited from her adoptive family.
I guess my mouth dropped because I was floored.
Kathy Dupre, now Jet Williams, is fighting to be recognized as an heir to the valuable Hank Williams estate. She reconciles with her adoptive mother, Louise, who testifies on her behalf. But when Louise dies of cancer several months later, Jet discovers that she has been written out of the Dupre will.
I guess my mouth dropped because I was floored. I had always believed and had always been told by the Dupres that I would inherit. And so to be totally disinherited, and that also includes, mementos, pictures, and things like that, it was everything.
Jet believes that medication and mental illness made Louise increasingly vulnerable to outside influence.
I believe that my aunt and her son manipulated my adopted mother and had her change her will. And in fact, the last will she signed was she couldn't get out of the car to make it into the attorney's office. I believe that they manipulated her, had her sign those wills, and completely disinherit me 100%. I call it the Hank Williams thing. Hung like a cloud over my relationship with my adoptive parents throughout my life. The biggest betrayal, I think, was that my adoptive father and I did it together without her. That he contacted me and said, let's, not tell her.
Faced with being disinherited on all sides, Jet's husband and lawyer, Keith Atkinson, is trying to reopen the Hank Williams estate by proving that Jet has been systematically and dishonestly excluded. When Lillian died, Jet was a potential heir to Hank's valuable musical legacy, and therefore she was a threat, especially to Audrey, Hank's first wife, and her son, Hank Jr.
He had two basic fundamental problems. One, she wanted to be the bereaved widow, and she had a problem because Hank had married somebody else, not Jet's mother. She'd married this Billie Jean gal from Shreveport. And then Audrey wanted Hank Jr. to be the heir to the throne. Well, that was complicated by the fact there's this little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl living in the boarding house, and Miss Lillian ain't budging.
Hank's sister, Irene, had promised to take care of the baby if anything happened to Lillian, Hank and Irene's mother.
If anything was to happen to her mother, that I would be taken care of. Well, she was put to the test because her mother did die, and she did not stand by what she told the state. In fact, she called them and said, I want to get rid of this child, and not only do I want to get rid of her, I want her placed somewhere, and everything, record, everything known about her be completely buried.
You see Irene in these adoption records talking about it'd be better for the child if we get it away. Well, yeah, sure, better for them. Keep the money. To this day, you can see me bristle right up when anybody says anything other than she got screwed, and we're sorry we did it,
The day Jet is born, and 5 days after Hank's untimely death, the family lawyer draws up a list of Hank's potential heirs. Jet is excluded. 2 years later, the family gives her up for adoption, leaving her just $2,000 set aside from Lillian's will.
The $2,000 was an amount that was called a homestead set aside for her. That would be the amount that they determined it would take to raise her from age 2 to age 18, if you can imagine that. Was it a conspiracy? Oh yes, it was a conspiracy. Two people gathering together with a common goal that is illegal in nature, immoral from a whole host of perspectives. That's a conspiracy.
Finally, on July 5th, 1989, Jet and Keith hear the news. The Alabama Supreme Court has made their decision.
We beeline it back to Montgomery and go over to the Supreme Court building. And he said, go in there and ask them for a copy of it. And so they gave me a physical copy of the order, and we sat out there and read it.
And the Supreme Court of Alabama ruled in a split decision that there was fraud, and therefore the general law didn't apply to her because of these unusual and unique circumstances. And she was therefore entitled to inherit from her natural father's estate.
How could it be that Judge Maddox ruled what he did? I don't know. I have never seen that before or since. The Supreme Court did not have authority to do what it did, in my judgment. They didn't have jurisdiction. They acted contrary to the rules of law and procedure by doing this.
The courts made the ruling and set the record straight. And I do believe that my father said, you know, that document that I signed, that baby that I wanted, finally, the record set straight and my wishes were carried out.
After a 6-year legal battle, the estate is reopened, making Jet Williams a legal heir. She now shares in the proceeds from Hank's copyright royalties, worth millions of dollars. Jet and Keith Atkinson are happily married. Having followed in her father's footsteps, Jet has now become a country music singer. She is reconciled with her half-brother, Hank Jr. Together, they act as custodians of the Hank Williams estate.
I think she's come a full circle. I think she's a happy person now. She has the happiness that she didn't have as a child, and she has the love that she didn't have as a child, and she has her true friends that she's had from childhood.
When it comes down to the bottom line, is I know who I am, I know that I was wanted, and I found the man that I loved. And so I have the answers to my questions. Most of them I wanted to hear. And I consider myself extremely lucky.
Legendary actress Joan Crawford dies alone, leaving behind a controversial will with a sting in its tail. Crawford's lawyer reveals a shock no one is expecting.
It was to hurt us. There was an implication that we had done something unspeakably wrong.
One Hollywood family, 4 adopted children, and 2 versions of the truth. We've heard the dark secrets exposed in the explosive memoir of one daughter. But for the first time, we'll hear the other side of the story.
My mother, Kathy's memories are just wonderful. She just expresses the utmost love and admiration for Joan as a working single mother, especially.
raising the question, who is the real Joan Crawford? The loving mother or the violent mommy dearest?
No wire hangers!
May 10th, 1977. Movie star Joan Crawford dies in New York City, age 71. Joan Crawford is the ultimate movie star. Her extraordinary career spanned 45 years and 80 movies. She worked her way up from nothing and turned herself into a legend. She did all she could to promote her image, even answering every single piece of fan mail herself, 3 million of them. In the 30s, she became one of the highest paid women in the United States. At 35, in spite of her failed marriages, Joan longed to have children. Unable to conceive, she decides to adopt. On the outside, this single mother and her 4 adopted children appeared to be the perfect Hollywood family. But Christina, the eldest of the 4, has another story to tell. Christina lives far apart from her mother in Los Angeles, California.
Yes, thank you. I'll be there.
The news of Joan's death does not come as a surprise.
I had not seen her in about 5 years. No matter what our relationship was, I always sent her flowers on Mother's Day. I had this really strange, sad feeling, and I thought, oh my goodness, I wonder if she is all right. And the irony is that when the flowers arrived in New York, she was terminally ill.
Christina prepares to leave for New York, and the funeral of a woman who is one part mother and one part Hollywood legend.
I didn't think of my adopted mother as a movie star until I was in elementary school. Other children would be asking me if they could get a signed photograph of Joan Crawford. And they would come over to the house, and she, of course, was extremely flattered that all my little friends wanted her photograph, and so she'd sign them and give them ice cream and do all that. And then they'd leave, and they were no longer my friends, so I had a very rude awakening into human behavior when I was a very little girl.
Christina is 4 when baby Christopher is brought to Joan Crawford's Brentwood, California home in 1943.
He was the cutest, chubbiest little guy that you ever saw in your life, and I fell totally in love with him. We looked like we were brother and sister all of our lives.
Upon hearing the news of her death, Christopher makes the short trip to New York from Long Island. As close as he was, he had not spoken to his mother for more than 15 years.
He was obviously very shaken, and he was sad, but he was upset at the same time. So it was difficult.
Joan had searched long and hard to adopt twins. Finally, Kathy and Cindy joined the Crawford family in 1947. They were several years younger than Christina and Christopher. And unlike their older siblings, they forged a close and loving relationship with their adoptive mother. As they head to the funeral, Kathy and Cindy are devastated. They kept in close contact with Joan as her health started to fail. But Christina is the only one of the 4 siblings who dares a final look at her dead mother before the cremation.
She had been such a presence in my life, and a lot of that was destructive. And I needed to assure myself that this was final. No secondhand information was going to do. So it was very scary. And I went with the funeral director. He was very, very proud of the way he had presented her. And he kind of went on and on and on about that. And I thought, oh my goodness, even in death, there are the fans. I cried, and I said goodbye. And I told her that I was so sorry and I had tried to love her.
Joan's fans are united in grief, but her family is falling apart. The twins, Kathy and Cindy, have very rarely spoken publicly. However, Kathy's son, Casey Lalonde, who was 5 at the time of Joan Crawford's death, has decided to speak on behalf of his mother.
My recollection about my mother, Kathy, and her interaction with Christine and Christopher at the funeral, I think there was a definite coldness between them. I'm not sure. It could have been at least 5 or 6 years, at least, since my mother, Kathy, had seen Christina, and probably much longer since she had seen Christopher. So you can definitely understand the separation that was apparent at the funeral for sure.
The 4 children come together a few days later for the reading of the will. 2 of them are in for a nasty surprise.
No one was expecting it. There was complete shock and awe in the room.
Joan Crawford, movie star, Hollywood legend, and adoptive mother of 4, is dead. Her estate is worth more than $2 million. But at the will reading, the children learn that most of the money will go to charity.
She had always been a person that was involved in charitable work. A lot of it was goodwill, but an awful lot of it was to get publicity. Because with charitable appearances and charitable activities came a certain amount of publicity. So that didn't really surprise me.
She had always impressed upon her children to be self-sufficient. Because of her upbringing and her very dire situation when Joan was a child, I think she intended for her own kids to go out and find their place in the world.
Kathy and Cindy.
Kathy and Cindy each receive $77,500 to be paid out over a number of years. Kathy also receives most of Joan's personal property.
Cindy had been left much, much less, and that sort of surprised me also, because they had, I thought, always been treated as pretty much equals, but that certainly wasn't the case in the will.
I don't recall any ill will or any misgivings or feelings of betrayal by Cindy to my mother, Kathy, or to Joan.
Small sums are given to each of the 4 grandchildren and 6 or 7 close friends and associates, including Betty Barker, Joan's longtime confidential secretary, who receives $35,000. It's now Christina and Christopher's turn. The attorney reads the infamous line.
It is my intention to make no provision herein for my son, Christopher, or my daughter, Christina, for reasons which are well known to them.
There was complete shock and awe in the room. No one was expecting it. Of course, the attorney reading the will knew exactly what was in it, but everyone in the room was shocked.
It was to hurt us because there was an implication that we had done something wrong, something unspeakably wrong. So I thought that was very cruel, and I thought it was intentionally cruel and unnecessarily cruel, particularly for my brother. I was a public person. I was an actress, and public people are supposed to have slightly thicker skins in terms of, what people say about them. And I guess I did. But for my brother, who had fought in Vietnam, had had an industrial accident, was still recovering and in terrible pain, I thought that was really, really cruel.
What have Christopher and Christina done to deserve Crawford's wrath? A final and ultimate insult from their dying mother? And what are the reasons that are supposedly well known to them? In 1940, Joan Crawford's new family is off to a good start. She appears to be the happiest mother on earth when she adopts Christina. She showers her with lavish birthday parties. These never-before-seen home movies were found in Crawford's belongings by Casey Lalonde.
Christina's probably 3 or 4 years old. It's wartime, mind you, it's World War II, so everything's rationed. Joan set up literally a circus or carnival in the backyard at her Brentwood house for Christina's birthday. It's just astounding what kind of a production is put on for Christina's birthday.
My birthday parties were probably more extraordinary for everybody else than for me. Unfortunately, I didn't know most of the children because we were pretty secluded and protected.
Christina could defend this by saying the viewer's not seeing the other 99% of the time during home life, but I think it does still give a good indication of how much Joan cared about Christina as a child and to what lengths she went to ensure that she had a great, great birthday party. I would have died for a birthday party like that when I was a kid.
When these birthday parties happened, and they didn't happen after about the age I was about 5 or 6. They stopped after that. So there were really only about 2 or 3 years of the birthday parties. And I have a couple of pictures of me sitting at the table, and I have this very strange look on my face as though I'm observing my own birthday party as opposed to participating in it. And that's very much how I felt.
The home movies certainly do not reflect Christina's memory of her childhood. She paints a picture of an abusive mother and of family violence.
The spankings happened very often, particularly in the afternoon and evening when she was drinking. Of course, I didn't put those two things together until I was a little older. She would take whatever was at hand. So if it was a hairbrush, it was a hairbrush. If it was a book, it was a book. But it was also her hand. She would slap you across the face. I was actually a bit bruised, scratched.
The twin sisters have totally opposite memories of their childhood, especially during the 4 years of Joan's 4th marriage to Al Steele, CEO of the Pepsi-Cola Company.
Well, my mother, Kathy, would always talk about, in just loving terms, about her life with her adoptive mother, Joan Crawford. My mother would tell us about traveling the world with Joan. She'd film in England. They'd go on vacation to San Moritz, especially during the time when Al Steele and Joan Crawford were married. They would open bottling plants all over the world, South America, Europe. My mother, Kathy, would just say how just astounded and thankful she was to really experience just an incredible family life that most people never get to experience.
You're in my house. You will follow my rules.
Christina tells a very different tale, one of violence, abuse, and neglect that eventually reaches the point of no return.
It was like looking into the eyes of a wild animal. And I thought, I am going to die.
It is my intention to make no provision herein for my son, Christopher, or my daughter, Christina, for reasons which are well known to them.
Why would Joan Crawford disinherit her 2 eldest children, but not her 2 youngest? Was it a fit of rage, as she so often had when Christina and Christopher were small? After bedtime, Joan's fits of rage reach extraordinary heights. Night raids, as Christina and Christopher call them. On one infamous occasion, Joan completely loses control and chops down her rose garden and a tree in the middle of the night. But the most notorious night raid is the wire hanger episode.
She was screaming. The gist of it was a whole lot of swear words and then no wire hangers. How many times have I told you no wire hangers? Well, the wire hangers came from the cleaners. So once we got them back in the closet, we were supposed to change them to padded or crocheted fancy hangers. And not all the time did that happen. So she threw every single piece of clothing out of the closet.
No wire hangers.
And then she beat me with one of the wire hangers.
Violent, alcoholic, and practiced in psychological terror, Joan does not seem to be a natural mother. Why would she adopt 4 kids? According to Kevin Thomas, longtime Los Angeles Times movie reviewer who knew Joan well, it might have been an attempt to boost her flagging career.
I'm sure the studio didn't tell her to go out and start a family. I mean, it was something I think she just deeply desired herself. But it did fit in with the World War II of home front image, where the studios and the fan magazines were doing layouts of domesticity, like Bing Crosby might be flipping a hamburger or something for one of his sons or something, you know. In Joan's instances, when she did the appearances with the children, it was orchestrated to death. The children had to be absolutely perfectly dressed, and they had to be, you know, exceedingly polite and exceedingly grateful to everything said by her guests. It was this image of bountiful, unending happiness and joy, you know. Joan, I think, really wanted desperately to have children, and she wanted those children in turn to have everything that she didn't have. But at the same time, the children were like a movie for her, that with a happy ending, that they were supposed to be perfect at all times, and that, my God, she provided so much for them, and she was rich and famous and celebrated, and that they should be, you know, overwhelmed with gratitude 24/7. But they were kids who were, you know, were spontaneous, and they're not always so easy to control.
Even if he was only 5 when he last saw Joan, Casey Lalonde has fond memories of his grandmother, despite her eccentricities. His mother, Kathy, and father, Jerome Lalonde, a naval officer, frequently visited her immaculate New York City apartment.
She did have a noted penchant for keeping things clean, literally changing the toilet seats out when she would get divorced, that type of thing. So I would, in my opinion, with modern mental health counseling available today, I would strongly suggest that she was most likely obsessive compulsive. And not speaking as a doctor, which I'm not, some medication may have helped, some counseling may have helped, but most definitely she did show signs of being obsessive compulsive. And a lot of that may stem from her very dire childhood.
Hang it up.
Joan, born Lucille Fay LeSueur in San Antonio, Texas, was raised in poverty. Her father abandoned the family when she was born. She lived in the back room of a laundry and had to work at a very early age.
Working in the laundry where everything had to be shipshape and clean and starched, that obviously really had an effect on her mental state. She would make statements to interviewers that she could never get the smell of the laundry off of her. And I think that really may have affected her subconscious enough that she became OCD, as they say today, just undiagnosed at the time.
She had one of these fetishes about cleaning. There were these endless cleaning tasks, and in this case, she took a can of cleanser, and she literally sprinkled it all over a very large room. And she screamed at me, "Clean up your mess." And so I had to get down on my hands and knees and wash the entire floor. So I did that until about 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, crying.
Joan had a harness custom made to keep Christopher in bed. Christina says he wore it from the time he was a baby until he was sent to boarding school in 2nd grade.
It was extremely cruel, and it was to show who was in control. Everything in that house was about who is in control.
Not to defend child rearing from the 1940s, but Christopher had a habit of running away and leaving the bed at night and going outside. I would defend Joan in saying that she was just trying to find a way to keep him inside the house at night, and that crazy harness idea, it didn't last very long. She stopped using it almost immediately because it didn't work, is true, but it was a different time, and we have to give Joan just a little bit of credit for trying to do her best as a parent.
It was a combination of physical pain and psychological, emotional humiliation for both of us. And I think in some strange way that I can't completely explain, it created an unshakable, unbreakable bond between the two of us for the rest of our lives.
My mother always insists that none of the abuse that Christina purports, she never saw anything like that. She never experienced anything like that. And my Aunt Cindy as well has expressed publicly that she has never witnessed nor experienced anything at all like what Christina purports.
It's quite clear that the two younger daughters were able to have a much warmer and more successful relationship with her. Kathy Lalonde has gone on records saying wonderful things, you know. I mean, she had changed, evolved. And I think that Joan's life was much happier when the younger children came along.
In 1943, before she adopts the twins, Crawford is far from happy. Her career has taken a turn for the worse, and Louis B. Mayer, head of MGM Studios, the biggest in Hollywood, gives her some bad news.
This coincided with a very difficult period in her life.
Are you firing me, Louis? Yes. You're firing me? After 18 years?
She ended, after 18 years, she ended her tenure at MGM, which was very hard for her because she was approaching 40, which of course was a terrible age for actresses in that era. And I'm sure it was devastating.
She got these bad reviews and she was labeled box office poison. As her career became more difficult, our situation also became more difficult. She stopped paying bills at school and a whole lot of other things, so that the life that she had and the life that we had changed dramatically.
But Christina and Christopher are getting older and preparing to rebel against the force of nature that is their movie star mother. It will lead to a defining moment for the two older children, and finally provide a reason for their shocking disinheritance.
They called me and I said, wait a second, he's in adult jail, he's a juvenile, you're not supposed to do that.
Okay, did anybody read any books this weekend?
Christina, daughter of Hollywood legend Joan Crawford, suffers under a regime of harsh discipline and abusive violence. She is pleased to be sent off to boarding school. Chadwick is a school filled with celebrities' kids. Former teacher Bob Martin remembers Christina well.
She was bright, got along with all the students, never had any difficulties with Christina, and I would say that she was an all-around nice person, likable by other people, and attentive in class and wanting to do well. Well, I would say that there was love and affection, particularly on the part of Christina. But from Joan's standpoint, it certainly was not unconditional love. She had many conditions. It was as if Christina was on perpetual probation.
Christina, sit up.
As long as she was a loyal subject and gave unquestioning loyalty to Joan, obeyed all of the many rules and regulations, any infraction was met immediately with some sort of punishment. And therefore, it was not what you would call a normal mother-daughter relationship.
It doesn't take long for Joan Crawford's career to pick up after she is fired from MGM. Only 2 years later, in 1945, she wins an Oscar for Mildred Pierce. Work is abundant, and in 1952, she is nominated for Sudden Fear. But her revitalized career does nothing to improve the relationship with her eldest daughter. The violence reaches a peak when a drunk Joan gets into an argument with a defiant 13-year-old Christina.
What I think she really wanted to do is make me cry, but I couldn't give her that satisfaction. That was the horrible situation between us. So I went into another room to try and get away from her, and she followed me, and she threw me down. She got on top of me, and she choked me. And I saw a look in her eyes that I will never forget. It was like looking into the eyes of a wild animal. And I thought, I am going to die. Somebody in the house heard her screaming, and somehow she managed to pull her off of me.
Joan calls the police to teach her daughter a lesson. A juvenile officer shows up.
He said, your mother says that you're uncontrollable and that she can't handle you anymore, and we have to take you away. I said, are you kidding me? And he said, no, but why don't you tell me your side of the story? He finally, after I finished speaking, there was a long silence, and he said, "I'm really, really sorry, but there's nothing I can do to help you." And he said, "I don't want to take you to juvenile hall because you're not a street kid. You're not going to survive there. So he said, my advice to you is to try to stay out of the way, keep your mouth shut, and survive until you're 18 years old, and then get the hell out of here."
Fortunately for her, Christina spends the majority of the year at school. She even considers the Chadwicks, the school principals, as family.
The Chadwicks had been like parents to me, really the only parents I ever had. They ran the school that I was sent to, which was a wonderful school.
Just before Thanksgiving in 1955, Joan calls. She tells the children they are to stay with the Chadwicks for the holiday.
And they said, "Oh, great." With that, Joan reacted. I think when they said great that they were going to stay with the Chadwicks, Joan saw this as disloyalty. Joan was demanding and controlling. And therefore it looked like they had affection for the Chadwicks and not enough for her. And within several hours, sent a security person and her secretary, picked up Chris and Christina, and took them from Chadwick, no one knew where.
Betty Barker and an armed bodyguard whisk Christina away from Christopher and her friends. They take her directly to a strict religious school in Pasadena.
After some weeks had passed, I got a phone call at home. And Christina called me, and she said, "Mr. Martin, I have to talk to you. I'm so confused here that I need to talk to somebody." So I drove out there in Pasadena, and I talked to the Mother Superior, told her who I was, and she agreed. It was against the rules. Christina said, "Please don't tell anybody where I am, because I'm not allowed to tell anybody." And so we spent a good 2 hours talking. She wanted to know where Chris was. I didn't know either. None of her friends knew where she was. And we sort of reasoned together about it and sort of hang in there. Things will work out eventually.
Abducted and virtually imprisoned in a strange environment, Christina contemplates the unthinkable.
I hated being there. I mean, I actually did try to kill myself. But the principal was a woman by the name of Sister Benigna, and I think truly saved my life because she talked to me literally endlessly. And particularly after I tried to commit suicide, she really understood that I was in serious trouble. I was basically imprisoned on top of that mountain, and I knew it and she knew it. And eventually she learned what had truly happened and made life, which was really impossible, she made it bearable. And I shall be forever grateful to her.
Christopher Crawford is a quiet boy. But after finding out he is adopted, he repeatedly runs away from home, searching for his real mother and father. As a teenager, Christopher becomes increasingly defiant, and he's labeled a problem child.
It's very well understood today that there are certain abused children that tend to run, flee. My brother was one of those children that developed a pattern of running away. He went with some boys from his school. One of them took the teacher's car for a joyride, and of course they got in trouble. Of course they did. They didn't go very far, but they did get in trouble.
The parents of the other boys quickly bail them out. But Joan decides not to intervene on her son's behalf. Christopher, who is just 16 years old, is forced to stay in a jail for adults.
They called me and I said, wait a second, he's in adult jail, he's a juvenile, you're not supposed to do that. And they said, well, we have no facility and somebody has to be his guardian and somebody has to get him, and I was not 21.
Barely 18, Christina, who had moved out of her mother's house, takes matters into her own hands. She is determined to free her brother.
I went to legal aid, and because I had no money whatsoever. And I found a legal aid attorney. God bless him wherever he is. He was just a miraculous angel in our life. And he stuck with us the entire time. It took months and months. We found the judge and we went and I talked to the judge for more than an hour. And he told me that she was afraid of him, my brother. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. All he's ever tried to do is get away from her.
Christina finally convinces the judge to release Christopher from Joan's custody and let him live with her.
In New York City, they lived in a very small place, and they were, of course, short of funds all the time. I don't believe they received any money from Joan. They were on their own as young people doing the best they could.
People over the years have indicated that oh, what a wonderful life you must have led, and this, that, and the other thing. No. You know, we worked our asses off and we had no money. What kind of glamour is that?
I think there may be a certain perspective that Christina has of her memories of growing up in Joan's household that do ring true. I've never called Christina a liar or anything like that. I wasn't there. I can only go on what my mother Kathy and Aunt Cindy expressed to me growing up about the loving, supportive household that Joan created for them. It's very clear that there was competition. Christina and Christopher were very strong-willed children, according to Joan. I think the story is much bigger and more complicated than what Christina tries to put forth. That strictly Joan was just an abusive old woman who just liked to beat children. I think it's more of a complex story than that. She tried to instill self-discipline and self-dependence on her children. My mother Kathy readily admits that Joan certainly wasn't handing out $100 bills at breakfast every morning. She wanted the children to work for what they got, just like any good parent today would do so.
I think at some point my brother just stopped talking about it. And that probably was all he could manage, because he had been so abused, so humiliated, so abandoned, and so unfairly characterized that it had actually changed his entire personality.
But why go to the extreme of disinheriting her two eldest children? Christina believes the reason lies in her role in freeing her brother from jail and from the iron grip of her mother's custody. She believes that this victory against her mother is the defining moment, the reasons that are well known to them.
I always thought that that probably was the time at which that language went into the will, but I have no proof of that. I don't know, and I've never heard anybody confirm or deny that, but that's just my personal feeling.
I don't know when Joan wrote the will, but for a long time there was estrangement between Christina, and Joan. The twins were much younger. They probably were loyal subjects. And probably, and this is only speculation, because at the end of her life, there was a coming together of Christina and her mother. and Christina was the person that was there for her. So the will must have been written some period before the end days, and therefore, as frequently happens, the will is not changed, and therefore it only reflects her feelings of some years before.
But Casey Lalonde strongly disagrees with Bob Martin and Christina's explanation. He has a completely different theory for the disinheritance.
The reason was because Joan and her very close confidants and attorneys knew that Mommy Dearest was about to be published.
Christina's motives for writing the infamous book would be at the center of a legal challenge.
I wanted some justice for my brother.
After the reading of the will, Christina and Christopher Crawford, feeling hurt and rejected by their adoptive mother, decide to fight back.
I decided to sue the state because I wanted some justice for my brother. He had served in Vietnam honorably. It was a terrible experience. He was wounded twice, and he came back, and then he worked as a lineman. He had an industrial accident, and he was out of work for a long time, and he was having a really difficult time. I mean, not that he'd ever had an easy life, believe me, but now it was really, really difficult, and he was married, and I just decided that it was just totally unfair.
Christina and Christopher hire a lawyer. But in order to sue the estate, they need a legal reason acceptable to the court. They find two. First, they argue that Joan Crawford was not of sound mind and memory due to her heavy drinking. And secondly, that there was unlawful influence on the part of Jerome Lalonde and his wife Kathy to change the will in their favor.
The will was changed about 6 months before her death, and it coincided with the same chronological time that the Lalondes were visiting New York on a regular basis, and then the will was changed to her benefit, completely over and above what her sibling was going to get. So the difference between what the two girls were going to get was enough to convince the authorities that the case had enough merit to at least hear.
My mother didn't just completely denies the fact. From obviously growing up with my mother, there is no way in the world that she would ever conspire to do anything like that against anyone. If you believe the allegations by Christina, you would think that Kathy would have received more money than $77,500 out of a $2 million estate. So I think that claim is kind of outrageous.
To avoid any more publicity, Cindy and Kathy decide not to fight. Christina and her brother will receive an equal payment to theirs.
I believe that my mother chose to put a settlement offer through mostly to kind of stop any humiliation and embarrassment that a court battle would have brought. Everything would have been put on public display. Everyone would have had to testify. And I think my mother was just and still is such a private person that she did not want to put all the family's business out during a court case for the public to view.
Only $27 of the $77,500 remained. Once the attorneys and taxes were paid,
I took nothing. I never asked for anything. I never wanted anything. I only wanted it for my brother to get some kind of justice. And we did that. And I thought that was the absolute end of it.
Casey Lalonde strongly disagrees with the notion that Joan had cut out Christina and Christopher from her will after Christopher's court case 20 years before. He thinks that Christina brought it on herself by writing the account of her childhood, Mommy Dearest.
It just so happens that Joan passed away, and Christina waits a year or so until it's published. But since Joan knew that the book was forthcoming, that was the only defense mechanism that she had, was to eliminate her and Christopher from the will. And it's very clear because the new will was drafted in October 1976, and that was about the timing that news of Mommy Dearest was out there.
Other witnesses agree with Casey. Charlotte Chandler, Joan's biographer, conducted lengthy interviews with Crawford just before her death. Chandler says that Joan knew her daughter was writing a book. She thought that Christina was using her name strictly to make money. But Christina is adamant. Not only did she start writing after her mother's death, but to begin with, it was just a personal diary, a reaction to her mother's will.
The writing of Mommy Dearest had absolutely nothing to do with the will and disinheritance. What it had to do with was the language of the disinheritance, not the money, where it said, both of my brother and myself, for reasons that are well known to them. I think that's the language. And I decided these are the reasons that are well known to them, and I'm going to write it. And that's what I did. So I had no thought of it being published. I was working in corporate America. I had finished graduate school, and I was not in show business. So this had nothing to do with show business as far as I was concerned. And I had never published a book before, so I didn't know anything about that.
She cried through much of it. The dam finally burst. All the things, the slings and arrows that she'd suffered, suddenly came to a head. It was something that was good for her, but it was difficult. What she wrote came right from the heart, not fiction. She didn't exaggerate. She did it for herself.
A few months later, friends of Christina suggest that she submit her journal to a publisher they know. And the rest is history.
The publication of Mommy Dearest devastated my mother, Kathy. To my knowledge, Cindy, my Aunt Cindy, was also just hurt incredibly by the allegations put forth in the book. They claim they never experienced anything at all like what Christina puts forth in the book. They fully supported and defended their mother.
You are responsible for what you do. Truth is the greatest libel. And therefore, if you feel as a reader that Joan's image has been damaged, it's something that she did herself. And therefore, it's difficult to agree that it's all Christina's fault for writing this.
Today, Christina Crawford, a pioneer in making family violence an issue of national concern, owns a restaurant and is a county commissioner. Vietnam veteran Christopher's second marriage lasts 30 years until his death in 2006. He does try to reconnect with his mother to show her his newborn child, but she refuses to see him. Cindy, also deceased, had 2 children. After her divorce, money got scarce, and at one point, she even lived on welfare. Kathy works as a teacher's aide for most of the 90s. Also divorced, she decides in 1993 to sell Joan's Oscar for $68,500. We may never know who Joan Crawford, the quintessential movie star, really was, or what she really did, or why she disinherited 2 of her children. Was she a loving mother, or the violent and abusive Mommy Dearest depicted in Christina Crawford's memoirs?
No matter what you believe about Mommy Dearest, either the book or the movie, Joan was much more than just what Christina Crawford thinks of her. She had a stellar career. She was a leading pioneer in Hollywood. She was a single mother before single mother was even known to exist as a phrase. She was an astute businesswoman. She became one of the first, if not the first, female on a board of directors for a major company in the country at PepsiCo. And she was just a trailblazer for women, not only in Hollywood, but in the business world. So there is much more to Joan Crawford than what Christina Crawford remembers from her childhood.
Well, of course, the book is my autobiography. It's not a biography of a movie star. It is my personal experience as a child growing up in terror most of the time. So I tell people that there is a difference between the public person and the private person. And if as a society we haven't learned that by now, then we're in sad shape.
On the kitchen table after dinner and singing him Yiddish lullabies, beautiful Yiddish songs.
Joey was the joker of the family. His sharp wit turned out to be his ticket out of South Philly. At age 15, he drops out of high school and takes his show on the road.
Good evening, everyone.
Sandy Hackett, son of comedian Buddy Hackett, grew up amongst showbiz folk and heard the stories about Joey's long and accomplished career.
Joey Bishop was a lifelong friend of my father's. They were both comedians. They were both celebrities. They were both stars. And Joey was probably there when I was born. We lived next door to each other. Joey was always Uncle Joey to me. And he got his break, working in clubs and grinding it out like most performers. And then he got, I think Sinatra saw him somewhere and gave him a shot, and then used him when they went to Las Vegas for the Rat Pack to be the comic host.
Peter Lawford, Sammy Davis Jr., Frank Sinatra, Joey Bishop, and Dean Martin were the infamous Rat Pack, a gang of friends and performers who thrived on fame, money, and an endless supply of adoring women. But Joey was always the quiet one.
They called him the Mouse in the Rat Pack. They called him the Frown Prince of Comedy. His stand-up was very sedate and deadpan. He'd look at you straight in the eye and just hit you with a zinger.
These are some of the questions we've gotten from the audience. Are you married or single? I'm single. But I've given a lot of thought to marriage. That's why I'm single.
Joey, Joey, Joey.
Son of a gun.
Son of a gun. I do a great Joey Bishop.
Some other time in the past, I would have just come on there with this.
Joey hosted The Tonight Show for Johnny Carson. He did more hosting than anybody, including Jay Leno and Joan Rivers. He was the guy that Johnny always turned to fill in for him.
After a TV and stage career lasting 30 years, Joey calls it quits. He has more time to spend on his favorite pastime, golf, which is how he meets a local Orange County girl, Nora Garibaldi, in 1983.
I was 16 and a half, and I had been playing golf since I was 6 or 7 years of age, and participated in the junior golf program and competed in various events in Southern California. So I took golf pretty seriously. Initially, when we played golf a few times together, I believed he was very funny and clever and warm and caring, and I couldn't help but notice how handsome he was.
A year later, despite the almost 50-year age difference, Nora and Joey become lovers.
Joey was my first love, my first boyfriend. The first time Joey and I kissed, I was roughly 17 and a half to 18 years of age, and I believe Joey must have been 67 and a half or so. And I no longer thought of the age, I just thought of what a wonderful, warm, loving, caring, intelligent, funny human being that he was.
But sensing the scandalous nature of the relationship, they keep it discreet.
Well, initially, Joey and I, when it developed into a more intimate relationship, we did share it with some of Joey's closest friends.
Those in the know include Buddy Hackett, Joey's longtime friend, and his son, Sandy.
The age difference didn't surprise me at all. I wasn't really aware of it. That's who he was with. Being in Las Vegas when I was in my teens and my 20s, I saw everything. Everybody was with everybody, you know. The classic, you know, older guy, young girl. Every comic did a joke, said, this is my daughter. Yeah, right.
At first, Joey allows Nora to believe he's a single man.
Initially, when I met Joey, he did not wear a wedding ring, and he wore a bar mitzvah ring on his left pinky finger, so I had no idea that he was married.
A year into the affair, Nora discovers the truth. Joey's been married for more than 40 years.
He mentioned to me that he and his wife were going to Los Angeles to spend time with his grandchildren during the holiday season, and then I realized he was married, and, you know, I was very upset.
Wife? Did you just say wife?
Have always tried doing things in a very ethical manner and in a good-hearted fashion.
What are you talking about?
Because of my age and my youth and my inexperience in a relationship and being so attached to Joey and so attracted to him, I think that's what allowed me to go forward in this relationship. I remember saying to myself I could not possibly imagine a life without him. He meant that much to me.
Joey's wife turns a blind eye as the affair continues apace.
He would travel to various cities, especially Las Vegas, Nevada, to enjoy a boxing bout. He loved boxing. Sometimes our outings consisted of golf. Sometimes we just got away just so we could spend time and be together.
My first vision of Nora, I just remember she was with Joe, and I remember Sylvia also. And then at one point there was no more Sylvia, and Joey was with Nora.
Joey always told me that he did not have a close relationship with his wife. There was bickering going on, and he was very lonely. So I think that may have added to me staying in the relationship.
Joey seemed a lot happier to have Nora around. Nora doted on Joey. She seemed to take care of him, look after him, you know, always be there, taking care of him, you know, stroking his head, fixing his hair, fixing his collar and stuff like that. Very loving.
But neighbors on Lido Isle have a different impression of Joey's marriage. Bruce Hinkle, a local handyman and caretaker, sees evidence of a solid partnership.
Joey and Sylvia were always busy doing things. I'd see him out at the store. I'd see him at the local drugstore. They were together quite often.
Bob Reno, another Lido Isle resident, has known Joey and Sylvia for over 25 years.
Joey was very active. His wife, Sylvia, they would go out to dinner with a lot of people on the island. It was like a couple's night, you know, they would all four to get together. Everything was wonderful.
Joey met Sylvia in 1940 after one of his nightclub appearances. They married and had one son, Larry.
My impression of Joey's relationship with his son Larry is that it wasn't, it was strained. I don't think they got along particularly well.
Larry Bishop, a film director, insisted on making his own way in Hollywood.
I think, like a lot of sons of famous people, Larry was seeking to be his own identity. You know, instead of allowing his father to help him, he tried to do stuff on his own, and that created a rift.
But Joey does manage to maintain a relationship with his two grandsons, Scott and Kirk.
I remember Joey introducing me to Scott and Kirk, and Joey had a loving relationship with them, and they would come over during the course of the summertime for a few weeks. And ever since they were born, Joey placed $10,000 into each one of their bank accounts. So his grandchildren, Scott and Kirk, meant the absolute world to him.
Nora and Joey have been having an affair for 16 years when Sylvia's health begins to fail.
Sometime in the summer of 1999, Joey shared with me that his wife's health was unfortunately declining, and she unfortunately had cancer. And at one point in time, he asked me to please come over to the house and provide groceries and do some of her bedding and laundry.
On September 20th, 1999, Sylvia Bishop dies, age 81. A few days later, Sylvia is cremated and Joey spreads her ashes at sea. But some family members are conspicuous by their absence.
Unfortunate Larry was not there, and nor were his grandchildren, which I'm sure Joey would have loved to have his grandchildren present and there for him.
Larry and the grandsons are now the only remaining heirs to Joey's $8 million estate. But Joey's young lover is about to take a central place in his life and his financial affairs.
When I moved in with Joey, he was roughly 81 years old, and I must have been around 32.
And the scent of scandal starts to drift across Lido Isle.
She was starting to get an idea of trying to go after some money in his life.
Rat Pack comedian Joey Bishop is widowed after a 56-year marriage. The loss is a serious blow to Joey. But he has 32-year-old Nora Garibaldi at his side, the woman he's been having an affair with for 16 years.
I was visiting him daily, not living with him quite yet, but visiting him daily after work and spending valuable, nice time with him. We spent time taking beautiful walks outside. Sometimes we would go to his favorite Italian restaurant, which was nearby his home. We would spend time, reading the paper in the morning, doing puzzles, which he loved. He loved doing jumbles and cryptograms and crossword puzzles. I think everything accumulatively led to Joey asking me to please move in with him.
But the Lido Isle neighbors have a very different picture of Nora and Joey's relationship.
It became known in the Lido Island community that Joey had a live-in assistant after Sylvia's death.
Lynn Beaumont lives next door and sees what she believes is a purely professional relationship.
Nora had told me that she was his personal assistant and his secretary, that she did his fan mail and answered letters and sent pictures out to people and took care of his appointments. She told me that she had worked for him for a number of years and that she disclosed to me that she made $500 a week. He didn't speak to her as you would a person that you're in love with or caring about on a personal level. He would just say, "Nora, I'm hungry," and she would get dinner, and
I'm on it, sir.
"Nora, bring me this," or "Nora, bring me that."
It didn't appear in any form other than a business relationship that she was Joey's aide.
Whatever the true nature of this relationship, Nora keeps it a secret from almost everyone, including her own parents.
I am very close to my mother and father. However, I didn't think they would understand the age difference between us. And I've always been honest and upfront with my parents, but I did not want to hurt their feelings. And then eventually, when I moved in with Joey, I told my mother and father that I was living with a close girlfriend.
Sorry, what did you say, Mom?
The romance never ended, and our love for one another and our relationship never changed. In February of 2002, Joey asked me to marry him. At the time, I was uncertain about the media coverage and, of course, the age difference and what others thought of it. I should have actually followed my heart and married him. I regret that to this day.
It's a decision that will have huge repercussions after Joey's death. As Joey gets older and more frail, more and more he seeks the company of his rabbi, Reuven Mintz.
We had a beautiful relationship. In addition to that I was his rabbi, we had a very, very close personal relationship. He loved the Jewish holidays. Hanukkah was one of his favorite. We went over there together with Joey, kindled his menorah that he kindled every single night of Hanukkah. It was a very joyous occasion. We sang some songs together with him. He sang some songs in Yiddish to us.
I knew Rabbi Mintz from visiting Joey. He was very important to Joey's life and participated in Joey's faithfulness.
Joey was there. That's how Jewish he was. It was Jewy Bishop. It was very important to him.
Rabbi Mintz and the children's charity that he represents is uppermost in Joey's mind when he decides to revise his will.
On several occasions, almost every occasion, I would say, he said, the bulk of my estate is to go to this foundation. And I said, Joey, that's a very worthy cause. And then he showed me a big book that was on the coffee table in the living room and said, these are all of the things about Shabbat. Sometimes you should look through it. I never did.
Joey calls a meeting to rewrite his will. He gathers all of his closest advisors. The lawyer, Ed Hookstraten, financial advisor, Miles Himes, the rabbi, Reuven Mintz. And there's a fourth man, a man who would become an important and controversial presence in the final years of Joey's life, James Chemo McCormick. Lawyers, friends, his lover, and a rabbi, all of them have a stake in Joey Bishop's estate. And as Joey gets older and more confused, he will become increasingly vulnerable to outside influence.
He was pretty far along in regards to the dementia, without question.
Joey Bishop, a wealthy comedian and former member of Frank Sinatra's Rat Pack, is worth an estimated $8 million. In 2004, age 86, Joey holds a meeting at his home to discuss his will. His longtime entertainment lawyer, Ed Hookstraten, brings another lawyer, Chemo McCormick, who will take the lead in organizing Joey's estate.
Ed Hookstraten introduced Chemo McCormick to Joey, stating Chemo McCormick is a damn fine lawyer and a good friend, and he will be able to accomplish your estate planning.
Rabbi Reuven Mintz is also present.
I was invited to that meeting on Joey's request. Joey had spoken of the friendship circle, of its creation, of the legacy that he intended, that he desired, that he wished for, that would focus on children with special needs.
But Joey is adamant about one thing. Larry is cut out.
Joey made it very clear that he did not want to provide any inheritance for his son whatsoever.
Rabbi Mintz gathers that Joey has no plans to leave money to Nora or the lawyers.
Nothing was going to be going to his caregiver, Garabati, his attorney, Hookstraten, his attorney, McCormick, or his accountant, Himes.
The meeting wraps up, and McCormick tells Joey he'll draft up a will. In the following weeks, Nora, Joey, and McCormick start to spend time with each other socially.
Joey and I loved James Chemo McCormick very much. He visited regularly. He was very kind and seemed compassionate and caring, took his time in explaining everything, and the more he came to visit us, the more we learned to trust him.
August 2004. Joey signs his will, leaving the majority of his $8 million estate to children's charities. His two grandsons will each inherit $1 million. At this point, Joey also decides to leave $100,000 to Nora and $50,000 each to Hookstraten and Himes. But his neighbors believe Joey may be vulnerable and easily influenced.
My idea of what dementia is starting to show signs as early as 2002 when he was yelling at some contractors across the street. You know, it was his just demeanor and the manner that he approached them I thought was odd. It wasn't Joey as I've known him.
Nora is convinced Joey is of sound mind.
In 2004 and early 2005, Joey is very sharp and lucid and well aware of all that is going on in relation to his estate planning.
But less than 6 months after signing his will, Joey rethinks.
His grandchildren had not visited or made any phone contact with him, and he was very upset. He was struggling. He loved his grandsons, but they did not come to visit, they did not call.
Joey cuts his grandsons Scott and Kirk out of his will and then makes another dramatic change.
In the first half of 2005, Joey communicated to Rabbi Reuven Mintz that he no longer considered giving to any children's charities, including the rabbis.
Why does he abandon an organization that seems so close to his heart? Mintz says he is not even told about the change.
In September of 2004, Joey had told me he had executed and signed the will and everything was set in place and taken care of.
The rabbi's visits decreased significantly, and I still remember Joey telling me, "I wonder what happened to the rabbi." And then Rabbi Reuven Mintz's visit stopped altogether, and Joey said, "I am very disappointed in the rabbi's behavior and believed he was only interested in money."
We never had a falling out. We had a beautiful relationship, as many can attest to.
Rabbi Mintz insists that Nora is the one who kept him away from Joey.
Nora Garabati, the caregiver, began not to allow me into the home. When I called for Joey, she would not give the phone to Joey. She took total control of Joey's home.
The rabbi's lawyer, Robert Weinberg, becomes suspicious of the dramatic changes in Joey's estate planning.
There's a radical alteration. Now the money, instead of going in bulk to children's charities, goes to his caretaker, Nora Garabati, his lawyer, Ed Hookstraten, and his accountant, Miles Himes. So, to a great extent, the money guys get the money. Excluded now is the beloved charity, the close friend and confidant rabbi, and the grandchildren. Unusual, I would say.
Nora's share now increases to 50% of the estate. Hookstraten will get 40% and Himes 10%. On March 19, 2005, Joey signs his revised will. He also wants to make McCormick a beneficiary, but legally the lawyer drafting the will is not allowed to inherit. McCormick suggests that Joey should simply state his intentions in a handwritten note.
James Kimo McCormick could not be a recipient of a gift because it was unethical and unlawful. He suddenly was now telling him to write a note to circumvent the whole idea. And I remember something in the back of my mind saying, this doesn't sound quite right, but I remained quiet. I actually regret not standing up and stating, Joey, something doesn't sound right here, we should get it checked out.
At this point, family friend Sandy Hackett notices a rapid decline in Joey's physical condition.
You could see he was frail, he was slow. He wasn't the young, strong guy I knew. I mean, when I was, I think, probably 15 or 16, Joey taught me to box. I'd come up to his house, we'd go work out in his garage, and we'd hit the bag and the speed bag, and then one day he said, we're gonna put on gloves and hit each other. And then he's put his hand out there, and we touched gloves a few times. He goes, now I'm going to hit you. And he hit me a whack. And I went, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't fun. But in his mid-80s there, he was not in that kind of health anymore.
It's not just Joey's physical condition. His mental condition is also fast declining. It puts into question whether Joey can make rational decisions concerning his last will and testament.
Now, anybody who's looking for the truth here can find no source more reliable and trustworthy than a statement made to a neurologist by Joey's caregiver, Nora Garibaldi. Can't remember grandsons' names? For the last several weeks, he's been asking if his brothers and sisters are alive. Got confused the other day and thought someone had told him that his son had passed away. Raises some questions.
Questions that will lead to suspicion, anger, and some serious accusations.
She's as angry as can be, and she said, you are no longer allowed to see Joey.
Rat Pack comedian Joey Bishop is 88 years old, and those closest to him are the potential inheritors of his $8 million estate. Neighbors are concerned about his mental health, and in 2006, after suffering a broken ankle, Joey's senility takes a turn for the worse.
There would be days where he would know who I was and why I'm there, or there would be days he'd look at me and say, what are you here for? What are you doing? And question that. It was an off and on thing, but more off than on.
Lynn also believes that Nora is getting increasingly protective of Joey.
She said, you are no longer allowed to see Joey. And I said, why? I'd been such a part of his life all that summer and her life all that summer. And she said, Joey is becoming too dependent upon you. I did not see Joey again. Nora denied any access, any phone call, any meeting with Joey. I never saw Joey Bishop again, ever.
I used to be able to walk right through the gate of Joey's house, like no problem to come on in and see him. But I realized that suddenly one day when I opened up Joey's gate, I couldn't open up Joey's gate. I had to push a button, and when I pushed that button, I would hear Nora's voice.
Nora, it's Bob. Could you let me in, please?
And she would say, oh, I'm sorry, you can't come see him right now. And this would happen not one day, but it would happen a day after day after day after day after.
July 2007. As Joey's health gets worse, he is having second thoughts about leaving money to Chemo McCormick.
I remember within a week of Joey arriving home from the hospital, he asked if his estate planning was in order, and we began discussing how much his attorneys were getting, and he said he did not want them to get this, and something in his mind was saying something isn't right here.
Nora says that Joey asks her to fire James McCormick and ensure he does not receive any money from the estate.
There were certainly suspicions on Joey's part and a mistrust on his attorneys. Even Joey had me go to our safe deposit box at our local bank and retrieve the note that James Chemo McCormick had instructed Joey to write, which benefited him and his friend Ed Hookstratton. And I did so and brought it home, and Joey tore it up, saying he did not trust them. Joey also wrote notes to my benefit during this time, which related to his wish in giving me the house, monies that we shared in our bedroom, and various assets around the house.
You did the right thing.
Joey, sensing his death is near, calls for another Orange County rabbi and friend, Bernard King.
Joey trusted me, and that was very precious because Joey had learned not to trust very many people. The day before he died, I visited him in the hospital. Joey had an oxygen mask over his face. He said, well, I don't want to die, but if I do, will you be there? And I said, Joey, I promise you if I can, I'll be there with you.
It was very, very upsetting, very, very stressful for me. I remember I would stay overnight at the hospital, and all I would do is pay attention to the monitor in his room as far as what his blood pressure was, his vitals, his oxygen level, and that's all I did.
Nora decides now is the time to disclose her relationship to her parents.
I realized with certainty that Joey's health was declining, and I chose to go visit my mother and father and tell them that I had been in a relationship for over 2 decades that they were unaware of. And I remember my mother and father being very supportive, and of course they were surprised and shocked because they last knew of a golfing relationship sometime in the mid-1980s.
On October 17th, 2007, Joey Bishop dies peacefully in bed. He is 89 years old.
He was in his own home with familiar settings on the bayfront, which he enjoyed most of his lifetime. Those closest to him were present when he passed away. Myself, Rabbi Bernie King, who presided over him and gave him his last rites.
Joey is cremated and his ashes cast into the Pacific Ocean.
We went out on a private boat, and Joey had been cremated, which is not something you normally do in Jewish tradition.
It's kind of strange, but 18 years preceding his death, he told me he wanted me to have his ashes. Actually, I'll show you. I actually have a piece that I keep close to my heart, and I wear this every day of my life. And these are his ashes.
And I remember just watching Nora. You know, she didn't take her eyes off the container there and watched it bobbing in the water. She was definitely lost in her thoughts, and I think she loved him very much.
The Lido Isle neighbors are not invited to Joey's funeral.
I can't really name a person that was invited to Joey's funeral, which was quite disturbing for a lot of folks, including myself.
You couldn't even contact her because she would kind of like hide from you and stuff. She had a lot planned. She seemed like a somewhat smart gal. She had this all planned in her mind from the way it's turning out now.
Joey's estate is estimated to be worth $8 million. Nora is due to inherit half, and a handwritten note says she is also to get the valuable Lido Isle house. But the note turns out to have no legal value whatsoever.
I continued living in our home for 1 year after Joey's death. Then I started having some issues with James Keemel McCormick, whereas his treatment of me changed significantly.
McCormick promptly orders Nora to move out of Joey's Lido Isle home.
He told me Joey was dead. He didn't care about his wishes. All I was merely was a subordinate, a tenant, and all kinds of things that were going to happen that I was unaware of. And it was very upsetting to me to have had to go through this upsetting moment after Joey's death. And it made me realize that James Keemel McCormick was not, in fact, a friend.
Nora hires her own lawyer and sues them all.
The reason I had sued the 2 attorneys and the accountant was to preserve Joey's wishes, and I wasn't about to sit back and allow others to take advantage of Joey's estate.
But neighbor and friend Lynn Beaumont has another theory.
I hate to use the word conspiracy, but I think there was a conspiracy that they were going to take hold of Joey's estate, divide it their number of ways, 4 or 5 ways or whatever, amongst themselves. And when Nora was told that she couldn't live on Lido Island and live in the house, she got very angry and turned on the very people that she was plotting with.
Nora will have to prove she was Joey's sweetheart and not his caregiver. Otherwise, she is legally barred from inheriting a dime of Joey's estate.
Ed Gregory Hookstratton and Miles Himes painted me to be Joey's caregiver and that I had committed elder abuse.
Joey Bishop has left half his estate to his girlfriend of 20 years and the other half to his lawyers. But Nora Garibaldi is not satisfied with half. She sues Hookstratton, Himes, and McCormick, alleging that they conspired to manipulate a senile old man and gain personally from the estate. Nora hires experienced litigator Robert A. Julian.
Nora Garibaldi requested me to represent her in connection with the losses she suffered as a result of the estate planning for Joey Bishop. We had a case essentially of he said, she said. Nora Garibaldi explained that, in her view, she believed Kimo McCormick was the one who put Joey Bishop up to giving 50% of his estate to the lawyers, and Kimo McCormick said that's not how it happened.
The media gets wind of the court battle, and Nora's claim about her 20-year romance with Joey goes public. Rabbi King is shocked.
You know, I first became aware of a romantic relationship between Joey and Nora after he died, when I read it in the newspaper. Prior to that, I knew they had a very close relationship, a very loving relationship, but I had no idea, the depths of that relationship.
But this is exactly what Nora has to prove in court. A lover can inherit, but a caregiver cannot.
Nora did not describe her relationship with Joey in an intimate manner at all, ever.
To even conjure up the ideal that he had a romantic feeling for Nora was the most absurd of notions that I could imagine. And I can't believe anybody would ever believe anything different that knew Nora and Joey.
Ed Gregory Hookstratton and Miles Himes painted me to be Joey's caregiver and that I had committed elder abuse. And I found the claim to be completely and totally outrageous.
Nora calls witnesses to testify on her behalf.
Some of Joey's physicians that were involved in his life said I was a wonderful person. In fact, his neurologist even thought that there was a loving relationship between us and that I was not, in fact, the caregiver.
McCormick's credibility is shaken when, during deposition, he reveals an extraordinary fact.
McCormick, in 30 years of practicing law as a mergers and acquisition lawyer, had never drafted a single trust instrument or will in his life for a client.
Nora and her lawyer twist the knife. They accuse the lawyers of attempting to illegally siphon off money from the Joey Bishop estate.
McCormick had structured the transactions with Hookstratton and Himes solely in order to get the transfer back to McCormick in what we allege to be a kickback.
I never heard of an attorney manipulating an individual's estate to benefit themselves. It is highly unethical, in my opinion, and unconscionable as well.
The legal proceedings last for almost a year. Finally, both sides agree to settle. The terms of the settlement will forever remain a closely guarded secret. But financially, Nora is the big winner. She walks away with several $1 million.
My goal was to preserve Joey's wishes, which were to give me the majority of his estate. Also, another goal of mine was to reveal what James Kimo McCormick had done. And between me and my attorney, we successfully embarked on that.
In 2008, the Joey Bishop estate is settled. But no one has told Rabbi Mintz. With the Chabad charity completely cut out of Joey's will, Mintz sues Hookstratton, McCormick, Himes, and Nora, accusing them of blocking Joey's final wishes.
Joey's intention was to leave this to Chabad for the creation of the Friendship Circle that would be dedicated to children with special needs of all races and religions.
I think the rabbi was a putz. I think he was a ganef. I think he wanted to procure for himself what he wanted instead of procuring for Joey's loved ones what Joey wanted them to have.
The rabbi's case is thrown out of court. The wording in Joey's original will was far too vague.
You see, I don't believe that Rabbi Mintz knew that the first document did not include Chabad by name. Joey had merely left his money to children's charities in the abstract.
Joey's neighbors are dismayed to discover that Nora has won out in court and inherited Joey's millions.
It was shock. People were absolutely shocked. Some people would say, oh, she deserved it. She had to put up with his sickness for all of those years. And the majority of people said, how could this happen?
The true motives of those closest to Joey in his final years will remain a mystery that provokes strong feelings on all sides.
He wanted the friendship circle and the children to be taken care of. And this, as far as I'm concerned, is a travesty to his life.
She should have gotten more. Nora Garabati should have gotten everything Joey ever intended. You know, anybody that got another piece, they didn't deserve. She was there for a long time, and from everything I saw and was part of, Joey loved her very much and wanted her to have everything he could give her.
Joey always called me his soulmate and the love of his life, and I always felt the same, and we had a wonderful, beautiful, loving relationship, which in my opinion will last my entire life.
Pierre Dumaine dies, leaving behind 2 adult children.
She said, I just had the hospital pull the plugs on Dad. What do you think? And I said, you should have had it done months ago.
The content of his will triggers a feud over a family fortune worth $250 million.
I have Dumaine blood running through my veins just as much as Susie and Peter, and I should have a right to inherit that money.
A legal battle reveals a sordid family history of rivalry, betrayal, and infidelity.
My grandfather had an illegitimate child? I've never heard that.
Well, here I am, a living abortion.
August 1987. Pierre Dumaine dies at the age of 75. He was a prominent member of a wealthy New England textile dynasty. The Dumaine estate and family trust is valued at $250 million. Pierre, a widower, leaves behind his 2 children, Susie and Peter.
My sister called me at work, and I knew exactly what she had to say. She said, I just had the hospital pull the plugs on Dad. What do you think? And I said, you should have had it done months ago.
When Pierre Dumaine dies, his family has already been torn apart for years. Along with his sister Susie, Peter is naturally in line to inherit from his father's estate. But when Pierre delivers his last wishes in a pre-recorded speech, his children are in for a surprise.
He didn't leave me a thing. The only thing that I got, and my sister stole it from his house, was my grandfather's silver cigarette box.
But the biggest revelation is yet to come. one that will trigger a legal battle over a $250 million trust that was originally established by Pierre's father, Frederick Christopher Dumaine.
My grandfather, F.C. Dumaine, was a self-made man. He came from very poor parents.
In spite of his modest background, F.C. Dumaine quickly rises through the ranks of the Amoskeag textile plant in Manchester, New Hampshire. By the time he reaches the senior position of treasurer in 1905, Amoskeag is one of the largest textile firms in the world.
He was taught by his mother to save half of everything he earned, and that's how he started to amass a lot of money.
As the years pass, F.C. Dumaine invests his money wisely. He takes control of a shipyard and a railroad. And by the 1920s, he is one of the richest Americans in his time.
He was a legend in Manchester, New Hampshire, which is a company town.
Charles de Grandpré grew up in Manchester hearing many stories of F.C. Dumaine.
The Amoskeag Manufacturing Company was personified by the old man. He ran a company town and ran it roughly, and he was not a loved man, and he was an autocrat.
F.C. Dumaine imposes strict rules on his employees. They have to go to church every Sunday, they can't consume alcohol, and they have a 10 p.m. curfew. F.C.'s family is also subject to his moral values. Born from French-Canadian immigrants, F.C. inherits a conservative and religious attitude, values that would dictate how the family's wealth should be passed on in the years to come.
He was very adamant about being very moralistic and that the right, proper thing is done.
F.C. Dumaine is married to Bessie Thomas, the daughter of the revolutionary Isaiah Thomas. Pierre Dumaine is the youngest of their children.
My grandfather had 7 children, 3 boys and 4 girls. There was Hatsy, who was the oldest. There was Betty, and then there was Uncle Buck. Then there was Aunt Harriet. Then there was Aunt Cordelia. Then there was Uncle Chris, and then my father.
But Bessie's liberal values would soon clash with F.C.'s conservatism.
She was in every society thing that was going on at that point. And then when the women's suffragette came, of course, my grandmother, Bess, being the strong nature as she is, was all for it, and even marched down with flags saying for women's votes and stuff. I think my grandfather was a little chagrined about it. But he loved her so much that he sort of let her do what she wanted to.
But the spouses' conflicting values proved to be too much. In 1919, Bessie divorces F.C., leaving him to raise their children. For Pierre, the youngest, his mother will be dearly missed. F.C. becomes his sole parental figure, an imposing, authoritative father.
I think my father, Pierre, respected his father, maybe was intimidated a little bit by him. He would be the type that would push you up against the wall to see how fast you would come down fighting, and the quicker you came down, the better he liked it.
In 1920, with the help of legal advisors, F.C. Dumaine creates a trust to benefit his legitimate children and grandchildren.
Frederick C. Dumaine had 7 children, but he placed and preferred his son, Buck Dumaine.
F.C.'s eldest son, Buck, is designated head of the trust. This entitles him to dictate how the proceeds of the multi-million-dollar trust shall be distributed to the Dumaine family members. In other words, Buck has sole control over his siblings' income.
The power he gave Buck was bound to upset his siblings. Usually a trustee is given the power to pay equally amongst the children. But Buck had extraordinary powers over the trust, had the power to stop income.
From a young age, Buck is given important responsibilities in the family business. As FC's eldest daughters are sent off to school to be formally educated, Buck stays behind to learn firsthand from his father how to run the company.
He nurtured Buck along to take his place, which he well should have. He was the oldest son.
10 years later, Pierre, the youngest son, follows in the footsteps of his brother and gets involved in the company business. Buck is now in a senior position in the company and on the brink of taking over from their father.
My father, Pierre's relationship to his brother, Buck, was strained.
Company secretary Evelyn Humphreys finds herself in the middle of the power struggle that quickly emerges between the two brothers. Even though Buck is married, he relentlessly makes advances on her. Advances that irritate his brother Pierre. Evelyn's connection to the Dumaine brothers would have a profound impact on later generations. Pierre eventually marries. He and his wife Margaret have 2 children, Susie and Peter. But Pierre struggles to be a nurturing father.
Well, my father, I don't know whether he knew how to be a father, and not that kids come with instructions.
Seeking a father figure, Peter turns to his uncle Buck.
Buck and I seemed to have a rapport that we were able to get along.
Buck's tough attitude pleases young Peter, who for the same reasons enjoys spending time with his grandfather.
The one thing that I always remember is walking into his house and that smell of cigar tobacco. First things I remember, he used to call me Johnny, and he used to get so mad because I'd say my name is Peter. And I think that's one of the reasons why he liked me so much. I wasn't going to take any guff from him.
Peter visits his grandfather frequently, and FC teaches him one of his favorite pastimes, riding horses.
I could be put in the saddle and not even let the stirrups down. That's how little I was. And we would ride down into the woods, and then we would stop, and he would lift me off the horse and set me on the trunk of a tree or something, and he would tell me different stories.
One story in particular remains with Peter to this day.
Grandfather always used to like to go riding with his children in the morning. And they all would, and that's one reason why when I think it was Theodore Roosevelt asked my grandfather and grandmother if they wanted to spend the night in the White House, that my grandfather reneged and said he had to get home and ride with his children, and my grandmother was furious.
Growing up, young Peter becomes very close to the Dumaine patriarch. But in 1951, the old man's health quickly deteriorates. Sensing his death is near, FC calls his grandson Peter to his side to give him one last piece of advice.
Grandfather did tell me that towards the end of his life. Don't ever get a woman pregnant or you'll be cut off. So I took that quite to heart, believe me, quite to heart.
It would take decades before Peter would grasp the full magnitude of this warning. A few weeks later, the patriarch dies, but his moral values stay well alive in the family. Buck now assumes the role of patriarch, and it would not be long before Pierre, who is nicknamed Spike, goes to court to dispute his brother's mismanagement of the family trust.
Spike contended the trustees, mainly Buck, had misused their powers in the way they invested their money for their own benefit.
From their young age, Pierre and Buck's relationship had been marked by rivalry. But this confrontation would leave deep scars in their relationship forever. Pierre loses the case, and Buck retains his ultimate power to run the Dumaine Trust. But the two brothers will soon embroil themselves in another battle. And this time, it's not over money. It's over a woman.
I think a child knows something's going on. And my sister and I knew something was going on.
Pierre Dumaine dies, leaving behind a multi-million-dollar trust and 2 adult children. But a mysterious woman is about to come forward to claim what she says is rightfully hers. 1,000 miles south of Manchester in the state of Alabama, 21-year-old Elizabeth Charney is pregnant with her second child. She's broke and already struggling to provide for her first son, AJ.
I worked really hard to raise my children and making a living. Growing up was really hard for them, but they knew what it was to eat. We used to call it potato soup. It was just potatoes and water.
Elizabeth was brought up by adoptive parents. Now in her 20s, she informs them of her wish to know more about her biological parents.
I said, I just really want to know my background so that I can pass down some of my natural self to my children.
When Elizabeth contacts the lawyer who handled her adoption, she learns that her call had been expected for years.
Apparently, my natural parents had also contacted him, and the lawyer sent me their letters.
Elizabeth is able to arrange a meeting with her natural parents. The reunion takes place a few days later at a motel in Birmingham, Alabama.
I remember being so nervous, but calm at the same time. And we went into the hotel parking lot, and I saw this man, and I just knew instantly that he was my father.
Elizabeth's natural father is Pierre Spike Dumaine, and her mother is the former company secretary, Evelyn Humphreys. The same Evelyn Humphreys that Pierre's older brother Buck had pursued years earlier. As their daughter was growing up in Alabama, Evelyn and Pierre had finally become husband and wife.
They met at some motel someplace, and somebody told me as she and whoever was with her were walking down the driveway to the motel, she was bouncing up and down saying her father loved her, her father loved her, her father loved her, etc., etc.
My mother, Evelyn, I think was more nervous. That very day, she gave me a necklace, an amethyst necklace that her mother had made for her. I just knew that they loved me and I loved them like no years had ever passed.
Pierre and Evelyn soon arranged for Elizabeth to fly to their estate in Maine.
I remember getting off the airplane in Portland, Maine. Daddy was there to pick me up, and when we drove up to the house, it was very nice, very, very nice house. I didn't really give thought about money or anything.
Pierre and Evelyn explained to Elizabeth how they were forced decades earlier to give her up for adoption. In those days, Evelyn was working as Pierre's secretary.
My father was having an affair with my mother, and she got pregnant with me.
But Pierre is married to Margaret at the time, and the baby is soon perceived as a threat to the respectability of the Dumaine name.
I was a change-of-life baby, so it was kind of a surprise to everybody.
As patriarch of the Dumaine family, Buck reacts strongly to the news of Evelyn's pregnancy.
My Uncle Buck was very upset about my father's infidelity.
They were not willing to abort me, even though it was illegal. People with money could do those things, and they weren't willing to do that.
Buck exercises his authority over the family trust to put pressure on his brother.
There was in the trust a morality clause, and Buck used that to cut my father off.
And so my father actually sent my mother to Europe, supposedly on business, for about 8 months, and then brought her back to New York City, where I was born on January 19th, 1956, in French Hospital, New York City.
Payments were resumed to Spike by Buck, but the lesson had been learned that they all should stay in line or they would lose the income of this enormous trust.
Shortly after her birth, Elizabeth is adopted by Nelda and John Scudder. They will never keep Elizabeth's adoption a secret from her.
My mom and dad, Scudder, were some of the most giving, generous, loving people. And as I get older, I realize that they always read to us as children. And one of the books they read was The Chosen Baby, which is about adoption. I still have the book. And it talks about adoption, and they explain that I was the chosen baby and that I was adopted.
In March 1961, Pierre divorces Peter and Susie's mother, Margaret. And only 1 week later, he marries Evelyn. Elizabeth discovers that they were thinking of her at the time.
They went to Virginia to get married because Virginia is one of the states that when a couple gets married and already has a living child born out of wedlock, the marriage legitimizes that child.
Pierre and Evelyn then make a gesture to Elizabeth's adoptive parents to ensure her financial security.
They had tried to set up a trust for me when I was 5 or 6 years old. And Mom and Dad Scudder said they would take the trust, but it had to be split between Henry, my adopted brother Henry, and myself. And they didn't, want to do that. And so they never did set up the trust.
Meanwhile, Evelyn continues to hold vigil for her lost baby girl.
My dad, Pierre, said that every year on my birthday, Evelyn would go into her room and go into a depression for several days. I can't imagine giving up a child.
Through the lawyer who handled the adoption, Pierre and Evelyn continue to keep constant tabs on Elizabeth.
The lawyer knew the Scudders, and so the lawyer kind of played a go-between. So Evelyn knew all about me growing up. She even had some of my report cards. They knew everything about me.
Now reunited with her parents, Elizabeth is adamant she is not interested in the Dumain's wealth.
I would never ask my dad or mom for anything. They offered to fly us up to Maine, which they did. I wasn't calling all the time, and I said, I just can't afford the phone bill. And they said, don't worry, call collect every day or every week, but we want to hear from you. That was Dad's thing, you need to call every week. I knew they were comfortable. I'm not stupid, not totally stupid. I was very naive, but I would never even dream of asking them for anything. Honestly, the most important thing was having that complete self of finding my dad and my mom.
As the years pass, Elizabeth spends time with her parents and discovers details about the Dumain dynasty.
We would spend a lot of our time, or most of our time, sitting and talking, and they had a fireplace in there. Pierre would tell me stories, so many stories about how Grandpa started as an errand boy and worked his way up. And I think that meant so much to him because it was the promise of America, that you could become anything. And I always grew up, I think my dad, Scudder, and Mom, Nelda, also raised me up believing that there were endless possibilities in your life. You could do anything. But that meant a lot to my dad, Pierre, that his dad started out as an errand boy and ended up owning these companies and becoming one of the wealthiest men in the United States and having correspondences and socializing with the presidents.
Pierre slowly starts to involve his newfound daughter in family gatherings. At some point, he specifically arranges for Elizabeth to meet her half-sister, Susie. Elizabeth still remembers the discussion they had when they went for a walk that day.
She was nice, but she said, I thought you were an abortion. I knew that Evelyn was pregnant with you, but I thought they had an abortion. And I said, well, here I am, a living abortion. You know, I just didn't pay any attention to it. I just thought that was her way of being surprised that she knew I existed.
Gradually, Susie starts to warm up to Elizabeth and her sons.
I remember my sister, Susie, coming to visit, and AJ even called her Mama because it was uncanny how much we looked alike. My dad talked a lot about Susie. He loved Susie. He, shared a lot of things about her.
But Elizabeth's half-brother Peter is conspicuously absent from her father's life.
Dad told me he was angry at Peter for siding with the opposite side of the family.
Peter has never forgiven his father for cheating on his mother. And the two men haven't talked to each other since Pierre's wedding to Evelyn.
I felt my father was completely wrong. My sister, I think, made an effort to be more of a child to him. And she did stay friendly to him throughout all of this stuff, but I just did not think that he did the right thing by my mother and the family. And even my mother said, well, Peter, you really should try to have a relationship with your father. At one point, when my sister was married and had 4 kids, her husband was fooling around, so she went up to my father so that she would have a place to stay. And he told her that she could not stay, that he did not have enough money to take her in. And she called me from Maine, telling me what happened. And I said, get yourself over here. At least we can all sleep under a roof. And while she was coming over, I said to my wife, Nancy, I said, as far as I'm concerned, my father has just passed away. No father should put his children out, no matter if he has no money or has no roof over his head. He should always take them back in. So I never talked to my father after that.
But the long-lasting dispute with his son eventually leads Pierre to rewrite his will. In a recorded message intended for his family, he explains the details of his last wishes.
The will stated specifically that my sister and I were to inherit equally, and that Peter was not to inherit from my father Pierre's estate.
But Peter is a fighter. Just like he did as a child, he turns to his Uncle Buck, who reassures him about the money.
Everybody would say, Peter, you have no worries. Don't worry about it.
And as Pierre ages, the Dumaine children are covertly getting ready for a battle.
Dad was on his deathbed, and that's when she turned on me.
Elizabeth Charney has been reunited with her biological parents, Pierre and Evelyn Dumaine, for more than 10 years. It's like a fairy tale come true. Her parents are overjoyed that she is back in their lives, but their health is failing. In January 1987, Elizabeth's parents come to visit her and her sons. It will be the last time Elizabeth sees her mother, Evelyn.
The sad thing was that on the way home, my mom, Evelyn, had a heart attack. I never forget that because we had celebrated my 30th birthday together, and I was supposed to go visit again right after or near my 31st, and she died. We had her funeral in the spring. I remember they said the Psalm 17. That was her favorite Bible verse.
At her mom's funeral, Elizabeth starts to feel like she's truly one of the Dumaines.
Daddy had one of the limousine drivers take me to the airport. He had given me one of Mom's mink jackets. And so here I am in this limousine with a mink jacket, and I'm thinking, boy, do I feel like a movie star now.
Elizabeth realizes she may soon be able to enjoy a much more comfortable life. She's an heir to her father's family fortune, and his health is deteriorating.
After Evelyn died, he was brokenhearted, but he was also sick.
Soon after Evelyn's death, Pierre has a heart attack. For days, a life support system is all that keeps him alive. Susie is the only sibling at his bedside.
I called her to find out my dad's condition while he was still in the hospital. She was curt and said, if you want to see him, you need to get up there, and basically hung up the phone. That was the last conversation I have ever had with her. Dad was on his deathbed, and that's when she turned on me.
Elizabeth is en route to see her father when Susie asks for the respirator to be unplugged. Pierre Dumaine dies at the age of 75.
I just felt like I lost one of my best friends.
After her father has taken his last breath, Susie calls her brother Peter to break the news to him. Despite a lifelong estranged relationship with his father, Peter tells his sister he'll be at the funeral, just to make sure his dad is dead and buried in his casket.
I said, well, I'll be up. She said, you're coming? I said, yes, I want to make sure he's in it.
At her father's funeral, Elizabeth meets her brother Peter for the first time.
She came racing at me with her arms open, saying something to the effect, oh, my long-lost brother. And just as she got to me, I ducked away from her, moved over to my sister, and I said, I don't think so.
He was just very clear. He didn't accept me, he didn't recognize me, and he didn't want me there.
Susie also turns a cold shoulder to Elizabeth.
You know, she didn't want to talk, and I didn't know what was going on.
Susie is finally revealing her true feelings about her half-sister.
The reason Susie had anything to do with me while Dad was alive was because Dad had said that if she did not accept me, he would cut her off as well. And the way that he obviously did cut Peter off, I suppose she was afraid that he really would.
And now that Pierre is dead, Elizabeth is on her own.
The family was supposed to go in the limousines. Well, everybody went, and my sons and myself were left behind.
Elizabeth and her sons hitch a ride to the church in a pickup truck.
I guess I was a little hurt, to be honest with you. During the funeral service, I remember one of the uncanny things was that the flowers fell off Daddy's casket.
Bang, boom, bang. And all of a sudden, the blanket of roses slid onto the floor with a lot of noise, and I nudged my sister. I said, I told you he wasn't in it.
And I remember saying, well, he's not very happy today.
Shortly after the funeral service, Pierre's children gather in a room to listen to the tape of Pierre's last wishes. As expected, Peter inherits nothing from his father's estate.
When he died, he didn't leave me a thing, which is fine. I don't really care.
But Elizabeth and Susie are both named in the will.
The tape said basically that he didn't want us kids to fight. Now, what that was pointed at, I don't know. I think he probably realized that all of us being very strong individuals would probably start fighting over what we got out of his estate. After it was played, I turned to my sister and I said, "That's it, let's go." So I have no comment on it other than that it was played. I'm guessing, purely my guess, that it was pointed at all of us.
Peter doesn't challenge Pierre's will, and Elizabeth and Susie get a check for $200,000 each. It's a fraction of the Dumaine family fortune, but more money than Elizabeth has had in her entire life.
It was like I won the lottery.
But like many lottery winners, Elizabeth is unable to handle her newfound wealth.
I tried to do good things with the money, and the money went. It went very quickly. And you'd be surprised at how people come out of the woodwork.
Elizabeth buys her ex-husband a car and hands over cash to her mother-in-law and needy friends. Within a year, she's blown her inheritance and is back to being broke. That's when she hears about the Dumaine Trust, the one that was established by Pierre's father, F.C. And a lawyer tells her that her father's last wishes might not have been completely fulfilled.
In his will, it was stated that my dad wanted me to inherit from the trust. So that's what I was supposed to inherit too. The trust was equal to something like $250,000 a year for life. And I thought, wow, that's a lot of money.
This explains why Peter doesn't care about his father's estate. With his sister Susie, he gets as much money every year from the Dumaine Trust. But why didn't Elizabeth get her share of this annual income?
I should have a right to inherit that money for my children's sake.
As the legal battle over the Dumaine multi-million-dollar family trust ensues, shocking family secrets are revealed.
My grandfather had an illegitimate child? I've never heard that.
Pierre Spike Dumaine dies, leaving $200,000 to each of his two daughters, Susie and Elizabeth. But Elizabeth discovers that her father also wanted her to benefit from a family trust, where the real money is. If she can make her case, she stands to gain up to $250,000 every year for life. But her half-brother and sister, Peter and Susie, are putting up a fight. Elizabeth hires lawyer Mark Langan to fight for the share of the Dumaine fortune she's been denied.
The first thing, upon a meeting with Elizabeth, I was just struck by how much she looked like her father. She's very tall, and the genetic composition is just, very, very close.
In my heart, I had that stubbornness. I always call it the Dumaine stubbornness, that if my father wanted me to inherit, there was no reason why, in my mind, that I shouldn't.
The media get wind of the story and have a field day. The rich siblings versus the poor half-sister is sensational press. Peter and Susie hire lawyer Charles de Grand Prix to defend their reputation and fight for what they feel is rightfully theirs.
Elizabeth Charney had gone on TV on one of the famous shows, Sally Jesse Raphael, or something like that, and had spoken to People magazine and clearly painted a picture of my clients as the rich brothers and sisters who wouldn't let the poor, ugly half-sister in on their millions.
When the media was getting the wind of the story, I think they all came to us, Geraldo, Sally Jesse Raphael, Oprah. I think, and I say this jokingly, I think Charles de Grand Prix purposely kept them away from me.
As a matter of fact, de Grand Prix specifically asks his clients not to retaliate publicly to Elizabeth's assertions.
Public relations-wise, it would be a disaster. They would look like they were excluding from the trust assets a person who they acknowledged was probably their sister. They did not deny that she was a half-sister. They just said she wasn't entitled to benefit from this trust.
In December 1990, the court hearings commence in F.C. Dumain's former company town, Manchester, New Hampshire.
We knew that with Mr. de Grandpré representing Peter and Susie, it would be an uphill battle. Mr. de Grandpré is one of the preeminent trust attorney in New Hampshire.
I was extremely nervous. I was worried about what to wear and all like that. I just looked straight ahead, tried to have no expression.
We have to go through those metal detectors. Well, our two lawyers, my sister, went through, and of course, when I went through, the alarms went beep, bop, boop, bop, bop, bop. So I had to stop, and it was my keychain. So anyway, I got through, and my sister and the two lawyers had already gone upstairs. And as I got to the top of the stairs, they were all laughing at me. And I thought it was because I'm the one that usually gets stuck in these things. And I said, yeah, I got stuck in the thing. She said, no, you just came up the stairs with the Charney girl. So they said, we thought you had taken sides with her, being very funny, of course. I said, I hardly think so.
It was very emotional. I was scared. I really felt alone.
The case begins with a spectacular twist. Elizabeth's attorney, Mark Langan, claims that Pierre Dumain was not the bad, cheating husband he appears to be. Langan informs the court that Pierre's wife at the time, Margaret, had in fact encouraged her husband to see Evelyn. Margaret had her own love interest, and it wasn't a man.
Margaret had already fallen in love with her childhood friend. And so the relationship between Pierre and Margaret had ended, and therefore when Pierre began a relationship with Evelyn, it was done with Margaret's knowledge and consent.
Langan continues to describe the lengths that Pierre went to recognize Elizabeth as his daughter. From his marriage with Evelyn in Virginia, to writing Elizabeth into his will as an heir to his estate and to the Dumain family trust.
The key point in our case was that every state, pretty much in the United States, has a statute that says that if the natural parents of children later intermarry, that the child shall be legitimate. The crux of our argument, that she was a legitimate child and therefore able to take under the terms of the trust.
She is not legitimate. She was born when my father was married to my mother. My father didn't marry Evelyn until 7 years after she was born. So there was no way she could be legitimate.
Or could she? After all, Pierre and Evelyn married in the state of Virginia purposely to legitimize their child.
Our argument was that when Pierre and Evelyn married each other, that she was legitimate from birth, and therefore her property interest in the trust locked in.
But Charles de Grandpré's key argument focuses on a totally different issue, the meaning F.C. Dumain gave to the word legitimate.
What did the old man F.C. Dumain mean when he limited his trust beneficiaries to legitimate children?
In a spectacular move, de Grandpré introduces the testimony of Frederick Meltzar, who was present when F.C. Dumain drafted his trust in 1920.
Frederick Meltzar said they had gone over each word. They had specifically discussed the term legitimate. Frederick C. Dumain intended by that term, quote, people born to parents who were married or subsequently married before their birth. This was the old-fashioned legitimate because Frederick Dumain was, quote, of the old school, unquote, a perfect picture of the old man.
The court will have to decide if the modern legal definition of an illegitimate child prevails over the meaning that F.C. Dumain had in mind when he drafted his trust in 1920. And one question remains. Why was F.C. Dumain so focused on the issue of illegitimacy? Realizing that her chance to inherit millions is at risk, Elizabeth does the unthinkable.
During the fight for the trust. At one point, Mark thought that if my mom and dad Scudder, John and Nelda, I don't know what the legal terms are, but like went and said that they reneged on the adoption, that it would help. And, you know, that's pretty hard to even ask to do, but I did. And they were even willing to do that if it was what I wanted. And I didn't want that. But I was just trying to inherit from my father Pierre's wishes.
I just could not do that to my adopted parents for any type of money. I don't care if there was hundreds of millions of dollars. To throw that into the face of people who had cared for me and loved me and taken care of me, I just couldn't do that. So that made me think what type of girl she was.
You know, that had to hurt. I know that now. As a mother, I couldn't imagine my kids saying, you know, I just want to say that you're not my mother to people. Is that okay? And because she didn't birth me, but she was my mother. I am as much Evelyn as I am Nelda. Just because I don't have Nelda's blood, I hope to be as good a person as she was. I try to be what she was. She was so smart and so giving. And I really miss her. I really miss her.
As we got ready to make our arguments, someone told me that F.C. Dumaine had himself an illegitimate child and thus wanted to make sure no illegitimate children ever benefited from this trust. When I learned that fact, I just didn't know what to do. Should I mention it in the court argument I was about to make?
The old man, F.C. Dumaine, is about to be unmasked. But will his past transgressions help Elizabeth's case?
We estimated that Elizabeth would stand to gain about $10 million.
Pierre Spike Dumaine clearly states in his will that he wants his daughter Elizabeth to inherit from his father's multi-million-dollar trust. But Elizabeth's half-brother and sister argue that she is not a legitimate child of their fathers, and therefore she's not entitled to inherit. When their lawyer is about to give his argument to the court, it's revealed to him that the old man, F.C. Dumaine himself, had an illegitimate child.
There had always been rumors that F.C. and his secretary were very close. When he would travel up to Manchester, he'd leave his family home and he'd stay up there several days.
In spite of all their differences, F.C. Dumaine and his son Pierre had something in common after all.
Spike's behavior almost mimicked F.C.'s.
Minutes before his closing argument, de Grand Prix realizes it's too late for him to factually prove F.C. Dumaine had any illegitimate children. But it sheds light on why the old man wrote his trust the way he did.
My bet is F.C. Dumaine had an illegitimate child. And that's why that unusual, very, very unusual language was put into that trust. Because F.C. Dumaine wanted to make sure his illegitimate child did not take under his trust.
Finally, the judge renders his decision, and he doesn't mince his words.
When the court declared in the answer from the judge, it says, you know, that I am a legal bastard child, that just really, I cried a lot over that. Not because I was ashamed of my parents or ashamed of who I am. It just kind of hurt. It still does. And I always tell my children, I don't want them to cuss at all, but if they ever say anything, they're never to say that word, because that just kind of hits home, you know.
the judge adopts the old man's definition of the word illegitimate. And the court rules that the old man Dumain's wish prevails over that of his son Pierre. Elizabeth and her two sons, Robert and AJ, will never receive a penny of the Dumain's multi-million-dollar trust.
It may seem unfair, but that's what F.C. Dumain dictated.
I've got thick skin, and I'm over it. If Dad Pierre was alive, he'd be right back in court somehow. He would not have allowed them to rest, I think. He would have fought it all the way.
We always wondered, why did Spike Dumain, during his lifetime, not legitimize Elizabeth Charney? Spike Dumain could have gone to court through a procedure and made her officially his legitimate daughter. Had he done that, she would have had a much stronger case. I don't think he ever gave it any thought, frankly.
I don't understand why Susie and Peter fought me. That kind of money, surely, even a little bit of it, are they really gonna miss it? But that's not my say. That was the court's decision. My dad did everything he could so that I would inherit. The courts decided that I wasn't entitled to inherit, and Susie and Peter never have contacted me, made it clear that they don't want any part of me, and I hope that they're happy, but honestly, I think they lost out knowing me and knowing their nephews.
I don't really care to have a relationship with Miss Charney. If I wanted to make friends with my so-called half-brothers, I think I would approach them on, yes, I'd like to be your brother, but I have no claim to your trust, and I'm not making a claim to your trust.
I will always be a Dumain. I have Dumain blood running through my veins just as much as Susie and Peter. My children have as much as their children, and nothing can change that. Not $1 can change that.
To this day, whether the old man F.C. Dumain really had an illegitimate child remains a mystery.
My grandfather had an illegitimate child? I can't imagine who it would have been.
Did F.C. Dumain, that famous, staunch Yankee, wander off the path and himself fall to the sexual mores of the day? I would love to know the answer. Wouldn't we all love to know the answer?
Doris Duke dies under highly suspicious circumstances, leaving an estate worth over $1 billion. Accusations of theft, corruption, drug abuse, and even murder abound.
It was like a feeding frenzy for lawyers.
Hordes of lawyers battle each other for the loot. But why did Doris Duke leave control of her vast fortune to her butler.
It just made a better story to say that the butler did it. But in this case, the butler didn't do it.
But was he a doting caregiver or a manipulative gold digger who hastened her demise? October 28, 1993, Doris Duke, aged 80, dies in Beverly Hills, California. She leaves more than $1 billion and an army of fortune hunters. Her butler, Bernard Lafferty, is named executor of the will. But has Doris entrusted her vast wealth to the right man? Doris was born into one of the richest families in America. Her philanthropist father, James Buchanan Duke, the benefactor of Duke University, owns some of the largest companies in the U.S., including Duke Power and American Tobacco, the makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. Buck loves his only child fiercely and is obsessed with her safety. From bodyguards to routine disinfection of the house to stave off disease, he spares no expense in shielding Doris. He tries to warn Doris about the curse of having too much money. Buck teaches her that because of her wealth, she should trust no one. When Buck dies in 1925, 12-year-old Doris inherits $80 million. The press nicknames her the richest girl in the world. Doris quickly asserts her independence, even suing her own mother for control over her inheritance. Her father has made it clear that he did not even trust his wife. Doris wins the trial. Doris does not lead a conventional life. She marries twice, but the marriages are short-lived. Her only child, a daughter named Arden, dies at birth, and sadly, Doris can never have children again. But she has the ultimate jet-set lifestyle and a string of dashing lovers. Doris travels extensively and collects countless treasures. The arts become her real passion. She has 5 residences: Duke Farms in New Jersey, Falcon's Lair in Beverly Hills, California, Rough Point in Newport, Rhode Island, a penthouse in New York City, and Shangri-La in Hawaii, that she decorates with an impressive collection of Islamic art. She shuttles between these homes in her own Boeing 737. As she approaches her 70s, Doris Duke becomes fascinated by a book about the extension of the human lifespan. She summons the book's medical editor, Dr. Harry Dimopoulos, and asks him to be her personal doctor.
I said, sure, I'd be happy to. What is your schedule like, Doris? She said, Dr. Dimopoulos, I don't have a schedule. I'm not busy at all. And that was the first indication that I had that she was kind of lonely, and she longed for people's company. What many people don't know is that Doris Duke was an excellent businesswoman. She knew how to manage her money. She knew how to make it grow. She knew how to manage people. She was incredible. I never charged for any of my examinations. I paid all my own expenses when I had to travel. I don't know, somehow the subject about money never came up. I would have felt as if I was rendering a bill to somebody in my family or a close friend, and you just don't do that.
At age 31, a young divorcee named Shandi Hefner joins Doris's eclectic inner circle of friends. Shandi is a belly dancer and a Hare Krishna disciple. They develop such a tight bond that 4 years later, Doris legally adopts her. For Doris, Shandi is the reincarnation of Arden, the daughter she lost at birth.
Shandi was instantly a great person in Doris's eyes because she was pretty, she was smart, laughed all the time. What do you do about an older female who longs to have children? Shandi was the first real family that she had. She shunned the other people that shared her name. She thought they were fortune hunters. Doris asked me point blank, should I adopt Shandi? And I said, Doris, she's perfect. You couldn't ask for a more perfect daughter.
Soon after the adoption, Shandi falls in love with James Burns, one of Doris's bodyguards.
He was handsome, charming, very likable. And Doris was okay with that. Even when it got hot and heavy, she said, what do you think of him? I said, Doris, I think he's a great guy. I think they make a great couple. She looked at me, laughing. I said, yeah, Doris, you're going to have a family with grandchildren. She said, yeah, she said, with a great big smile on her face, and I'm going to have to raise those brats. That was her attitude. She was looking forward to it.
In 1987, Doris hires a butler, Bernard Lafferty. He has good credentials, having worked for Peggy Lee and Elizabeth Taylor. Doris is not concerned with Lafferty's self-admitted drinking problem. Orphaned as a teenager, poor and uneducated, the Irish-born Lafferty emigrated to the U.S. in the 1970s. He worked his way up from restaurant waiter to butler for celebrities and the super rich.
The word obsequious was invented for Bernard Lafferty.
Thank you, Bernard.
He had all the superficial mannerisms of a very polite, attentive butler. But that was a facade. And he did not like the fact that Shandi was a gifted daughter, that Doris loved her, and it was obvious to whom the estate would pass when and if Doris passed.
As time goes by, Shandi takes control, handling Doris's finances and running the household. She is making enemies with the staff, including Bernard Lafferty. He convinces Doris that Shandi wants to poison her. Three years after the adoption, Doris takes action.
After a while, I heard Doris on the phone asking me, Harry, do you trust me? I said, sure, Doris, of course I trust you. I've known you now for 10 years. She said, well, I think Shandi's trying to poison me. I said, come on. There's no way that that could be possible. She said, no, I am sorry. I can't stay here in Hawaii. I'm afraid for my life. I have to get rid of her.
Dr. Demopoulos is very concerned that his friend Doris Duke wants to cut ties with her adoptive daughter, Shandi.
So I embarked on a program to try to mend things. So I called Shandi in Honolulu. I said, Shandi, what the heck is going on? Doris is way off on some wrong track into thinking that you're somehow poisoning her. And she said, that's crazy. And she said, I think I know who it is. I said, well, there aren't too many people in the house that could spread those kinds of lies that Doris would have any interest in paying attention to. I said, but the first person that comes to mind is Bernard Lafferty. She said, well, yeah, he's been acting kind of funny. I think he's the guy that wants to be Mr. Duke. We tried for about 2 weeks. They had some brief conversations. It didn't work.
No, Harry, I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Harry Demopoulos cannot convince Doris Duke that her butler is manipulating her. She believes that her adoptive daughter, Shandi, is really trying to poison her. Doris has Shandi and her boyfriend evicted from Shangri-La without a penny.
When Shandi was forced out, the only people that she had to rely on, truly, was Bernard Lafferty, because he had closed her in.
Doris now wants to disinherit her adopted daughter, Shandi. She consults attorneys Suzelle Smith and Don Howarth.
It was 2 or 3 years before her death. Bernard Lafferty, her butler, answered the door in a tuxedo, very formal butler outfit.
She was then in her late 70s, and she was alert. She was on top of her game, I would say. Doris Duke was one of those people who actually, I think, looked better as she got older. She was a pleasure to meet and completely in control of herself.
So she used her wealth to screen people and also to some extent to control people. And her wills in particular, she was very fond of using the wills to cut people in and cut people out. And she had lawyers for decades writing and rewriting wills. What Miss Duke wanted to do was disadopt Miss Hefner. And we explained to Miss Duke that there was no such thing as disadoption. Miss Duke said, I don't understand this. I've divorced 2 husbands. Why can't I disadopt? And we said, in the eyes of the law, she's your daughter. So after your death, she could challenge any will. She might not win, but she could challenge any will. And Miss Duke said, well, you guys will be around to deal with that after my death.
A year later, Doris is still in good health. Bernard Lafferty follows her everywhere and has become indispensable. Christopher Mason met Doris through a mutual friend that year.
Well, so I'd been waiting for her in her living room, and suddenly I heard her say, well, if he's here, why didn't you offer him champagne? And I figured that she was talking to her butler. Then she walked into the room. The butler was following her with a silver tray with a bottle of Veuve Clicquot champagne and a couple of glasses. And she kind of emerged, and she looked very dramatic. She had very white skin, blonde hair, very tall, and she was wearing a Valentino ball gown. So she looked almost kind of theatrical. When I was in her apartment and Bernard was out of the room, I turned to Doris and I said, so who is Bernard? And she kind of laughed. She sort of smiled and she said, well, I guess he's a butler. That's what you would call him. But there was kind of laughter in her eyes, as if he was so much more than just a butler. He was, a constant companion, and they had a lot of fun together. I was fascinated by their relationship, really, because clearly she was the boss. He was working for her. But between them, there was an extraordinary sort of warmth. And there was almost a kind of tenderness.
She didn't have any choice about anyone else that she could rely on. Bernard Lafferty's plot was working.
According to Dr. Demopoulos, encouraged by her butler, Doris undergoes an extensive facelift at 79 years old.
It was a fatal mistake that initiated a whole train of events.
Recuperating at home, she breaks her hip.
She was admitted to Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and that's when she got into the hands of other doctors who curiously filled her with all kinds of sedatives, happy pills to keep her in a good mood.
Dr. Harry Glassman, her plastic surgeon, recommends Dr. Charles Kivowitz to be her personal physician.
She had 4 hospitalizations during that year, 1992. She had never been hospitalized before. Not on my watch, as they say. In 1993, the fatal year, Lafferty convinced her to have yet more surgery. And he said, Doris, you can have beautiful knees again. Doris fell for it, and she had both knees replaced. Now that's unusual. You don't do surgery like that, and if you do it one knee at a time. But that was Lafferty's insistence, "Oh, get them both done, doctors. You can trust me. I will take good care of her in Shangri-La."
But the surgery is not a success. 4 weeks later, she is rushed back to Cedars-Sinai. A stroke weakens her even more.
She was a hollowed-out creature. She could barely talk, and the people at Cedars-Sinai recognized her as somebody who had been maltreated and ignored.
Doris was a very strong-willed, independent woman, and also very eccentric. And it was clear when I met her that her face had been refreshed at least once. So it didn't seem improbable that she would want to have another facelift. But just the idea of the butler trying to get her to have knee surgery just seems very implausible. She told me that she loved to dance, she loved to sing, so if her knees were bothering her, maybe she did want to have her knees fixed so that she could dance again.
But Harry Demopoulos believes that Lafferty is telling lies to the increasingly confused old woman. Lies that lead to a final, shocking telephone call.
I got a phone call from Doris. "Harry, you're saying bad things about me." I said, "What are you talking about, Doris? I couldn't possibly say anything bad about you. I love you. People in my family love you. We respect you. You're amazing." "Doris, please, this just isn't true. You know what we've been through for 10 years. You've trusted me, and I think you have to trust me again. I think somebody is trying to hurt you." I said, "No, I'm sorry, Harry." I said, "I don't want to see you ever again." That was disconcerting.
Throughout her life, I think, with her husbands and her lovers and even her friends, she always had to be cautious about the motives of the people who surrounded her. Having $1 billion in the bank was a lot of people want to be close to that, but not necessarily the people you want to have around you.
The isolation of Doris Duke in her last days was real and tragic because Miss Duke did not trust anyone, because she thought they would only love her for her money. She did not have people that she could trust who were close to her at the end. People couldn't get through because almost a bubble had been created around Miss Duke. And as a result, she was at the mercy of someone like this completely irresponsible, opportunistic butler. We called Miss Duke several times during her last illness. There was never a return of those phone calls.
I've heard this many times in other cases. For the most part, it isn't true. People get frustrated because they can't get through, but many times the subject they want to talk to has told people, "I don't want to talk to the doctor. I don't want to talk to this person. I'm tired. I don't feel well. Leave me alone." It's not unusual. This was a lady that was dying.
Doris's condition deteriorates quickly, and she dies of cardiac arrest. Bernard Lafferty, an uneducated butler who earns $40,000 a year, is suddenly the man in charge.
I found out about Doris's passing in my lab. Lafferty called me, and in his obsequious, characteristic Irish brogue, said that Miss Duke had passed away. And I said, "Wait, what happened? What happened?" Click. He offered no explanation, just hung up. The next couple of days, I saw the will in the New York Times. They published everything.
Following her family's tradition of philanthropy, Doris Duke leaves, as expected, the bulk of her estate to the new Doris Duke Charitable Foundation. Its mission includes support to the performing arts, the environment, medical research, and the prevention of child abuse. But what comes next is a shock to everyone. Bernard Lafferty is named executor of the will and trustee of the new foundation.
When I heard that she'd left $4.5 million to Bernard and $500,000 a year for the rest of his life, it struck me as kind of far-fetched. Being the executor of a billion-dollar estate is a very big deal. You have to be tremendously sophisticated. It was hard to imagine that Bernard, who seemed rather likable, but he seemed at the same time kind of simple. And I couldn't imagine that he would be able to handle something like that.
But Lafferty is up to the task. And because the will contains a highly unusual provision, he can even choose the institutional trustee to hold the assets. He appoints U.S. Trust.
In all of the prior wills of Miss Duke, there was an individual trustee and there was an institutional trustee. This is a system of checks and balances, so each one can look after the other and be a restraint on the other. In the Lafferty will, it gave him, for the first time, the complete power so that he could fire the institutional trustee if he chose to do so. So it put one man in a complete position of power. Power corrupts. He had absolute power. As the saying is, that corrupts absolutely.
That was unprecedented, and in fact unprecedented in estate law. Here was a person who was making $30,000 to $40,000 a year, who would suddenly be coming into the position of not only controlling $1 billion in funds, but would also be paid every year millions and millions of dollars of fees as a trustee and as an executor of the estate.
Marion Oates Charles, a friend of Doris Duke, is also named to the board of the charitable foundation. But Lafferty alone has the authority to appoint the 3 other members. His choices are Michael Jackson, the LSD guru Timothy Leary, and his friend Elizabeth Taylor, who has her own charity.
He wanted what I would call the Hollywood causes. He wanted Elizabeth Taylor to be on the board. He wanted to send her flowers. He wanted to make a flashy donation here and there. Instead of working with the children, the rainforest, the animals, the things that Miss Duke's will made clear were what she was looking out for.
Dr. Demopoulos is powerless to intervene. He believes Doris died in suspicious circumstances and that Lafferty is abusing his authority. But 3 months after Doris passes away, one of Lafferty's lawyers invites him to Doris Duke's New York City penthouse.
He said, you know, you were named as a prior executor and trustee of Doris's will. I said, what are you talking about? He said, no, you were the previous executor and trustee. I said, I had no idea. How did that happen? Well, this was written up in something like March 1991. I said, okay, why am I here? Apparently she changed the will and that's it. He said, no, New York state law requires that if you're named in a previous will, you have an obligation to check out the will, make sure that it was written fairly. He said, well, I'll be your lawyer so that if anybody wants to get to you, they have to come through me. I said, I don't need you. If there's something fishy going on, I want to know about it. I left.
Dr. Demopoulos is stunned by the revelation that if Doris had not changed her will, he would have been the executor. Now that he knows he has the right to challenge the will, he turns to attorneys Suzelle Smith and Don Howarth to have Lafferty expelled.
He said that he would do whatever it took. He would mortgage his house, but he felt that Doris Duke had been abused and taken advantage of, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it, and that her wishes were not being carried out.
I said, look, guys, I don't have any money, but I can assure you of one thing. I think I smell a rat, a big stinking one, then I will get to the truth of the matter.
Howarth and Smith decide to embrace the cause and prove that Lafferty is unfit as an executor.
Let's do it.
It's David against Goliath.
I bless the fact that we have these lawyers. They took a big risk. They didn't know if they were going to get anything out of it.
To defend himself, Bernard Lafferty has access to unlimited funds from the estate. He hires an army of lawyers, including celebrity lawyer Howard Weitzman, who defended the likes of Marlon Brando, Mike Tyson, and Michael Jackson.
I did like Bernard Lafferty. I thought he was a simple man, kind of an eccentric personality in a good sense, not in a bad sense. By the way, it's a story that's not unheard of, where someone takes an individual that they became close to and they put him in a position of trust and maybe even power, so to speak. It's not unusual. It was clear his whole life was Doris Duke. He ended up being her friend, her confidant, and ultimately, of course, she named him an executor in her estate.
I think that is utter and complete nonsense. She saw him in a very specific role, and she called him with a bell. Anyone who suggests that he was a confidant of Miss Duke's either does not know what they are talking about, or they are telling you something that's intentionally misleading and untrue.
I believe she was in sound mind. I knew the lawyers that were around her then, and I believe she did what she wanted to do. People may not have agreed with it, but they can't substitute their judgment or their wishes for what Ms. Duke wanted.
According to Dr. Demopoulos, Bernard Lafferty is running scared and wants to avoid litigation at all cost. He offers to buy him out.
They were going to give me $10 million in cold cash, and they would give me $100 million to have my own medical foundation if I would just leave, go away. And I said, I'm not doing this for money. I want him to be gone.
Next, with the help of Elizabeth Taylor, who maintains the Duke was entirely lucid when she spoke to her a month before her death, Lafferty tries to discredit Demopoulos. Taylor's PR firm issues a press release claiming that Demopoulos is motivated by greed. Raging mad, he consults his lawyers.
I said, my God, I don't want that money. Can I somehow negate it? They said, yes, you can write an affidavit. I said, well, let's get an affidavit typed up. Typed it up. I said, send it to the judge. And it said, I renounce all fees. Whatever fees I might collect should I become a trustee will be determined by Your Honor and by the Attorney General. This is not about money. This is about a charity from a person who had a soul, who left it to the people. It was not supposed to be Bernard Lafferty's playground and piggy bank.
Not to be outdone, Lafferty spends $300,000 and hires a detective firm to dig up any dirt on the doctor that might discredit him. But they find nothing. And Dr. Demopoulos starts to believe his life may be in danger.
We got some of Lafferty's writings. Dr. Demopoulos has to be destroyed. Dr. Demopoulos must be destroyed.
At least half a dozen parties are contesting Doris Duke's will. Banks unhappy to lose control, former employees, family members, as well as Shandi Hefner, Doris's adoptive daughter, whom she had completely cut out of her will.
No one else was related to Doris Duke. So when you're dealing with $1 billion estate, it made imminent practical sense to give Miss Hefner a very generous settlement to get her out of the lawsuit.
Shandi settles with Lafferty for $65 million.
Shandi deserved what she got. She actually should have gotten more because she had done nothing wrong. The law says that adopted daughters are equal to natural-born children. She was unfairly pushed aside. Shandi took good care of Doris. She didn't deserve the treatment that she got.
Demopoulos, however, will not settle. Handwritten notes show that Lafferty wants to destroy him.
On one occasion when I was working late at my lab, my wife called me up and she said, Harry, there's some guy who was asking about you, and he's got a voice like he's from a movie about the mafia. I've never heard anybody as scary as this guy.
The very next day, a menacing truck comes speeding behind Demopoulos.
I moved over to the right lane. He followed me. I then moved back into the middle lane. He followed me again, all the time beeping his horn. And at that time, I had a water pistol in my car, and I aimed it at him, and he took off. May have been coincidence, but I've been driving that road for 20 years now. Never had any kind of a problem.
Finally, the hearings begin. The court is about to consider whether Bernard Lafferty is fit to be the executor of Doris Duke's will. Judge Preminger, who is now retired from the bench, can talk openly about the case.
Well, there were an enormous number of lawyers on the side of Lafferty and U.S. Trust. Nobody needed that many lawyers. They sort of acted, at least to me, as if they had a blank check and could hire anyone they wanted, and occasionally hired someone because that person was rumored to be a friend of mine, which I particularly resented. And I think it was inappropriate.
Well, sometimes lawyers are called sharks, and some people did think that there was blood in the water and the sharks were swimming, but the sharks that were getting paid were largely on the Lafferty payroll. And sometimes none of them said anything at the hearing, so it was an interesting show.
There always seems to be too many lawyers involved, but when people are vulnerable and scared, lawyers get involved. As I told Mr. Lafferty on more than one occasion, only one side wins. That's just the way it goes.
During the hearings, Smith and Howarth take depositions from various witnesses. To prove that Lafferty is unfit as an executor, they get access to Doris Duke's credit card statements.
Before Miss Duke even died, while she was in her last illness, Mr. Lafferty took her credit cards. He went out on several binges of spending and drinking on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. He bought diamond-studded earrings, or at least one of them. He bought a gold watch for $35,000. He did not have a driver's license, but he, in a drunken state, crashed her car into the Whiskey A Go-Go in Hollywood. So Mr. Lafferty was completely out of control before she had died.
He was almost childlike in his enjoyment of things. You know, he was not a well-educated man. This was more than he had ever thought of in terms of access to money. But yes, he did try to enjoy what had been given him. And he was entitled to do that, in my opinion. He did some things I wouldn't have suggested he do, and probably in retrospect, he wouldn't have done it, but I don't think he did it with the wrong intentions, certainly not with any criminal intent in mind.
Bernard Lafferty was a complete loose cannon. He was a repeated drunk. He would go on binge drinking. He clearly used some drugs that he shouldn't have had access to. He would pick up people and get into trouble as a result in romantic encounters. Bernard Lafferty was a man who had major problems in his life. He was struggling with them, and Miss Duke was helping him in that process and helping him by employing him. After she died, he began sleeping in her bed. He combed his hair and dyed it the color of her hair. He wore her clothing. He actually seemed to believe that he was Miss Duke. So this was not just some scheming butler who wanted the money. This was someone who was seriously playing without a full deck there.
Miss Duke had a great sense of respect and obligation to the memory of her father, who had earned the money. There was no way Doris Duke wanted to meet J.B. Duke in the afterlife and say, "I left your fortune to an Irish butler with drug and alcohol problems."
Howarth and Smith also learned that Lafferty spends considerable estate money for luxurious renovations in Doris's houses he still resides in. He also borrows a total of $825,000 from U.S. Trust to pay for his personal expenses as he waits to cash in from the estate.
The situation between Bernard Lafferty and U.S. Trust was what we in law would call a clear conflict of interest. They had every incentive to make sure that Lafferty was taken care of the way he wanted to be taken care of, instead of having an independent voice in the administration of that mistake.
The loan to Mr. Lafferty might have been strange, and in retrospect, maybe something we wouldn't have done. I don't think it was a legitimate conflict of interest, and I don't think it was done for any other reasons than they believe he would have the ability to pay it back.
Other depositions raised troubling questions concerning Doris Duke's mental state. When Doris revised her will to name Lafferty 6 months before her death in front of 4 witnesses, including Dr. Kivowitz, was she of sound mind?
The signature is not at all like Miss Duke's earlier signatures. It is much bigger, it is broken, it is almost as if she were stuttering.
We believe that she had been unduly influenced and that at the time she signed the will, the circumstances were very suspicious.
She also was unwise in giving him the health proxy. That means that he, Lafferty, could make the medical decisions for her. When to pull the plug, what to get done, what not to have done.
We'll never know, I guess. Maybe she wasn't completely in her right mind. Clearly he was someone she cared about, but it seemed far-fetched to be handing over so much power and responsibility and money to him.
It's my recollection that well before she was on her deathbed, Ms. Duke had told people and had intentions or began to modify estate documents to make Mr. Lafferty an executor of her estate. So it isn't as if this fact took place on her deathbed. I don't believe that's the case at all. I believe the appointment was in the works before she became terminal.
Getting access to the medical records is somewhat of a challenge.
It took my lawyers a long time to get all the records. We kept getting stonewalled, and Judge Preminger took appropriate actions. I went through each page, made charts. I did things like measure her weight, her blood pressure, what she was eating, what drugs she was taking.
So the last 6 weeks of Doris Duke's life were under highly suspicious circumstances. She had been in Cedars-Sinai at the hospital, and then a decision was made by Bernard Lafferty and her doctors to take her back to Falcon's Lair. But the medical records said that the reason was her rehabilitation would be better at Falcon's Lair even than in the hospital. The prognosis was good for her rehabilitation. When she got to Falcon's Lair, that all changed.
Nurses who took care of Doris Duke also testify. They took notes of what happened during the final weeks.
On day 1, when she got home, she said, "I'm going to be murdered." Quote, unquote, in the nurse's notes. They put down everything that happened. After a few days, Doris called in Bernard Lafferty, and she started yelling at him. She said, "Bernard, you're the cause of all my problems. Get the car ready, and let's go back to Cedars-Sinai Hospital. I want out of here." Lafferty called a doctor who was taking care of Doris, and that doctor ordered morphine and Demerol and Valium around the clock, which was unusual. The nurses kept writing down, "No pain, patient has no pain, patient has no pain."
Next, the bombshell. A nurse believes there was a conspiracy to murder Duke through the use of massive sedation.
There's a whole list of medications that were inappropriate. Now, that probably was Lafferty's doing, because he had the healthcare proxy. He was Mr. Duke and Mrs. Duke at the same time, giving orders to the doctors.
After 5 days of deposition testimony and medical records, Dr. Kivowitz said that the decision to administer the dose of morphine, which would end her life, was the proper medical decision to make. The explanation was that she was in pain and that her quality of life was very poor and that she would have wanted to go on and die. He did not discuss this with Miss Duke. He did not reduce the drugs to ask her if she wanted to die, if she'd like to see a priest or a rabbi or a minister. So those circumstances were highly unusual, highly suspicious.
Here's what I can say about Dr. Kivowitz. One of the better doctors, certainly in Southern California, if not the nation. I'm confident that he conducted himself in the most professional of manners.
Smith and Howarth ask Ira Reiner, former district attorney of Los Angeles, what he thinks of Doris Duke's death.
Under the definition of murder under California law, it is taking the life of another, causing the death of another intentionally. And he said, that's what you've just described to me.
It seems too much like a kind of fantasy of a murder mystery, and it just seemed too far-fetched.
The records show that Lafferty authorized substantial payments shortly before Duke's death. Dr. Kivowitz received $50,000 a month, and Dr. Glassman gets a $500,000 gift.
Lafferty, I think, paid the doctors because he did not want somebody who would be a stand-up witness against him, for example, if he did anything to take advantage of Miss Duke, to hasten her death, or to put himself into the will as trustee. He wanted to keep people around him who he had control of, and I believe that he did that.
Well, I think Mr. Lafferty believed these people extended Miss Duke's life for a period of time, and I think he was trying to show his gratefulness. I don't think there was any payoff here. I know these doctors. I did part of the investigation. I spent a lot of time with Mr. Lafferty. I don't believe anybody did anything wrong. I understand it makes great theater.
Even Doris Duke's burial plans were questioned.
In Article 1 of Doris Duke's will, she specified that she wanted to be buried at sea. But she had told a number of people during her lifetime, including us, that she did not want to be cremated. In fact, she was afraid of fire.
Strangely enough, the undertaker's hearse was there waiting for the body, and she was cremated very shortly after she was picked up.
Well, you know, when you cremate a body, you can't do an autopsy anymore. So again, I suggest that these are not coincidences. In law, we say there was no evidence left.
Here's the bottom line. Ms. Duke was dying, no doubt about it. She had a terminal illness, no doubt about it. She loved Bernard Lafferty. She took him every place with her in the last part of her life. No doubt about that. She changed her will because that's what she wanted to do. I don't believe anybody could have made Doris Duke change her will if she did not want to. And so because people were shocked, how could she appoint Bernard Lafferty, an illiterate houseman or butler? She did what she wanted to do.
All these facts send shockwaves across America. And now, Judge Preminger has a big decision to make. One that will potentially impact the countless people Doris's foundation intends to help. As the hearings progress, Judge Preminger is astounded by the sensational allegations against Lafferty and the completely opposite arguments from both sides. In an unusual decision, she appoints a special investigator, Richard Q.
I needed an independent, impartial person who was an expert to see what the real facts were, and I needed it done quickly because I was very conscious of time being important in this case because there was all this money lying around that should be put in use. I also needed someone who was incorruptible.
Q spends 90 days on the road interviewing people with pertinent information. He has unrestricted access to all documents.
What I was trying to find out from the Q report was what the facts were as to drug addiction, alcoholism, waste, U.S. Trust's relationship with Mr. Lafferty, They explained that they did not have a conflict because they were above reproach. I didn't feel that was enough of a response.
The Q report details numerous findings, including Miss Duke's poor mental state when she changed her will, troubling medical practices, conflicts of interest, and inappropriate conduct on the part of Lafferty, who squandered millions.
I can tell you that many people, by affidavit, declaration, refuted the findings of Mr. Q's report. When I read the report, I thought some of the findings were, in my opinion, ludicrous and just not well taken.
The Los Angeles District Attorney's Office decides to conduct a criminal investigation, but no charges are made.
The District Attorney's Office determined that there was no evidence to indicate that there was any homicide or unlawful conduct to cause somebody to be charged with murder or manslaughter. So with all due respect to Mr. Reiner and others, I don't believe it existed. That is, any evidence existed that anybody did anything wrong to Miss Duke. I actually found Bernard Lafferty to be an emotional wreck during the accusation period most of the time. He could not understand why people would make the accusations. I believe he had a big heart, and I think he was confused by the allegations. He was in another world for him. He was involved with people whose only motivations, in my opinion, were to get their hands on the money.
At the last of the 6 court hearings, the time for a verdict has come. The Q report corroborates most of the arguments of Dr. Demopoulos and his lawyers, and Judge Preminger rules in their favor. To avoid being left with nothing, Lafferty agrees to a flat payment of $4.5 million and $500,000 a year for life. But he has to surrender his post as a state executor and trustee. And for the first time in U.S. history, a large financial institution, U.S. Trust, is removed as co-executor for failing to do anything to stop Lafferty.
I believe Judge Preminger made a number of mistakes. I found her to be difficult. I didn't think much of her as a judge. I thought the whole process was erroneous and inappropriate.
Only a few months after the judgment, at age 51, Bernard Lafferty dies of a heart attack.
Bernard Lafferty died out of depression and a broken heart. You could say money didn't buy him happiness. He never really got to enjoy what others thought he was enjoying. I was just his lawyer and perhaps a friend near the end of his life. I'm not his champion in the sense of his lifestyle, but I believe when someone finds themselves in the position that Mr. Lafferty did, he's entitled to a benefit of the doubt.
He seemed like the kind of person who kind of depended on a strong character in his life for his life to make sense. And after Doris died, hard to imagine how he was able to function.
I do feel sorry for the fact that the crush of the legal system, in effect, in the end, I believe, killed him. And that's a sad story. That's why I say justice wasn't well served for Mr. Lafferty or for Miss Duke, in my opinion.
In his will, he leaves all his property to the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation.
That was his way of showing her respect. I don't believe it was a public relations move, as some have said. Listen, I was around then. I talked to Bernard Lafferty. I believe I know where his heart and his head were, and I believe if he died, he wanted all that was left to go right back where it came from, and that was the Duke Foundation.
So sometimes I'm asked whether Bernard Lafferty could have done this on his own without any help, and there's no way that the butler could have orchestrated this entire effort on his own without the assistance of others.
With respect to her ultimate wishes for the money for the disposition of the estate, I think justice has been done. The area where I don't know that justice has ever been done is in the circumstances of her death. As far as I'm concerned, that has never been properly addressed by the legal system.
Before he died, Doris Duke's father had impressed upon her to trust no one. This warning stuck with her all her life, for better or worse.
It was very sad that she didn't know who she could trust. If Doris Duke had set up during her lifetime the Duke Foundation, we would never have had a will contest, we would never have had the Lafferty story, we wouldn't have had the waste. But because of a lack of trust, that didn't happen during her life, and it cost her charities because of it.
Today, Dr. Demopoulos is one of the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation's trustees. The foundation is solidly back on track, and Doris can rest in peace, knowing her final wishes will be honored. Reclusive billionaire Howard Hughes dies, and a handwritten will is quickly dismissed as a fake.
I am absolutely stunned that anybody would take it seriously at all.
A chance encounter leads to the promise of unimaginable wealth.
I didn't ask him for anything. I didn't expect anything. What is going on here? This can't be happening.
A controversy that pits one man against $1 billion corporation.
He lied under oath. He lied to the American people.
Now fresh evidence could rewrite the story of one of the most mysterious figures in American history. December 1967. Melvin Dumar, a 23-year-old mine worker from Gabbs, Nevada, is about to have an extraordinary and life-changing encounter.
My wife had left me. I was married and had a small child. I decided I would go to California to see if I couldn't reconcile with my ex-wife, and that was the 29th of December of 1967. I was driving south, and I had to stop to relieve myself. And there was a dirt road that went off to my right, and so I decided I'd get off the highway and drive up the dirt road a little ways. And that's where I found this person laying in the middle of the dirt road. I thought I'd found a dead person, and then I saw him start moving, so I was super relieved that this person wasn't dead, and so I asked him if I could take him to a doctor or a hospital, or if I should go get the sheriff. He didn't want anything to do with doctors or hospitals or police or anything. All he asked me is if I could take him to Vegas, and since I was going that way anyway, I said that I'd be happy to have him come along with me, and I'd give him a ride to Vegas. It was quite cold that evening, and the first part of the ride, after I got him in the car for the first almost probably an hour, he just trembled violently. He was just shaking. I think he was a little hard of hearing because I recall telling him my name half a dozen times or more. He was asking me what I did for a living, and I told him that I'd been in the Air Force, and when I got out of the Air Force, I was trying to get a job in the aircraft industry, and I was in Southern California, and I actually went to Hughes Aircraft in Fullerton, California, and applied for a job, and that's when he told me who he was, that if I wanted a job, that he could arrange it. In his words, he could arrange it because he was Howard Hughes and he owned Hughes Aircraft, and that's when I thought he was nuts.
Howard Hughes, a thrill-seeking aviator, Hollywood playboy, billionaire industrialist, casino baron, and the most notorious and mysterious recluse in American history. Hughes has not been seen in public for more than a decade.
You know, I'd heard of Howard Hughes. Of course, I didn't know what he looked like or anything, but this person looked like a vagrant that you'd see in Skid Row. We drove on and got into Las Vegas, asked him where he wanted to go, and he wanted to go to the Sands Hotel. And just when he got out, he asked me if I had any money. I thought, well, he wants to buy another bottle of wine or a cup of coffee or something, so I gave him some change. He thanked me and walked away from the car, and I left, never seen him again.
Eight and a half years after Melvin's encounter with the vagrant, Howard Hughes is dead. Compared to the tall, handsome aviator of the popular imagination, a man who dated more Hollywood starlets than Errol Flynn, Hughes is practically unrecognizable. His sudden death reminds the world of his extraordinary life. He inherited his father's fortune, but was orphaned at 18. As a young movie producer and director, he stunned Hollywood with his daring and his ambition. He dated Hollywood's most desirable starlets, who could not resist his good looks, quiet charisma, and vast wealth. He ran a successful business empire, founded a medical research institute, and brought vision and audacity to the brand new world of global aviation.
Smashing all records, Howard Hughes outdoes Jules Verne's wildest dreams. Around the world from New York to New York in 4 days. A real sportsman, a daring aviator, a true pioneer of the world's airways.
Hughes's most controversial project was the so-called Spruce Goose, a massive flying boat made of wood, which flew only once.
With its 8 motors a-roar, the 200-ton monster, the biggest plane ever built, takes a modest hop.
Those closest to Hughes remember him as a force to be reckoned with. Paul Wynne was Hughes's personal secretary in the early 1960s.
He was a visionary. He saw things coming. He had the ability to focus on something. For example, when he built the flying boat or when he did the round-the-world flight, he focused on it to the point of almost obsession. I would say that he probably is one of the pioneering geniuses of not only our time, but maybe of all time.
But his obsessions also led to reclusive behavior, paranoia, and a crippling and lifelong obsessive-compulsive disorder. As he approaches 60, Hughes's daily regime becomes increasingly complex and bizarre.
I was under instruction from Mr. Hughes himself he would call the office and have them alert me to come up, and I was supposed to take 15 minutes and wash my hands with a brush, scrub them with soap so that my hands were clean. When I was at the house, I was not to handle any of the doorknobs or that sort of thing with a bare hand, always with some Kleenex. I had a clipboard that I would put the memos or whatever on that I had for him, and I would hand it out toward him, and he would release the clip and take the papers. I didn't physically hand the papers to him with my bare hands. As you might expect a wealthy, powerful man to be, he was quite demanding.
Despite these eccentricities, Hughes's ambition and drive remain undimmed.
There was no question in my mind then or now about his mental capacity. He was incredibly brilliant. There was no question about that. We had a sign on the office wall that said, "The boss isn't always right, but he's always the boss."
In 1966, Hughes moves to Las Vegas to expand his business empire, but he becomes increasingly disconnected from the world. Hughes has developed an addiction to codeine, and his mental and physical health deteriorates. Jeff Schumacher has documented Hughes's time at the Desert Inn, Las Vegas.
They carry him up the fire escape and move him into the 9th floor penthouse of the hotel. Very protected. Even after the public found out he was there was really no option for people to get up there. Nobody talked to him. The public didn't see him around. He was very reclusive.
Most of Hughes's closest aides are Mormons. Hughes is not a Mormon himself, but he feels they are trustworthy and loyal.
His aides, in my view, did not take good care of him. It had gotten worse and worse, and by that time, it had reached crisis levels. He was not getting the health, the medical care that he needed. Many of the drug addictions had taken a toll on his organs. He had lost a great deal of weight. He was really a very poor specimen at that point.
Hughes did what Hughes wanted. He was the guy in charge, and if he wanted to take drugs, he would have somebody do it, and he would find a way because he had the money and wherewithal to accomplish it.
On August 5th, 1976, Hughes, age 70, is flown to a hospital in Houston, but he is dead on arrival.
At the time he died, he was about 90 pounds. His hair was long and unkempt, and he had needles broken off in his arms, from injections.
Hughes has died an extremely wealthy man. He is worth over $2 billion. He is twice divorced and has no children. Incredibly, he has not left a will.
We didn't know what was going to become of the company. I think everyone pretty much assumed that whatever will he had would leave everything to the medical institute. And so we didn't know what was going to happen, who would take charge. There was real apprehension, yes.
A frantic search begins immediately. Executives at the Hughes Company place ads in newspapers across America, seeking information about Hughes's will. With such vast riches at stake, opportunists, hoaxers, and scam artists are lining up to try their luck at the greatest jackpot in Vegas history.
I understand there were something like maybe 35 or 36 wills that were submitted to the county clerk's office. It's purported wills, let's put it that way.
And for a gas station owner from Gabbs, Nevada, it's the beginning of an incredible adventure. Howard Hughes, the aviator, industrialist, and full-time eccentric, is dead. He leaves an estate worth over $2 billion. Executives in the Hughes organization are desperate to find a will.
I think mainly because I'd been to law school, I was an attorney. They kind of centered on me to work with the attorneys and others who were looking for the will, because I had been around a long time. I had been with Hughes personally and so forth.
A search of the archives reveals a will written when Hughes was only 19. His parents had died, and Hughes had inherited his father's oil drill company, worth millions of dollars.
We had a copy of the 1925 will, which had been in the files of the Houston attorneys. It was not a lengthy will. It was maybe 10, 12 pages, as I remember, but the bulk of it was to go to medical research.
But the document has no legal value whatsoever.
It was unsigned. It was just a carbon copy. You have to verify that it's you, that it's your signature, and you have to have witnesses that you actually signed it.
handwritten memos reveal that Hughes had intended to revise his will several times.
There was a memo from Hughes calling together the people who were going to witness his will. It turned out that there were some blanks left in it for him to write in some personal bequests, and there was one too many lines, and he didn't know what to do, so he said, well, do this later, and later never came. Everything was put off. Time and time again, he had to be pressured to get him to meet deadlines, to sign documents. So he was the world's worst procrastinator.
But 3 weeks after Hughes's death, there is a potential breakthrough. An official at the headquarters of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints finds an unidentified envelope on his desk, addressed to the president of the Mormon Church. Inside, there is a 3-page handwritten will. It is signed Howard Hughes. Filled with misspellings, the will leaves $1.56 billion to various charitable organizations, including the Mormon Church itself, the Boy Scouts of America, and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. $470 million is to be split between a select group of aides. $156 million is left to Hughes's first cousin, William Loomis. $156 million split equally between his 2 ex-wives, Ella Rice and Jean Peters. And $156 million will go to a completely unknown 32-year-old man named Melvin Dumar. The same Melvin Dumar who had kindly offered an indigent a ride in the Nevada desert 8 years earlier. Is this long-awaited proof that he really was Howard Hughes? A reporter tracks down Dumar in Willard, Utah.
He just asked me if I'd heard about it before and if I'd seen it, and I told him no. I was scared to death, because I knew that I would be flooded with, reporters and be hounded and everything.
$2 billion hangs in the balance. A scrawled 3-page document, as well as Melvin himself, are about to come under the scrutiny of a court and an entire nation.
It did puzzle me, as to why he would even mention me in his will, because when I found him, I didn't ask him for anything. I didn't expect anything. I was only glad that I come along and could help somebody in need, and I didn't care whether he was rich or poor or whether he was a bum or who he was.
But rumors quickly surface that the will is a forgery. Melvin, knowing he may be a suspect, contacts his attorney, Roger Dudson.
Oh, I think like everyone else in the entire country, I was shocked. Yeah, I was very surprised to learn that one of my former clients had been named in the Howard Hughes will. For Melvin to be a potential beneficiary of millions of dollars, that was, quite unbelievable.
Dudson accepts Melvin's account that he had no knowledge of the will before hearing it on the news.
Melvin insisted that he had not delivered the will. Therefore, we had this television interview where Melvin made a plea. He said somebody needs to come forward and explain all of this. They should explain how they got the will and where it came from.
If the will is found to be invalid, an aunt of Howard Hughes and several cousins stand to inherit his fortune, bequeathed automatically to the next of kin. The family lines up a team of expensive lawyers led by Jim Dilworth, who identify Melvin as the prime target in their legal challenge.
Dilworth introduced himself. He had a Texas drawl, and he told the court that he was going to show that this was a forgery, that Melvin Dumar is a forger, and that he's going to end up in prison. And that was how it started out.
Dutson believes the financial might of the Hughes empire was backing the family, and that the Hughes executives were afraid of losing control.
The money, I'm sure, to fight the will came out of the corporation because there were many executives and people that would have been affected adversely had the will been probated. I was naive. I really didn't stop and think of the power that money might have in a legal case. I was idealistic.
Lawyers on all sides agree to submit the will and the envelope to forensic analysis. And the results will turn this case upside down.
Well, an attorney shouldn't ever think about killing someone. I wanted to know then a lot more facts.
Gas station owner Melvin Dumar is due to receive $156 million in a will apparently written by Howard Hughes and left anonymously at the Mormon Church headquarters. But who delivered the will? Forensic analysis reveals a thumbprint on the envelope. And it belongs to none other than Melvin Dumar himself.
That's when I told him that, yes, that I had handled it, and I was the one that took it to the church office building. And I think that was quite a shock to Roger and some of the attorneys, but...
Well, an attorney shouldn't ever think about killing someone, but I certainly was upset. And I didn't think of killing Melvin, but I certainly just was totally frustrated. I wanted to know then a lot more facts.
Melvin provides some facts and a new version of the story.
When Hughes died, about 2 weeks after he died, a man came into my station and started asking me questions, about who I was and if I was Melvin Dumar. Then he mentioned Howard Hughes. He asked me if I'd ever met Howard Hughes, and I told him, well, I met some bum one time that told me he was Howard Hughes, but whether it was him or not, I wasn't sure. He started asking me about, wouldn't it be nice if somebody like you was named in a will of Howard Hughes? And I thought, that's impossible. So I just kind of shined him on. And then another customer came into the station.
The mysterious visitor does not identify himself, but he does leave Melvin a parting gift.
One of my books was open on a desk there. Right on the top of it was an envelope, and I read it on there. It said something like, "Dear Mr. McKay, please see that this will is delivered after my death to the Clark County Courthouse." And I thought, this is just weird.
David McKay was a former president of the Mormon Church in Salt Lake City.
Even though you think somebody's pulling a joke on you, there's always that in the back of your mind that maybe perhaps they're not. And so I steamed it open and took a 3-page will out and read it. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, and especially when I seen my name in it. And in fact, it scared me. And that's when I thought, oh my God, what is going on here? This can't be happening.
We didn't know quite what to think, because here's a mystery man now thrown into the mix, which isn't too credible. And I suspect that's one reason why Melvin didn't tell us, is because he knew we wouldn't believe it.
I decided to take it to the Mormon Church, and when I got in the church office building, there was security guards there and everything. I asked them, I said, is the president of the church here? And they said, yes, but you can't go in to see him because he's in a meeting. Having this in my possession, that will, whether it was true or whether it was false, was like having a hot potato handed to you, and I just didn't want to hold it any longer than I absolutely had to. And so there was an office there that was open, and I just walked in, laid it right in the middle of the desk, and walked out. following day, I heard on the news that a mysterious woman had delivered Howard Hughes's will to the Mormon Church headquarters. I just felt, I said, well, if they think a mysterious woman delivered it, I'm just going to go along with it and just, agree with it.
Despite the unreliability of his client, Dutson is convinced of Dumar's innocence.
No, there's no way that Melvin could have done anything like this, and I don't think there's any way that he could have been involved in any kind of a conspiracy. I drafted a disclaimer of the whole thing, that he had lied in his deposition and that he apologized, and of course they screamed loud, but that's what I had to do to keep him from perjuring himself.
The opposing legal team are now completely convinced the will is a hoax.
My reaction was that it's absolutely preposterous. There's so much wrong with it that you can poke holes in it, that I am absolutely stunned that anybody would take it seriously at all.
The document itself comes under close scrutiny. Handwriting experts on both sides compare the will with Hughes's handwritten memos.
You can find a handwriting expert who will testify however you want him to testify. Maybe it's a situation of how much you pay the guy, I don't know.
We estimated that their lead handwriting expert may have received up to as much as $250,000, which in today's terms would be in the millions. They had the money to spend. We did not. Our handwriting experts did not require an awful lot of money to testify, and these are handwriting experts that had testified throughout Europe in some very high-profile, important cases, both criminal and civil, and had impeccable credentials.
The experts debate the finer points of Hughes's handwriting for weeks, and the jury is left entirely confused. But the will's opponents suggest there are other clear signs of fakery. Noah Dietrich, the former CEO of the Hughes empire, is named in the will as executor of the estate, but Hughes has not spoken to him for 20 years.
Hughes, after having fired Noah Dietrich, certainly would not name him the executor of his will. I mean, it just defies anybody's imagination. Noah Dietrich was a persona non grata.
They also point out that the will is replete with errors and countless misspellings.
It mentioned the Spruce Goose to go to the city of Long Beach. Well, first of all, he hated the name Spruce Goose. Everybody knows that. Terrible misspellings in the will. Now, Hughes might misspell a word here and there, but he certainly knew how to spell the word divided. One of the things that stuck out was the misspelling of the word Lummis. His aunt Annette Lummis had more or less raised him after his mother died, so he would not misspell their name.
The misspellings, the spacing, use of certain words and striking over of certain words, that was not uncommon. The other side of the coin, there's a strong argument that if there was a forger, certainly would have bought a cheap dictionary and made sure that the spelling of words was accurate.
If the will is real, then the man Melvin encountered in the desert must have been Hughes. But is it likely that the reclusive and extremely frail billionaire even left Las Vegas?
I was up at the 6th floor of the Desert Inn a couple of times. You had to have a special key to get up the elevator that far. When you came off the elevator, there was a desk there, a security guy. There was somebody with Hughes 24 hours a day. There was no way that Hughes could come or go without anyone knowing it, number one. Number two, Hughes basically usually never wore any clothes. He would have to have somebody get some clothes for him.
They said he absolutely could never have been able to leave the hotel because they were always there and watching him, and it couldn't have happened. We didn't believe them.
Dutson claims the aides had been given a script and they were sticking to it.
One of the aides stated that, he had been given something in writing that explained the details of when that happened and what he was supposed to say.
But as the trial reaches its climax, a new witness appears, a man who may finally confirm Melvin's story.
I received a call from a man who claimed that he had delivered the will.
Halfway through a trial that could authenticate the Howard Hughes will and make gas station owner Melvin Dumar a multimillionaire, a witness appears who could blow the case wide open.
I had received a lot of calls and a lot of letters from a lot of kooks. But as I questioned this man, he just said he did not want to be involved at all, except he had been told that he had to notify me that he was the man who had delivered the will. He had received a call using a code name that he had used when he did jobs for Howard Hughes. Mainly, he was a bagman. It was implied in his testimony that he had done illegal favors for Howard Hughes.
The man, Levain Forsyth, gives evidence in a deposition, and Dutson is slowly convinced.
We found a lot of evidence that supported his claim. He had an envelope that had Howard Hughes' handwriting on it that had been given to him that we validated as being Howard Hughes' handwriting by our experts. So I felt confident that he indeed was the person who delivered the will to Melvin Dumar.
Melvin is one step closer to the promise of extraordinary wealth and a life transformed.
I did think that, that possibly if it ever did come true that I would inherit something. I thought that for a moment that I would like to buy a big ranch in the mountains somewhere where I could get away from everybody and just go hunting and fishing in privacy because I love to hunt and fish. And so that's about the only thing I fantasized about.
We, of course, thought that we had proven our case sufficiently to win. Quite a few of the court personnel expressed to me privately that they thought that we had won the case. It was surprising how many of the news media thought that we had won the case.
But the case for the will takes a serious hit when the alleged delivery man, Forsyth, flees Las Vegas before giving evidence in court.
His attorney showed up, but Forsyth did not show up. His attorney told us that he was on an airplane, or getting on an airplane to go back up to Anchorage, that he had received a threat to his life if he said anything about Hughes, and it became public record, and so Forsyth didn't want any more of that. He took off.
After months of testimony, the jury deliberates for just 3 days and returns their verdict. The will is a forgery.
I was devastated. I just, in fact, I was so emotionally upset. I knew it was going to happen, but it still was a shock.
Disappointed, yes. Surprised, yes. But that's the way the system works. Had Melvin told the truth immediately after he received the will, his credibility would have withstood everything that happened. But he lost credibility with me, but mainly with the jury, with the world. Yeah. Shortly afterwards, we started getting quite a bit of information that there had been some corruption and that there had been a number of things that were improper. The preventing witnesses from coming forward. and the selection of the jury. So we looked into it somewhat. We did not have credible proof that there had been anything wrong, but we've always had our suspicions, but we did not have clear proof that could legitimately be presented to the court.
Despite the court's decision, no criminal charges are filed against Melvin Dumas. Hughes's estate is split among 22 cousins, and one of them, William Loomis, will take control of the Hughes empire. Melvin is discounted by the public as a fraudster and a failure.
For a long time, I went into a state of depression, and I was so depressed. It was like I just existed. I had very few friends at all. I was so upset. You know, I loved to write songs and I loved to sing, and there for about 20 years, I wouldn't even listen to the radio.
After 30 years, Melvin has put his past behind him and the case is almost forgotten. In 2005, he happens to meet a former FBI agent, Gary Magnuson. Magnuson takes an interest in Melvin's story.
I was the organized crime program coordinator in Las Vegas for 16 years. I've had a lot of dealings with people that hide the truth.
As I was telling him, I was watching him. And I was almost like reading him. And in my mind, I was thinking to myself that Gary is not believing a thing I am saying.
The fact that he wanted to reopen all of this struck me as being either he's crazy and he enjoys the punishment he received in the press, or he really believes what he's saying.
Magnuson decides to reopen a now cold case. He tracks down former Hughes employees and other witnesses from the trial, and he discovers some compelling information. He's convinced there is evidence that shows Hughes left the hotel in December 1967.
There were no aides on duty. During that 3-day period, there were no meals served to any of the aides who lived on the 8th floor of the Desert Inn. Additionally, during that period, there were no phone calls out of those rooms that the aides lived in. So that shows to me that since they weren't there, Howard Hughes was not there either.
But why would Hughes have visited the desert, and in particular, a barren spot named Lido Junction?
Howard Hughes began buying up mining properties all throughout Nevada. He bought hundreds of properties for millions of dollars. I went to the courthouse in Goldfield, Nevada, which is in Esmeralda County, and there are stacks and stacks of property records, most of which are mine. And I began paging through this book, looking for Howard Hughes or one of the names of his corporations and so on, and began seeing a number of them. Time and time again, Howard Hughes Corporation, such and such a mine. And so I was able to find the locations. I believe there were 32 mines, a cluster of mines, purchased by Howard Hughes that were at the end of that dirt road where he was found dumped.
But in 2007, a new witness comes forward with a surprising story. Guido Darrow is a pilot and former manager of the Hughes Airfield in Las Vegas.
Well, I was the resident manager of North Las Vegas Air Terminal, as well as being involved in aviation activities there. And the owner of the airport surreptitiously sold it to Mr. Hughes, and I was informed one day that I would be working for them the next morning for the Hughes Tool Company. I had been selected because of my ability as a pilot and my knowledge of the area. Mr. Hughes wanted Las Vegas to be the terminus for the to-be-built supersonic airplane. And they had asked me if I would do site location work.
In 1967, Hughes himself decides he wants to go along for the ride.
I was contacted by one of his assistants, Mr. Howard Eckersley, who told me to take a passenger. It was strictly, I was an employee and I did what I was told to do, and actually we really got into the seriousness of it. What we were doing was serious flying.
Darrow has a lucrative business on the side, taking advantage of Nevada's liberal attitude towards prostitution.
Well, the midnight special was we would fly you for a fee over to the legal house of ill repute, which was across the mountains, about a 30-minute flight. Prostitution was illegal in the city, but legal in the rest of the state. The Hughes Tool Company knew about it. They had investigated me thoroughly. I have been assigned to other duties now as an administrative assistant to take care of Mr. Hughes's friends who came to town. He wasn't going to go out with anybody. So very important people came to the city expecting to be entertained.
Darrow's account of what happened next may finally confirm the identity of the man that Melvin picked up in December 1967.
His two main obsessions that I could see were aircraft first and women second. There's no way a man with his appetites for aircraft and women could stay locked up in a hotel room for 3 years without leaving. I mean, that's unbelievable.
In 1977, an alleged Howard Hughes will is judged a fake by the Las Vegas jury. But 30 years later, a crucial witness comes forward. Guido Darrow claims to have flown Hughes to the Cottontail Ranch, a brothel in the Nevada desert, just 6 miles from the spot where Dumars says he picked up Howard Hughes.
We landed and went up to the house and were buzzed in by the maid, and the girls made the lineup, and I noticed that he selected, without any hesitation, a very pretty redheaded lady. I would say that she was the class of the field. Very beautiful woman, mature, red hair, and when she smiled broadly, she had a diamond, a small diamond in her left incisor up at the top.
Her trick name is Sunny, and a few weeks later, just after Christmas, Hughes cannot resist a return visit.
The women had decorated the bar with Christmas lights and a little Christmas tree and jolly season and wearing Santa caps. He went back with Sunny, and I succumbed to the, what would you say, the enticements of the young ladies in having a drink. Johnny Walker Black. And I had another one. And it hit me because I was tired. So I asked Beverly Harrell, the owner, if I could take a nap. And she said, well, you can't sleep out here. You'll make the place look like a flop house. So she took me back into an area that was off limits to John's. But she said, you can lay down in the banquette and take a nap. And so I did. And the next thing I knew, I woke up, it was after 4 o'clock in the morning, and the maid was shaking me awake. And I got up and I went into the lounge area, and the vacuum cleaner's going, and it's obvious they've closed. I said, where's my friend? And the maid informed me, well, he left a long time ago. I said, what do you mean he left? I have the keys to the airplane. Where'd he go? Well, he left. I was in deep trouble. And, I was 28 years old. This was a huge job for me. And I thought that I was going to get fired. And so I flew back to town and landed and got an hour or two sleep and then went into my office and sat behind the desk and waited for the phone to ring. And it marked the last time I ever spoke to or saw Howard Hughes. But I got promoted. Nothing was ever said to me.
Darrow is soon offered a high-flying job at a new airline in California. But first, the Hughes executives want to ensure his silence.
They took all of the pages out of my commercial pilot's logbook that had anything to do with flights for the Hughes Tool Company, and then I was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which I did, which was notarized. No, it wasn't until 2004 that I picked up a newspaper And in this story, for the first time, it was published where Melvin Dumas alleged he picked up Mr. Hughes. And immediately it struck me, and the time, the date, and everything. So I said to my wife, oh my God, I said, this fellow Dumas did pick up Howard Hughes.
The dates match. Darrow calls Melvin Dumas on the telephone.
And then we kind of played a little game. You know, he was very wary of me, and I wasn't of him. I just wanted to ask him a couple of questions. I asked him, what did Howard Hughes look like, and what did he have on? And it matched. I asked him if he had a hat on or a jacket, you know, that kind of thing. Hair, you know, what did he look like? You know, it sounded to me like Mr. Dumas saved his life. He was injured when Dumas found him, and filthy and laying in a ditch. So I was convinced.
Representatives of the Hughes estate are unconvinced by Darrow's account. Peggy Tomsick was the attorney for Bill Gay, one of Hughes's key executives.
No one who was in a position of being entrusted with the richest man in the world would get drunk, fall asleep, and leave him and find out he was gone, and instead of calling and trying to get some help to find him, simply getting in a plane and flying back and no one ever talking to him and him not getting fired, I think is just not believable. And I think it's also not believable that the richest man in the world, who supposedly was a recluse and had a germ phobia, would not have someone, if he was having some affair with a prostitute, flown into his location in Nevada. So I think, one, the credibility just didn't hold out, and I think the facts didn't.
I think Mr. Darrow, even though I've never met him personally, I think he's a very gracious man, and I see no reason why he would make up anything.
He is a very credible witness. It made sense. It tied the loose ends together. Why was the old man up there? What happened to him? And so on. And it tied the whole story together.
Why would I come forward and risk my reputation at my age and subject myself to criticism when I don't have a dog in this hunt? I've been offered no money. I've sought no money. I've never even met Melvin Dumas.
Gary Magnuson finds more evidence of Hughes's secret flights to spend time with Sonny.
He lived on the 9th floor of the Desert Inn. He was 6'4" and weighed about 94 pounds at his death. He wasn't a heavy man. Would not be difficult to carry him down the stairs. When he felt good, he could say to them, I want to go see Sonny. I went to Western Nevada a number of times. I spoke with a lot of people. I spoke with several former prostitutes that worked in the brothel circuit. I found 2 who remembered Sonny very well. He had a black bag which contained feminine hygiene products, disinfectants. Even though he did not have sex, so I don't want to get into too much detail, but he did not have physical sex with her.
One of Hughes's most trusted executives, John Mayer, comes forward and supports the story.
He provided me information that Howard Hughes had been in Tonopah at the Mizpah Hotel on at least one occasion. He told me that he personally had taken Howard Hughes to the Cottontail brothel to see Sonny.
But skeptics wonder why Darrow did not come forward during the original trial.
To wait 28 years and then suddenly claim, look what happened, just shows you there's no merit to it.
He died 10 years after I left the Hughes Tool Company. So as a great deal of time went by, and I was living in California, and I didn't pay any attention to the, quote, Mormon will until later.
In June 2006, Melvin Dumas hires a new lawyer and files suit against the executors of the Hughes estate, claiming he was cheated out of his share. he demands $156 million, plus damages and interest. Attorney Peggy Tomsick was hired to represent the opposition.
I started investigating the record for Mr. Dumar. I frankly was quite shocked. I found that Mr. Dumar, from the very beginning, had woven a series of stories that he told not only under oath during interviews with 10 to 15 lawyers present, but he told in an interview on television. He told to a reporter things that were absolutely not true. There was at least what appeared to be a little bit of a pattern or practice of Mr. Dumar and his wife to create schemes to get things. As I understand it, he'd been charged with check forgery. As I understand reading the transcript, his wife, Bonnie, had been convicted of welfare fraud. Mr. Dumar is an admitted liar. He lied under oath. He lied to the American people. He lied to a reporter. And for people now to try to clean him off and feel sorry for him is sad, because who they should feel sorry for are all the people whose reputations he's tried to ruin.
On January 9th, 2007, the federal district court dismisses Dumar's lawsuit, stating that his claims had been fully and fairly litigated in Las Vegas back in 1978. In the eyes of the law, Melvin will always be branded a liar.
I just thought it was futile to try to reopen it, and to have some of the judges and stuff just laugh about it and just make a mockery of it. You know, I didn't see the humor in it at all. I didn't think that we had a snowball's chance in hell of ever winning, because of the amount of money and stuff involved.
If we had been given our day in court with the new witnesses and the new evidence that we have, there's no doubt in my mind we could have proven the burden of proof would be on our side.
Absolute proof of the will's authenticity remains elusive. Melvin is many things to many people. A con man, an unwitting player in a sophisticated hoax, or simply a man who tells the truth.
The only thing I really regret is denying that I ever seen that will. But anything else that's ever happened, you know, I stand by it. I don't regret it at all.
But Melvin's name will forever be linked to Howard Hughes, the man and the legend. Frankie Lyman, lead singer of Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, dies from an overdose at the age of 25.
Unfortunately, he had a drug addiction at a very early age, you see.
Frankie leaves no will, but it doesn't take long before 3 widows claim that they are the rightful heir to the music royalties. They're worth millions.
You're talking about Beatlemania. This was teenager mania.
The song that defines a generation ignites Frankie's career, but ultimately leads to a 30-year fight over its ownership.
I had the law on my side. They did not have the law.
A battle that reveals the tragic life of the first ever teenage superstar. February 27, 1968. Frankie Lyman dies from an overdose at his grandmother's home in New York City. At the time of his death, Frankie has been married for less than a year to a school teacher he met during his military service in Georgia. Amira Lyman.
I met Frankie at my home. He came in with my sister's boyfriend at the time. Yeah, I didn't want him to leave. So he didn't leave. I left him sitting on my front porch. He slept in my driveway in a car overnight because I wouldn't let him in the house. Finally, I gave in, I guess.
Just out of the Army at age 25, Frankie is enjoying a peaceful life with his new wife when he accepts a singing gig in New York City.
Frankie wanted me to go to New York with him. At the time, I'm teaching, so I decided I would not go. He left Friday.
It was the last time Amira would see her husband alive.
I was at work. My mother called and asked me to come straight home. Do not run any errands after you get off from work. Come directly home. I called New York, and the priest told me that they had found him in his grandmother's apartment. He had OD'd. My whole world had crumbled at the time I got the news.
The sordid circumstances of Frankie's death are a shock.
I was devastated. I did not know that Frankie. The Frankie I knew was a loving and caring type person. That was the Frankie I knew.
During the 6 months they had been married, Frankie and Amira were living a happy and wholesome life.
Frankie went with me to church on Sunday morning. We would ride the bicycles together around the neighborhood. He appeared to have been extremely happy.
Amira knew little about Frankie's music career and troubled past.
I read the articles in different magazines about his lifestyle. And that was the only thing I knew about him.
10 years prior to his death, at age 13, Frankie becomes famous with the release of the smash hit song, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? Jimmy Merchant was part of Frankie's vocal group, the Teenagers. When Jimmy learns about Frankie's death, the group's glory days are already far behind them.
I was basically a truck driver through the years, in a limousine and taxi, yellow cab in New York. And I was driving a truck this particular afternoon, and I heard on the news, Frankie Lyman died from an overdose.
Jimmy Merchant first met Frankie Lyman in Washington Heights, New York City in 1955. Merchant had just moved from the Bronx, bringing with him a new style of music, doo-wop.
Doo-wop is actually these whimsical sounds that are imitating horns from the way I saw it. I began making up parts, and I'm hearing what's on the radio, and it all seemed to make sense to me because in those days, you know, we couldn't afford instruments.
Merchant founded the Teenagers with 3 other neighborhood kids, Herman Santiago, Joe Negroni, and Sherman Garnes.
We sang on the street corners to get attention and to exercise how people looked at us, especially girls.
At the time, Frankie Lyman is just another kid from the neighborhood who looks up to the Teenagers.
Frankie was 2 years and a half younger than us. He would follow us around in the neighborhood, and then he would throw his 2 cents in and sing along with us. We kept him in the background.
When they finally let Frankie in the group, they mainly cover existing pop songs.
Everybody was interested in singing harmony to the latest records on the street that had come out, you know. I gotta stay in key.
They later start to write their own material.
I would make up songs, make up background parts, make up bass openings, because everything was happening with the bass openings at that time, you know, do-do-do-do-do. And Herman sang lead, and Joe did some lead, and I did the first tenor, and we were just making up things. I made up a song called Please Be Mine. We started singing that. I made up a song called I Want You to Be My Girl, and I started working on a song called Why Do Fools Fall in Love.
That's when they realize that a professional musician has moved into the neighborhood. They make sure Richard Barrett from the Valentines hears them singing every chance they get.
When we found out that Richard Barrett lived in the neighborhood, we made it our business to be near where he would come.
Barrett hears them sing Why Do Fools Fall in Love.
Richard Barrett was amazed by us, listened to us a lot, and then made an appointment with George Goldner.
George Goldner is a big-shot music producer who's eager to promote the sound of doo-wop.
Herman is singing lead. I'm singing first tenor. Frankie Lyman is singing in the background. Sherman Garnes is singing bass. Joe Negroni, the leader of the group, is singing baritone. And during the audition, Goldner said, "What about you, youngster?" talking to Frankie Lyman, who was in the background. "Can you sing lead?" Frankie jumped right up and said, "What do you want to hear?" And so Frankie started ad-libbing a little bit of Why Do Fools Fall in Love. And the next thing you know, he said, "Hey, look, fellas, Frankie's your new lead. Herman, you're gonna sing in the background."
George Goldner signs Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, and they record their first single, Why Do Fools Fall in Love.
We had gone to school that day, Friday, and now we're in a studio working on over 20 takes. He would go, you know, no. Look, Frankie. Look, put more yourself in it, put more life. And after 26 takes, we came out with one of the most beloved songs in the history of music. Why Do Fools Fall in Love?
On January 3rd, 1956, Why Do Fools Fall in Love is released on Goldner's independent label.
I'm changing classes, and there's a little white kid with her Quenlin and her bucks, a little white girl. Ooh-wah, 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 ooh-wah. Changing classes. I said, "Oh, no." I ran up to her. She couldn't hardly breathe. Folks, she couldn't breathe. You're talking about Beatlemania. This was teenager mania.
Overnight, Why Do Fools Fall in Love is a sensational hit. And so are Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers.
Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers were the first people to be called superstars before the term superstar came out. You think that the Rolling Stones were the guys that wore shabby clothes and in the limousines. Excuse me. It was Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers. We would get out of our limos in sneakers and jeans. We were the first.
Legendary radio DJ Jerry Blavat remembers when Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers hit the music scene.
Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers were the first Jackson 5, okay? And if you look at young Michael, he patterned himself after Frankie. Frankie did the splits, Frankie did the dancing, Frankie did all that stuff.
We were a good-looking bunch of five guys. I mean, we were so clean-cut. I had a lady tell me that when she saw us, she burst into tears and got her mother and her father to get a group of girls to come to see us.
black music was not being played on the popular radio stations at that time. The black stations were playing it. I was playing black music at that time. Frankie and George Goldner had one of the first crossover records.
This song, Why Do Fools Fall in Love, caused kids worldwide to come together where the message, they all felt the message, black and white.
Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers make their first nationwide appearance on The Frankie Lane Show.
But I can't understand how you could write Why Do Fools Fall in Love? What does a 13-year-old boy know about love?
Well, Mr. Lane, I've been falling in love since I was only 5.
5?
But I've been a fool about it since I was 11.
As the song climbs up the charts and royalty payments start flowing, an important question remains unresolved. Who actually wrote the song?
George Goldner's partner came into the studio. Okay, fellas, we think we got a big hit here. Now tell us, who are the writers of this song? I said we all did. He said, hey, we can't put 5 names on the record. We can only put 2. Just give us 2 names. And Herman Santiago said, Santiago and Lyman. They added Goldner's name. It became Lyman, Santiago, and Goldner under the title of the first pressing of the record.
The group is not concerned about such details. They're too busy getting famous.
The big year for Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers is 1956. The song came out in January, strong. We had about 16 hits. By the time mid-57 came, it was all over. So the group was together approximately 18 months. It was the plan of the management of the company to make Frankie a star as a solo artist. He was very gifted, Frankie. He could play instruments, he could dance, he could sing. He had a style, he had charisma, he was good looking, he knew how to handle an audience. He was multi-talented. So they saw Sammy Davis Jr., they saw Frank Sinatra.
Frankie, unfortunately, his voice had changed. And he recorded some songs, but it was not the sound that kids were familiar with.
They're trying to get Frankie a hit record. But in his private life, he was running the street. He was hooked on drugs.
He couldn't face that reality that he was no longer adored. And, that's one of the sadnesses of being a star at a very early age.
Whenever he would appear in public, his fans were looking for this little high-pitched voice, which, hey, he had grown into a man. He didn't have it. And they were disappointed. They were looking for the little Frankie Lyman with the high voice. And that was no longer there.
It was always hope in my heart that maybe, just maybe, we would come back together again. Groups do it all the time. When Frankie overdosed and I was hearing this on the radio, all hopes that I had died at that moment in my heart. Because once Frankie was gone, I knew that Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers would never exist again.
Amira, Frankie's grandmother, his brothers, and a few friends are present when he is buried at the Lyman family plot in the Bronx.
The next thing on the agenda was go to New York and arrange for his funeral, which I did. And there were quite a few people there who spoke about Frankie's lifestyle and Frankie as a whole.
Frankie has no will. Amira is the sole beneficiary of his Army life insurance of $10,000. She doesn't think to inquire about Frankie's music or song royalties. She returns to Augusta, Georgia, where she continues to work as a school teacher. Time passes, and the other members of the group don't fare much better than Frankie. Some of them have problems with drugs or alcohol. A few years later, Joe Negroni and Sherman Garnes die. They're both in their early 30s.
Sherman passed from a heart issue. Joe passed from a brain aneurysm.
Jimmy Merchant is struggling to make a living driving a cab in New York City. Why Do Fools has been forgotten and rarely gets airplay. That is, until 1981.
Then Diana Ross came out with Why Do Fools Fall in Love.
When Diana Ross gives a second life to the hit single, the song is everywhere. The copyrights suddenly become very valuable.
There would be a large sum of money, we just didn't know how much.
Singer Frankie Lyman dies at the age of 25 from a drug overdose. He leaves no will and little money to his widow, Amira Lyman. But less than 20 years after his death, music superstar Diana Ross releases a cover version of Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers' single, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? It's a worldwide hit. Amira realizes there may be a lot of money at stake. She hires lawyer Bill McCracken.
If we could establish Amira's ownership of the copyright, there would be a large sum of money, we just didn't know how much.
Meanwhile, Jimmy Merchant searches through documentation to prove who owns Why Do Fools Fall in Love. Merchant tracks down the song's copyright records at the Library of Congress. He realizes that the group's members were left without any royalties except for Frankie, who has 50%. The other half goes to Goldner, the owner of the record company.
When these kids wanted to record, it was legit for them to go to a record company, all right, and say, I have a song. And there was nothing wrong at that time for them to share, to get on a label. It was common practice back then.
But the paper trail reveals that George Goldner had since sold his share of the writing rights of Why Do Fools Fall in Love. He sold them to a notorious music producer, Morris Levy. Levy was a feared figure in the industry who had known ties to organized crime.
George Goldner had a business transaction with Morris Levy, and Goldner had to pay back him in some way, and Goldner transferred all his rights and his company's songs over to another individual's, which was Morris Levy's company. To him, it was all business. All business. You owe me, how you gonna pay me? So Mr. Goldner transferred some valuable belongings that he owned.
Oddly enough, the documents further show that Frankie Lyman also sold his share of the writing credits. It was at a time when Frankie had hit rock bottom. In 1962, Frankie had separated from the Teenagers. His career is plummeting, and he's addicted to heroin.
I knew what his problems were. Everybody in the industry knew that, unfortunately, he had a drug addiction at a very early age, you see.
We were just wild teenagers, you know. There was alcoholism and there was drugs, and he got out of control. He began associating himself with the wrong crowd. He didn't have people who cared. And we see that today. You know, we see artists today on drugs, in and out of these drug institutions, and, you know, getting in and out of cars with their clothes off, you know, going crazy, hanging out late at night. It's the same thing, nothing has changed.
Most people look at Frankie's life as being very glamorous. I think it was a very sad life. He had missed his childhood life, and he was looking for it in all the wrong places.
Desperate for a fix, Frankie sells his half of the copyright for $1,500. He sells the rights to none other than Morris Levy, the same Morris Levy who bought Goldner's rights.
I did contact the U.S. Copyright Office and had a search done on the song Why Do Fools Fall in Love, because I knew that was the primary asset in his estate. And they sent back a chain of custody showing where it had been transferred. And I remember that one of the owners was Patricia Records. And I didn't really know what Patricia Records was. I later learned that that was a company that Morris Levy had created.
My attorney, Mr. McCracken, Bill McCracken, had talked to his former manager at the time, in which he told him that there was no royalty. Frankie had sold all of his royalties, so we just let it go.
But all hope is not yet lost. Enter Chuck Rubin, a specialist in music copyright claims.
His company, Artist Rights, they find royalties for artists who are not receiving them, or they've been stolen, misappropriated, taken in some way. And Chuck's familiar with all of the nuances, the ins and outs of the music business and record business.
Rubin, sensing opportunity, contacts the two remaining members of the Teenagers, Jimmy Merchant and Herman Santiago.
Chuck Rubin looked for us and made contact with us, and he told us that he was in the business of going after royalties for groups from the 50s and the 60s who were ripped off and somehow never got any royalty statement. So we took him on.
Studying the paper trail provided by Merchant, Rubin finds that the royalties of Why Do Fools Fall in Love didn't go to the right person. American copyright law has a provision stating that if a copyright holder signs away his rights forever and dies less than 21 years later, the rights revert to the heirs, in this case, the inheritors of Frankie Lyman's estate.
Rubin now asked if there were any family members that were possible estate people that could have his estate. That's what needed to happen. So we eliminated the brothers because Lyman had married. And so we tracked down Lyman's wife.
Chuck Rubin of Artist Rights called and said, if you can prove that you are the legal wife, then you can receive royalties. So we decided to go through with it, and we did.
Amira and her lawyer, Bill McCracken, strike a deal with Rubin. Rubin will pay for the legal fees, but he will keep a certain percentage of the royalties if they win the case against Levy.
When Diana Ross did that version, that generated a cash flow of royalties. And I think that was the motivating force that Mr. Rubin was aware of that. This is his job, this is his thing in life, to locate heirs who are entitled to various royalties.
To avoid a trial, Levy tries to strike a deal with Amira.
I was offered a settlement from Mr. Levy, but we refused it, and we decided to go to court.
Amira's decision to battle Levy will lead to a public airing of Frankie Lyman's sordid and shocking past, and cast doubt on the legality of Amira and Frankie's marriage.
And then these two other women came in claiming to be widows.
The copyrights of Why Do Fools Fall in Love, a song by Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, are worth millions. Amira Lyman, Frankie's widow, claims that she should inherit Frankie's royalties. All she has to do is prove that her marriage is valid. Music producer Morris Levy is the current beneficiary, and he's prepared to fight tooth and nail to keep the copyrights. Chuck Rubin and Amira Lyman bring in the big guns. They hire lawyer Ira Greenberg to lead the case against Morris Levy and his record company. Greenberg estimates the royalties to Why Do Fools Fall in Love are in the millions.
The song was popular again. It would throw off royalties in 5 figures a year, maybe sometimes 6 figures a year, but as a total package, it was worth, and for the past, probably in the nature of 7 figures. And of course, it had a life going into the future as well.
Ira kept saying, hey, don't worry about it. We got a good case here. So we take the case to court. Say, don't worry, you got all the legal rights and everything on your side, so don't worry about it.
But as the trial is about to commence, Morris Levy makes a shocking announcement. Levy tells the court that Amira is not Frankie's legitimate widow.
Mr. Levy was looking for someone who might derail Amira's claim. And then these 2 other women came in claiming to be widows.
Elizabeth Waters and Zola Taylor both testify that they had been married to Frankie Lyman. And extraordinarily, neither had divorced him. Frankie appears to have been married to 3 women simultaneously. If this proves to be true, Amira's marriage to Frankie will be invalid, and so will her claims to Frankie's royalties.
It was definitely good for Levy.
Levy had gone to great lengths to produce the 2 widows, as Jerry Blavat recalls.
I was doing my Sunday night oldie show, and I always played Frankie Lyman, and Morris called me and said, Geeter, Elizabeth Walters, she's in your area, okay? There are monies due to her. Can you do a shout out? Because perhaps she might be listening. So I went on the air that night and I said, why do fools fall in love? Looking for a beautiful young lady by the name of Elizabeth Walters. Where are you, Elizabeth? There's some money coming your way from Frankie's royalties. What about an hour into the show, we have Elizabeth Walters on the phone. And true enough, I went to the phone and she said, Geeter. I said, where are you? Well, apparently she had been, I don't know, arrested for something.
It turns out that Elizabeth Waters, the alleged first wife, is in prison for shoplifting. Morris Levy bails her out and brings her to court. Elizabeth accepts a few $1,000s in advance from Levy to pay her legal fees in exchange for contesting Amira Lyman's claims. If she wins, Elizabeth will receive the writing rights. She agrees that Levy can keep the royalties from the past and remain the publisher of Why Do Fools Fall in Love? Levy strikes the same deal with Zola Taylor, Frankie's alleged second wife. In 1987, the trial of the 3 alleged widows begins in the Manhattan Surrogate Court, with Judge Marie Lambert presiding. Zola Taylor, Elizabeth Waters, and Amira Lyman must convince the judge that one of them is Frankie's legitimate widow. Jerry Blavat has personal knowledge of the relationship between Frankie Lyman and Elizabeth Waters.
Next thing I know, I was asked to testify, which I did, and I told him when he came to the record hop at Wagner's in Philadelphia, Elizabeth was with him, okay? And I said, yo, Frank. He said, yeah, man, this is my wife. And that was that. I didn't know about Amira. They said what Amira was, but I said, I don't know who. I only know the last one was when Frankie said, Elizabeth. And that was it.
I was there for the whole case. In surrogate court, of course, Judge Lambert called each one of us to the stand, and each one of us gave our story with Frankie Lyman.
Elizabeth Waters testifies that she married Frankie Lyman in January 1964.
Her testimony was strange, to say the least. She had a number of problems. She had some substance abuse problems. She had worked as a prostitute in New York.
If Frankie was legally married to Elizabeth in 1964, he was not free to marry Amira in 1967. Waters cannot produce a wedding certificate to prove her marriage to Frankie Lyman. But she does produce a document that shocks Amira and the court. It's a birth certificate documenting that she and Frankie had a baby in November 1963. The baby died 2 days later, but the birth certificate states that Frankie Lyman is the father and Elizabeth's husband. Amira's lawyer, Greenberg, argues Frankie and Elizabeth's marriage could not have been valid because Elizabeth herself already had a husband.
The problem was that Ms. Waters, at the time, was still married to a man who was in the service in Germany, and she couldn't get a divorce. And so at the time the ceremony took place, she wasn't free to marry Frankie because she was still married to somebody else.
Zola Taylor is then called to the stand.
Zola Taylor claimed she had married Frankie in Tijuana, Mexico.
Jerry Blavat, who spent months on tour with Zola Taylor and Frankie in the 50s, backs up their marriage.
Well, I met Frankie when I was 17 years of age, and then we went on the road all together. The Everly Brothers, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, Buddy Holly and the Crickets, Paul Anka. We were a family of rock and roll. We were doing on the road, as you would say, one-nighters. Zola Taylor was the female voice of the Platters, and Zola Taylor sounded almost exactly like Frankie Lyman when she did solo parts. They fell in love. He married her. He married her in Mexico, though, you see.
Frankie told me that he had hit rock bottom and Zola and the Platters were at the top, so he decided that this was a great publicity stunt to say that he and Zola were married.
Zola Taylor testifies that her marriage to Frankie was legitimate and not a tabloid tactic, but she fails to produce a marriage license.
Of course, the Mexican authorities had lost the marriage certificate with Frankie.
Zola gives conflicting testimony, causing objections to be raised. And the presiding judge, Judge Marie Lambert, is making the case difficult for Greenberg.
I have to say it was the most miserable experience of my life. Judge Lambert made that case as difficult to try as could be imagined. She was sustaining objections that weren't even made to questions that seemed perfectly proper, to the point where I couldn't even figure out what it was I was supposed to do to get past the objection.
Sensing that Amira's case is faltering, Elizabeth Waters and Zola Taylor approach her to strike a deal.
They were waiting on the step. Elizabeth called me and said, Amira, why don't we decide to split 3 ways? I said, no, this is my baby, and I'm not going to split it.
During the trial, the 2 other widows tried to get us to agree that I'll get 1/3. And of course, we rejected that, but I later learned that Zola and Elizabeth agreed that if one of them won, they would split it 50-50.
Amira feels confident about her case. After all, she's the only widow who has a wedding certificate.
I had the law on my side. They did not have the law, so I was not concerned about their remarks or their testimony. I just knew that, hey, I'm going to win this case because I'm right.
Amira made a good witness. You know, once you see Amira and hear her testify, you'll understand what I'm saying. She comes across as a very soft-spoken, honest person. And you have to remember, too, that she was a school teacher. She taught in one of the elementary schools here in Augusta, and she taught there until she retired. And she was well-liked by everybody.
The court's decision comes as a shock. Judge Lambert rules that Elizabeth Waters is Frankie's legal widow, even though there are no documents to prove it.
I have been amazed at the decisions of judges for 40 years.
Judge Lambert, she either didn't like our position, or she didn't like us, or she did like someone else. And so when the decision came out in favor of Elizabeth Waters, we were both surprised and not surprised. We were surprised because there was not sufficient evidence, but we weren't surprised because the judge had made it clear that we were probably not going to win.
When you put your heart and soul in something and you believe it, you are really disappointed, and we were really disappointed.
Amira and her legal team appeal the decision.
I never thought about the amount of money. I was thinking about the principle.
And as her fight goes on, Frankie's former bandmates enter the fray.
I never made a deal with them.
Frankie Lyman's 3 alleged wives are fighting over the royalties to a $1 million hit, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? Against all odds, Elizabeth Waters is found to be the legal widow, but Amira appeals the court's decision. In 1990, the New York Court of Appeal reverses it.
They basically held that there was no competent evidence to establish the validity of Elizabeth Waters' claim, and they reversed it and held that Amira was the lawful widow.
Mr. Ira Greenberg from New York, my entertainment attorney, called and said, yes, Amira, in the appellate court, we won the case.
There is no further appeal. Amira is the legal widow of Frankie Lyman. She is now free to sue Morris Levy for her royalties to Why Do Fools Fall in Love?
We were going to go back to federal court to pursue the lawsuit against what was then the Morris Levy estate because he had died in the interim, and his companies, and Chuck Rubin negotiated a settlement.
Amira receives her 50% net share, approximately $500,000, plus a percentage of the royalties that Why Do Fools Fall in Love generates in the future.
It was a big relief when I heard it, and I could really just say, really exhale then.
But former band members of the Teenagers want their piece of the pie. Jimmy Merchant says that he and Santiago have been assisting Amira Lyman in her case against Morris Levy from the very beginning.
She came to New York City, sat down with us, with Chuck Rubin.
At the time, Santiago and Merchant had already done legal research into the case and were getting ready to make their own claim. But they decided, says Merchant, to rally behind Amira.
We came to an agreement that we would help her to get her estate because she had legal right as Lyman's wife.
Jimmy Merchant alleges that he and Santiago struck a deal with Amira if she won her case.
She was to share the royalties of 3 ways, with Herman, myself, and her.
Shortly after Amira wins and attains the song royalty rights, Jimmy Merchant reminds her of their meeting and her promises.
I called her up and had a conversation with her, and at that time she had amnesia.
I cannot remember, had I met them before? I cannot remember. I really can't.
Merchant and Santiago sue Amira and the estate of Morris Levy, who died in the interim. The band members claim they wrote Why Do Fools Fall in Love, and that they have all the rights to the music royalties.
Can you imagine? When talking to them, I said, you were here in New York. I'm in Georgia. Why haven't you fought this before now? They said, oh, we were afraid. I said, well, now you want to piggyback me? Don't fight me. Fight the person with the money. I don't have anything. Don't go after me. However, they decided to file a lawsuit against me and Mr. Levy.
At the trial, Amira is compelled to join forces with Levy's estate to fight Merchant and Santiago.
One of the elements of the settlement between the Levy estate and his companies on the one hand and Amira Lyman on the other hand was that we would defend the Levy estate against any claim by Merchant and Santiago.
Jimmy Merchant testifies that the writing of Why Do Fools Fall in Love was a collective process.
My answer to who wrote the song was, we all did. Frightening words. It became the most frightening answer I ever gave anybody. We all did.
Many witnesses from the old neighborhood take the stand, backing Merchant's version of events.
We basically brought people in to say that they saw us singing this song, Why Do Fools Fall in Love, before we went for an audition before George Goldner and ultimately Morris Levy.
Most importantly, when Merchant and Santiago are singing this song in the streets, Frankie Lyman isn't even a part of their group.
Frankie started ad-libbing a little bit of Why Do Fools Fall in Love from what he had heard me create as a ballad. And he gave it a little bit of a twist, all Frankie Lyman himself.
But Amira insists that Frankie wrote the song. She claims that the song was inspired from a teenage crush that he had with an older lady.
He told me that he was in love with this teacher, and she called him a kid and told him that he was too young for her. And that is when he wrote the song, Why Do Fools Fall in Love?
Merchant brings into evidence the original record label and a songwriter's contract that lists Santiago, Lyman, and Goldner as authors of the song Why Do Fools Fall in Love? The judge is convinced by Merchant and Santiago's evidence and testimony. He rules that Merchant, Santiago, and Lyman are the true authors of the song, rejecting any theories of Goldner's involvement.
Judge Buchwald had awarded them $270,000, plus they would have shared on a 50% basis, at least as to the songwriter's income going forward, on the future royalties coming out of Why Do Fools Fall in Love. It would have been a lot of money.
Amira keeps the other half.
I was happy because I was about to get some royalties. When they took Mr. Levy's name off of that 50% and put my name and Herman Santiago's name. Bang! I mean, so we started collecting royalties right away.
But Jimmy's victory will quickly turn sour.
He just said, get out. I don't owe you anything. And before I have you kicked out.
Frankie Lyman's widow, Amira, has won the right to 50% of the royalties from one of the most beloved pop songs of the 50s, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? After a court battle to prove their authorship, Jimmy Merchant and Herman Santiago have also won a 50% share. Morris Levy, a music producer who once owned the copyrights, is now dead. But his company is still trying to make money from Frankie Lyman and the teenagers. In the New York Court of Appeal, Levy's legal team argues that Merchant and Santiago waited too long to claim their share of the song's royalties.
The claim of ownership went back 30 years, and the copyright statute of limitations is 3 years long, and so barring some form of what lawyers call tolling or extension of the statute of limitations, the statute had expired a really long time ago.
But why had Merchant and Santiago waited so long to seek their royalties? Merchant argues that he had approached Levy back in the 80s, but was too intimidated to press his claim.
Well, Herman and I walked into the office, and he just basically said, get out, when we asked him for royalties. He just said, get out. I don't owe you anything. And before I have you kicked out.
Morris Levy had known connections to organized crime, and Merchant feared that if they pushed Levy too far, he would retaliate with physical violence.
People told us in the business that Mr. Levy was not the kind of people to fool with. We had also received some threats.
Jerry Blava doubts that Levy would have reacted in such a harsh way.
Morris Levy didn't do anything that any of the other R&B labels were doing at the time. As a matter of fact, I would have to say that Morris Levy might have been one of the only record guys that really paid the artist. Maybe they didn't get what people think they should have gotten, but they did get royalties. I think that every record company, every guy who owned a record company at one time or another would have a dispute with their artist over royalties. It happens even today. As long as I've known Morris, he was what he owed, bop, 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 and you got paid.
Merchant and Santiago's arguments do not impress the appeal court judge. he rules that the statute of limitations applies. Merchant and Santiago simply filed their copyright claim too late.
They say, yeah. Yes, sir, Mr. Merchant. We do understand that you and your co-writer, Santiago, are the true owners of this music. You've proved that. The big but is that you didn't go after the pocketbook thief within the time allowed.
The copyright and royalty checks return to Amira and to Morris Levy's estate. They are split 50-50. The value remains unknown, but it runs into the millions.
Let's put it like this. Anytime you get an extra check, it changes your life. It changes your livelihood.
She's a good money manager. She doesn't waste it, and she spends it on appropriate items. It's not like you win the lottery and blow it in a week. She has protected and guarded her money and done quite well with it.
I know this is the type settlement that Frankie would have wanted, of course. Like I go back to whenever he finalized his insurance, whenever he told the person in charge of the insurance, give it to her in one lump sum so she can enjoy it, spend it. Of course, I think this is exactly what he would have wanted without any doubt at all.
Merchant and Santiago, co-writers of the song, will never receive a royalty check again.
They wanted their share, which I cannot blame them, but the only thing I felt is they should not have attacked me. I think they should have gone after Mr. Levy, not me.
Jimmy Merchant is now in his 70s. He still performs to pay his mortgage. And he sings the ballad version of Why Do Fools Fall in Love? Finally, Merchant admits that the song's lyrics, after all, did not even come from him, but from a love letter that was given to the group for inspiration.
This gentleman who knew us and saw potential gave us some letters that he said was given to him, and he said, look, you guys are singing the same old songs over and over again in front of my doorway. Take these letters and write a hit record. Write something original.
The original lyricist behind one of rock and roll's first legendary hits is this neighbor's unknown lover. And to this day, her identity remains a mystery.
He didn't say write a hit record, but that's what he was actually doing. Every group has someone who designates the vocal parts and hands out parts and sort of teaches the vocal group how to come together in harmony. And very occasionally that individual also can be a writer and make up songs. We used to call it making up songs, but we were actually writing. And from the moment it was recorded in December of 1955, it had a life of its own. It changed hands. People fought over it. It changed hands again. People fought over it, and it changed hands, and finally 50% of it ended in Levy's estate, and the other 50 in the Lyman estate. It has a life of its own. This, before any wives, before any court cases, it's all about a song.
The teenagers will forever be remembered fondly, even if they're not rewarded financially.
The Great American Royalty ripoff, they did a job on Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers. Thank God for God. Without him, I don't know where I'd be today.
When most people die, they plan for a traditional funeral and burial. But for some, death is an opportunity to make a last memorable statement about their life. On this special episode of The Will, we'll take a look at those thinking outside the box, so to speak, by pushing the limits and making some very outrageous final wishes.
One of the problems with dying is that you're perpetually silenced, and I think some people want to speak after death, and they do so through their will.
The definition of a will is what you will to be done to you. This is someone's last say, their final wish, and for many people, it's their final revenge.
A lot of people think that it's like an 11th commandment from God, and whatever provisions they put in there, they think people are bound to have to carry them out, and it's just not that way.
I'm definitely shocked how far they'll go. When someone dies, to give a larger-than-life experience for those attending, yeah, a lot of things shock me.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Some choose to blast off into the unknown in an explosive send-off. Others have bizarre things done to their bodies for the sake of a cause. A few have off-the-wall ideas of what a coffin should be and have chosen to be laid to rest in everything from a shoe to a guitar. Renowned philosopher Jerry Betham decided to be placed in a cupboard for viewing purposes. It's hard to believe what some have requested at their funerals. People have asked to watch one last football game on their favorite recliner, or even a final ride on a prized motorbike. Others have a strange way of honoring human remains, like Keith Richards, who admits to inhaling his father's ashes.
People have been requesting unique things for ages. The ancient pharaohs used to be buried with their treasures.
And I believe that Napoleon wanted his heart cut out and sent to his wife after he was dead.
I think people choose to do different things when they die is to just expand on what they were in life. The best part about my job is the first 3 letters in funeral are fun, so why not sometimes give people what they want to do and expand on what they were in life and then what they can be in death.
Others have less noble plans and use their wills to hatch bizarre revenge schemes from the grave. These wills are written to make trouble for people, whether it's to make dubious political statements or to get back at family members that irked them while alive. Take the bizarre story of Iowa attorney T.M. Zink. Zink hated women. In fact, he loathed them so much that his $100,000 estate was to be placed in trust for 75 years. In 2005, the accumulated principal would be used for a bizarre purpose: the building of a womanless library. Zink explained, "My intense hatred of women is not of recent origin or development, nor based upon any personal differences I ever had with them, but is the result of my experiences with women, observations of them, and study of all literatures and philosophical works. There would be no books by women, and no women would be allowed to enter the building."
In this will, the daughter got $5, the wife got $0. This will was bound to be challenged, and this woman is here to tell you that this will could not be probated because it was discriminatory.
Most all states have laws against that, where if you're gonna, disinherit a wife, you need to divorce her. You can't do it through a last will and testament. I know in the state of Florida, surviving spouse is entitled to at least 30%. In most states, it's some percentage or even 50-50.
The will of T.M. Zink is a classic example of why you really should never use a will to get revenge.
You could hate someone all you want, but you can't do it and hurt the public. And in this case, he was hurting, even though private, wife and daughter, public. Can't be carried out. Discriminatory. Thumbs down.
The guy was a lawyer, so you'd think he would know better than putting up some crazy will like this that caused his poor daughter to have to go to court to quash it, which she did, and she ended up with all the money.
More often than not, these revenge plans are directed at a spouse. Samuel Bratt was a wealthy man who could easily afford the finest cigars. Unfortunately for Samuel, he was married to a woman who never let him smoke. So Samuel stipulated in his will that his wife would only receive his sizable fortune of 330 pounds if she smoked 5 cigars every day for the rest of her life.
That's calling back at you, babe. This is my little to you.
Something like this would not go over well in court at all.
You can't require someone to essentially kill themselves by smoking 5 cigars a day.
I mean, this is an example of a person in a vengeful type will trying to put these conditions on getting an inheritance like that. You know, one of the things to having a will or a trust thrown out or provisions thrown out was the person competent when they made the request. The judge would just deem that you were not competent when you made such a request, so they're just going to forget about that whole provision. And who's going to enforce it anyway? Who's going to follow her around to see if she smoked 5 cigars a day anyway? It's insane.
On the other hand, some spouses will go to extreme lengths, no matter how troublesome the task, to make sure that their beloved's final wishes are carried out. Legendary comic book editor Mark Grunwald was so possessed by comic books that he had some unusual plans for a final issue of his favorite series. Marvel, the iconic comic book publishing company in New York City, was a hotbed of activity in the 80s and 90s when Mark Grunwald became an editor.
In the early 80s, I want to say 1981, 1982, Mark was promoted to being a full editor, in which role he oversaw what we think of today as the classic Marvel Heroes line of titles. So the Avengers, and Iron Man, and Captain America, and books of this sort.
Mark was the consummate fan-turned-pro. He really lived and breathed comic books. He loved everything about them, the artists, the storylines. Comics defined his existence. They really meant everything to him.
The atmosphere he created at Marvel was zany and spontaneous. There was no shortage of strange activities occurring at any given moment.
In addition to his more serious editorial duties, Mark was also sort of the self-appointed morale officer of the Marvel Comics floor at the time, because he was an inveterate prankster. He loved to pull a prank and a gag, and he would do so mercilessly to the best friends that he had.
No one was safe from his elaborate gags. Everyone was always on the lookout for what he was up to, knowing full well that they could fall prey next. One of his favorites was going around the Marvel offices to test the incredible superpowers of his comic book characters on his friends. Another strange occurrence would happen on late nights, when Mark and his colleagues would end up sleeping under a desk that he had built for this purpose.
Mark and one or two of his assistants or bullpen people would spend all night or even all weekends in the offices. Motivated by I don't know what that particular day, Mark constructed a huge platform to put under his desk and the desk of his assistant editor. It must have been 18 inches, 2 feet tall, so that all the furniture was up. You would step into his office and they'd all be up on these like stilt platforms. What Mark had done was he had built a trapdoor in this platform and built kind of like a little cave that had a sleeping bag and a little portable television and a tiny little refrigerator. And so getting around 11:30, if somebody was there, one of the guys working on this book, they would go into the restroom and wash up and go over to Mark's office and open up the trapdoor and climb into this platform box and stay there and sleep there all night until the following morning when the office is open, and they would crawl back out. There was nobody quite like Mark. anywhere to this day.
Then when Mark Grunwald suddenly died of a heart attack in 1996 at the age of 43, everyone first thought that this was just another prank.
It came as a complete shock to me in the morning when he woke up at 7 o'clock and was thrashing around. I thought he was teasing me. Luckily, his sister and family had come the day before for a 2-week vacation at our summer house, and we were all together, and I screamed, "Gail, get in here!" And she came running, and she looked at him and said, "I think he's dead." And I said, "What? He can't be dead."
We thought it was a joke. We thought this was Mark just pulling a fast one. We had seen him literally 72 hours before, and he was perfectly fine. I would not be surprised to this day if Mark came walking in that door right now and went, "Surprise, it was all a big put on. I've been alive and living a secret life under my desk all these years."
Mark left a daunting task to his wife.
I kind of knew when I opened up the will what was in store for me. I want to be cremated and my ashes put into a comic book. I said, okay.
Having known Mark, it was surprising but not surprising. He had clearly devoted so much of his life and energy and love and passion to comics and Marvel in specific that, on the one hand, while it's sort of a grotesque idea, on the other hand, it made perfect sense for him. Of course, this is what he would want done with his remains. He would want to be a comic book in his afterlife. We were determined to actually get this to happen.
This presented a series of difficult challenges.
There was a lot of concern. We didn't even know if it was necessarily legal. We didn't even necessarily know that it could be done.
I mean, it's pretty crazy to put your ashes in a comic book to actually conceive of that, but I think that was typical Mark Grunwald. I mean, just to be a comic book writer, if you've ever read that stuff, you know, you gotta wonder, these are some pretty creative people.
We decided to actually go ahead with his final request and mix his ashes into the trade paperback reprinting of his Squadron Supreme limited series.
It was up to his wife to execute his final instructions.
We had to get down to brass tacks, and I said, well, I've cremated him. I have these cremains, and we need to put them into some comic book.
When a body's cremated, it just doesn't turn into a fine powder. What's left after the cremation process is bone fragment. What happens then is if you want a very fine ash, you want to make sure that you pulverize that bone fragment far enough to where you can get to what you're looking for. This woman was looking for putting it in a printing press. We obviously would want to have that in a very fine ash, and we'd pulverize it as far as we could to not cause blockage with bone fragment getting stuck in the printing press.
I got one pressman who wasn't freaked out by it. We stirred the ashes into the ink. You had to make the consistency so that it didn't gum up the works. And I had to pick all the bone chips out really fast, because I don't know if you've ever seen cremains, but they have bone chips in them. And I'm like, oh, this must have been his leg. Oh, this must have been his arm. Oh, and I was like, ah! Because I'm thinking while he's watching me pull these bone chips out, laughing his you know, otherworldly butt off. He was a practical joker. This was the world's biggest practical joke on his wife.
Placing one's ashes in a commercial product is a real fine line, a very dangerous one to toe, because if you place it in one thing, who knows what's next?
The issue with having a comic book with human remains in it, essentially, is that it's a little spooky to have in your hands a comic book read for the most part by children, you know, with human remains in it.
You know, when people like this, when they turn the pages, have you ever seen people lick their fingers? Imagine if you licked your finger if you turned that comic page. You're licking someone. That's disgusting.
I don't see that as being a real big issue because you're dealing with cremated remains. They're sterile, mixed with the ink, but some people might find that a little bit morbid.
The issues with mixing ashes with a comic book are very simple. One, you turn off your readership because who wants to read from a comic book that has a dead person in it?
As it turned out, a lot of people did.
When the Squadron Supreme book came out, we had an extremely good reaction that somehow the story of Mark's last wish had caught fire. Consequently, this book that we figured we would do a single printing of, and really almost entirely because of Mark's passing, we ended up having to go back to press on for 2 or 3 more editions. And in fact, in those later editions, we had to strip in a line that said, second printing, no ashes included.
It was only fitting for Mark Gruenwald, the heart of Marvel Comics, to make an incredible comeback in death as his favorite comic book.
So this is the Squadron Supreme collection that Mark is in. 320 pages of comics with little bits of Mark in it. It's only the first printing that has his remains in it because we ran out of ashes. We don't have any more.
I made jokes about, like, when I was being interviewed, like, yeah, he really threw himself into his work.
Next, 2 men with 2 equally far-out ideas about their final resting place. You might say their funerals were a blast.
Oh yes, it's in the will. You know, it's all described.
I wish I would have been there.
While most burials return people deep into the earth, some prefer to leave this world after death. Hunter S. Thompson was an American writer, most famous for his novel Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and he is credited as the creator of gonzo journalism. He decided the only fitting burial for him would involve explosives.
His idea of a perfect funeral was to be shot out of a cannon mixed with fireworks, and for all of the ashes to come down on his guests that were on his ranch.
Oh yes, it's in the will. You know, it's all described. It's gonna be a little hard to do, particularly with me gone.
His friend and longtime pal, Johnny Depp, made sure that his passing would be an event to be remembered. Depp paid millions of dollars for the construction of a cannon in the shape of the Gonzo Fist, Thompson's famous personal emblem.
His ashes were actually packed into a fiberglass fist. It was perched on top of a 15-story dagger.
Property goes back over the cliff, so I can do whatever I want to build a...
The mourners were walking around amongst the celebrities. Japanese drummers were playing, champagne flowing freely, and then, boom! Yeah! Yeah! Out he goes with a bang.
That's it. That's my funeral.
I wish I would have been there.
Some choose to go where no man has ever gone before. Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, had otherworldly plans for his remains.
My father was really a forward-thinking man. He was really ahead of his time in the way that he thought about humanity and people around him. He never really dealt with the petty issues of the modern day. He was always thinking of what humanity could be and what he could be. It's someone really to look up to when you're a son.
Gene was a character. There are a lot of different adjectives that you could apply to him depending upon what your relationship was with Gene. He was mercurial, he was extremely intelligent, very forward-thinking, which is obvious. And with Star Trek, Gene had a perfect storytelling vehicle to make social and political commentary about his time.
In 1991, Gene died of heart failure at the age of 70 at Santa Monica Hospital Center in California.
It was the day after Gene died. Majel Gene's wife, then widow, Ernie Over, Gene's longtime assistant, and I were at the house. Ernie and I were sitting talking about a variety of things, and I looked at Ernie and I said, you know, and before I could say anything else, Ernie looked at me and said, wouldn't it be great if we could just shoot his ashes into space? I thought that was a great idea because I had it too. So I stood up and I walked across the front of the house to the family room. And before I could say anything to Majel, she was kind of looking at me and looking out into space and said, you know, I wish we could just shoot his ashes into space. And I was slightly stunned because I knew she couldn't hear us from the office, which was 60 feet away, 70 feet away. And I said, let me see what I can do.
The question was, how would they get Roddenberry's ashes out there? When it comes to manned spaceflight, there's really only one game in town. And after chasing them for months, their perseverance paid off when NASA finally granted their request.
When we got the word from NASA, after a year of no, Majel gave us a 35mm film canister filled with Gene's ashes. We put it in a box, and Ernie and I got in Gene's old Rolls Royce, and with the sound of the music of Star Trek's theme playing in the background, we drove it over to the post office and sent it to NASA.
We are counting down toward today's launch of the STS-52 mission, and all is proceeding on schedule. Here in Flight Room 3.
The ashes went up with the Columbia Space Shuttle on October 22, 1992, almost a year to the day after Gene's death, in astronaut Jim Weatherby's personal possessions.
It certainly helps to be a celebrity to get into the VIP section in a space shuttle and get launched into space.
Kind of an interesting request. It's a fitting departure for him.
Columbia Launch Director, here to Ground 1. Idiot.
NASA did it as an honor and as a tribute to Gene's forward thinking, because an awful lot of NASA engineers wouldn't have been rocket scientists if it hadn't been for the inspiration that they'd gotten from Star Trek when they were kids.
4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and liftoff of Columbia on an ambitious 10-day international research flight.
The ashes rode up on the Columbia. They were part of the mission, and then they were brought back to Earth because you cannot leave anything in space. Nobody really found out about it until Majel, a couple of months before my book came out, because it was supposed to be announced in my book. She just casually mentioned it in an interview that she was having in a Florida television station, not thinking that it would be anything other than a little bit of local news. And it was on the radio by the time she got into her car in the parking lot, and it was all over the world in a few hours.
Roddenberry's friends and family were disappointed that his remains had returned to Earth the same way they went up. So when they heard about a second opportunity to send Gene's remains into orbit, they gladly accepted. The first flight of Charlie Chaffer's new company, Celestis, carried the remains of Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry and 1960s icon Timothy Leary into Earth's orbit, where they eventually ended burning up in the Earth's atmosphere.
Celestis purchases launches as a secondary payload. You know, it's going up in conjunction with something else that's going into space anyway. Generally between 1 to 7 grams is launched into outer space at a cost of about $12,500. You know, it helps to have a little money saved up if you want to rest in peace in space.
Celestis had plans to launch Gene's ashes into space for a third time, and when his wife Majel died in 2008, Celestis and Gene's family decided that she should join him. This time, it was going to be a one-way ticket.
After my mother passed away, I received a call from Charles Schaffer. Well, he told me that he had a mission planned for 2012, and he was going to send my father's ashes straight out into space. He told me at the time that he would love to include my mother's ashes with my father and launch them out together. And this time, what I thought was so special was, this wasn't a launch into orbit, but this was a launch into the great beyond, which I felt was something so appropriate for my mother and father to be joined together for eternity into the unknown, truly where no man or woman had gone before.
Next, a love of animals inspires two very unusual last requests.
Pets can inherit money.
I've left my eyes to the Environmental Protection Agency because they blind rabbits to test chemicals, and there's no excuse for it.
Some people love their four-legged friends so much in life, they decide that their money is best left in the paws of their loyal pets. These wacky wills bring a whole new meaning to man's best friend. Hotel magnate Leona Helmsley decided her dog was the only candidate for her millions. So she cut her grandchildren out of her will and gave $12 million to her dog, Trouble.
If you want to spite your family, this is the way to do it. Give the money to the dog, right?
Pets can inherit money.
You can even have the puppies inherit the money if you want.
However, whoever is the person who's in charge, be it the lawyers or anybody else of your choice, in charge of administering the estate, they will definitely be getting paid.
Someone has to administer that, and if it's handled by an attorney, they're more than happy to charge $200 an hour to feed Trouble.
Helmsley's dog Trouble found itself in a whole lot of trouble after inheriting her millions, even receiving death threats. Trouble's guardian, Carl Leckick, had to spend $100,000 a year on security alone.
You can't, give millions to your dog or your pet, disinherit your relatives, and expect everything to be fine. Something's gonna happen, and when there's money involved, people change, when people die, and you're just headed to court.
Turns out the dog couldn't defend his millions in court, and Leona's children got their hands on most of Trouble's money.
Yeah, no, you can use your will to be an asshole. And that's why we have courts, because the court will come in, and where you have a will where you've essentially just trying to be mean to people, the courts can come in and change the will, take out the mean parts and make the rest of it make good sense, particularly when you're leaving $12 million to a dog.
We'll never know if the Queen of Mean, Leona, left her money to her dog out of spite or love. But there's no doubt about what motivates this animal lover. Ingrid Newkirk is the founder and president of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, and a force to be reckoned with. Ingrid Newkirk has bequeathed her body to the organization in a shocking way to make an unforgettable statement.
Well, Ingrid definitely sets the creative tone for PETA. She works harder than anybody, she works longer than anybody. She's just got a genius brain, and it's constantly going. Our interest is in getting public discussion on these issues, and to get people talking and paying attention, you have to be creative, you have to be clever.
Shame on you, Bert!
No one is better at coming up with cutting-edge ideas than Ingrid.
When I first came to America, I wanted to be a stockbroker, but my neighbor moved away and left a lot of cats behind. And thinking there would be a wonderful shelter, I put them in my car, took them there, and found it was dirty, noisy, a very frightening place. I had naively thought that in America, certainly, animals would be well taken care of, they would always have homes, somebody loved them, and it was such an eye-opener to walk into this shelter and smell it and see it and realize that these animals were quite desperate, standing at the ends of their cages, hoping somebody would take them home, and there weren't enough people. I just couldn't take it. I couldn't walk out of there and go back to my cozy job. I really knew I had to do something. I'd always loved animals, and I just had to get involved.
A near-death experience made Ingrid realize that defending animal rights while alive was just not enough.
I was on a flight in an evening when there was a terrific storm, thunder and lightning below us, and for some reason the pilot decided to descend, and we were caught in wind shear. The entire plane was thrown around as if it were in a washing machine. If I had died, my activism would be over. I thought, wait a minute, if your body had managed to make it to the ground in one piece, you can still use that to be an activist.
This terrifying experience led her to create a radical will. Her final wishes have elicited heated criticism, even from her own colleagues.
When I first told people what I was going to do with my body, a lot of people were absolutely horrified. Then I explained the reasoning behind it, and a lot of them mellowed, and some of them actually embraced it. Yes, our Vice President Lisa Lange finds it distasteful. and she knows that they're going to be stuck with having to deal with it when I'm gone.
One of the great things about Ingrid is that she's always open for debate, and she will listen to arguments. And yes, we did debate this. And in the end, I lost, and the will went ahead as planned.
In my will, I've left my liver to activists to use in France because that's where they force-feed ducks and geese to make their livers expand so painfully that they sometimes burst in their bodies for foie gras. I've left my ears to the Canadian government, so perhaps for the first time they can hear the cries of the seals and the seal mothers when they have the annual massacre on the ice. I've left my eyes to the Environmental Protection Agency because they blind rabbits to test chemicals, and there's no excuse for it. They can use my eyes instead. I've ordered that my flesh be publicly barbecued with onions so that people will smell it cooking, come over, thinking, ooh, that smells good, and then realize it's human flesh. It's all the same. It's just that I'm a volunteer and the animals aren't. I have a tattoo of a lizard on my arm, and I want that cut off and made into a lizard skin wallet, which will draw attention to the fact that all these wonderful reptiles may not be cute and cuddly, but they die very badly to make accessories. I tried to sell it already on eBay for advanced sales, but they took it off. It was up for about 24 hours, and I thought, no.
The question is, has Ingrid finally gone too far?
When I first found out about Ingrid's last will and testament, I was instantly worried. My worry was that people wouldn't get the overall message, which is a brilliant one, but they would be so distracted with the idea that this woman wants to grill her flesh, or she wants her flesh to be grilled after she's dead, that they would miss the overarching message.
Oh, this is a very controversial will. This will be debated for sure, if it ever even happens. In her will, she says that her pointing finger is to be delivered to Kenneth Feld, the owner of Barlow and Bailey Circus. Now, I can just imagine Mr. Feld receiving this finger in the mail and going to see his lawyers and talking about the intentional infliction of emotional distress.
You don't cut someone's finger off and send it for a message. No, you don't do that. So generally, you cannot send body parts in the mail. It's illegal, unless it's for transplant purposes. And what are you supposed to do if you receive body parts in the mail? Return to sender. That's what I do.
Yeah, they've got a lot of legal issues here, along with who's got control of the body, who's gonna dismember this body, and then what, send eyeballs to Congress? Give me a break, they're still gonna eat a cheeseburger.
Well, a mortician's job is to put a body back together, not take it apart. They're gonna have to bring in a specialist that could sever the bone and do the job correctly. It's gonna be a messy job. And then with the whole rotisserie of the body over a flame, like you would possibly a pig, people seeing a pig roast with their body, and that's where I'm glad I'm the embalmer and not the chef, because I don't wanna be involved in that part.
It's going to be a huge problem. There may be parts of her will that they can actually execute, but there are other parts of her will which are going to be just raise significant legal problems. Mutilating a human corpse comes to mind, defiling a human corpse comes to mind, and even though it's with the consent of the deceased, I mean, where are you going to find an undertaker to do these things? There's regulations against this right across the United States of America.
A lawsuit could be brought against PETA if they actually execute Ingrid Newkirk's final wishes. Because if she asks somebody to do something that's illegal, it could not be carried out. Because if it's illegal, a court would not accept the will. So, too bad, Ingrid.
I'm very keen on having this happen, and I've made as many arrangements. I think it's all legal, all tied up. It would be rather silly to be arrested posthumously, but I have some very brave colleagues, and if they needed to push the envelope with my body, they certainly will.
I'm sure she's got a whole bunch of lawyers telling her she can do it, but for everyone she can find saying she can do it, I can probably find 5 that are going to tell you that this is not going to happen.
So far as our research indicates, everything she wants to do with the disposition of her remains is entirely lawful. We don't expect any lawsuits from simply carrying out her wishes. It's an extension of free speech. These people are the ones doing horrible things to animals, and they've got it coming. I do think this is a very unique, but also entirely appropriate use of the First Amendment under the laws of the United States. She's going to continue to speak. If they want to try to sue over it, let them give it a shot.
It's very satisfying to me to think that I have the chance to have my activism live on after I have died. It frightens me to think how short life is. I'm 61 now. I don't know how many years I have left, hopefully a lot. But the idea that it doesn't end with death is satisfying.
Next, these two have come up with creative ways to live on after death.
The executor had to go to the British government to find out if it was even legal to sever a head from a body to use it for a theatrical production.
He said he'd rather spend eternity down there with all that life and excitement going on than in a field with a bunch of old dead people.
When certain people die, they wish to serve a greater purpose in another form. Andrzej Tchaikovsky was a world-famous Polish pianist and composer who loved Shakespeare so much he wrote an opera based on The Merchant of Venice. Tchaikovsky lived in England and loved going to see productions of Hamlet, but was always aggravated to see a plastic skull being used in the famous gravedigger scene. He thought it should be real.
Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio.
When Tchaikovsky died of cancer in 1982, his friends were shocked to find the famous musician had left his skull to the Royal Shakespeare Company. He wanted his cranium to be in Hamlet.
No one's ever done this before. In fact, it was so new, the executor had to go to the British government to find out if it was even legal to sever a head from a body to use it for a theatrical production.
They had to send the skull off to a museum specialist to handle this because what we're doing is breaking it down. We need to get to the bone, to the skull. And to do that, you're gonna have to remove other tissues. You're gonna have to remove the eyes. You're gonna have to remove the brain, anything where the tissues are moist. And then at the end, you're gonna have to actually boil that skull to get off any of the excess flesh. People in that type of venue to restore those properly would be able to handle that better than an actual embalmer.
For years, Tchaikovsky's skull sat on a shelf in the prop room of the Royal Shakespeare Company because the theater was too afraid of damaging it. Finally, in 2009, an adventurous director decided to honor Tchaikovsky's last wish. He was on stage at last. The British media went crazy over the story, and after several months of production, the Royal Shakespeare Company decided that Tchaikovsky's skull was getting more attention than the actors. They decided to use a fiberglass cast of it instead. Tchaikovsky's skull is in the props room once again. But it's only a matter of time before the musician's head is back in the spotlight, playing the part it was destined for. While Tchaikovsky's skull collects dust on a closet shelf, others are collecting barnacles on the bottom of the ocean. Don Brawley is the founder and creator of Eternal Reefs.
Back in college, I used to do a lot of scuba diving with my roommates. We'd go down to the Florida Keys and we saw the damage that was occurring to those natural reefs. We wanted to do something to help improve that situation. We started playing with the idea of building reefs ourselves. We designed something called reef balls, which mimic natural coral heads. They're designed to be stable and create a wonderful habitat for the small sea life.
Designing an original structure to help preserve the reefs presented a series of challenges for Don.
All the other reef designs out there were getting rid of old junk to attract fish. We wanted to do something that mimicked natural coral heads. And we started playing with a number of different ideas. We made a lot of mistakes down the road. We went back to the drawing board many, many times, but we kept working on it and we came up with a reef ball design which sustains the natural sea life. And nobody had ever done that before.
The reef ball was a success, and Don was ready to market his new product. But a surprising request from Dawn's father-in-law, Carlton Palmer, known to his friends as Petey, put a strange twist in their plans.
My father was a musician. He was an arranger and composer. He was an accomplished pianist and French horn player, as well as many other instruments. He was very fun and very creative. When my father found out he was dying, he asked my husband, "Do you think you could put my ashes in one of those reef balls you make?"
He said he'd rather spend eternity down there with all that life and excitement going on than in a field with a bunch of old dead people.
It sounded very unusual. It's not something we had ever thought of before.
When Petey died, the request that he had casually mentioned was all but forgotten. However, he was not about to let this one go.
At the funeral director approached my husband with a box of his ashes. It was not in an urn, and he said, "I believe these are for you."
Oh, I guess I am supposed to get these. And I started to remember the conversation I had with Petey. And now I had to think of how to make this happen for him.
They went to work figuring out a way to incorporate his father-in-law's ashes into the reef ball without compromising its purpose. The result was a success that had unforeseen consequences.
I was just doing this for my father-in-law, Petey, and people were like, "Wow, that's neat. Can you do that for other people? How much does that cost?" And one thing led to another, and we started thinking about it, and we realized we could do this for other people.
Eternal Reefs uses a simple technique.
Basically, we take the cremated remains, we mix it with liquid concrete, and form the artificial reef. We invite the families to participate in the casting process, a viewing process where they see it on land ready to go. And then we take them out on a charter boat to witness the actual placement of the reef. And we see a lot of tears out there, but we see a whole lot of smiles because they're laying their loved ones to rest, and it brings kind of closure to the situation for them because they know they're doing what their loved one wanted.
It's kind of a refreshing way to have your remains disposed of in an artificial reef. I mean, the sailors back in the war days, they used to just dump their bodies overboard and let the crabs and the fish and the shark have at them to dispose of the remains. And this is a very environmentally friendly way to maybe give back forever by having yourself part of an artificial reef.
A concept like Eternal Reefs represents the future of the industry, I think, in terms of ecological and environmentally friendly disposition of human remains. Reefs in the ocean is just the beginning. It's the tip of the iceberg.
Petey has left an awe-inspiring legacy and has inspired a whole new industry for his son-in-law.
I thought I was in the memorial reef business, and I realized pretty quickly, working with these families, that I'm in the closure business. We have second and third generations of families coming back to us to have their reefs placed near their loved ones. And this is all thanks to Petey.
Nothing brings friends and family together like a funeral. But up next, we'll see a last request that required friends, family, and a whole team of engineers.
Car's coming with me.
While some people wish for a simple ceremony, others become obsessed with their funerals and make elaborate arrangements for the perfect burial, no matter how challenging or outrageous. Rhode Island resident Rose Martin had a unique vision of the afterlife. She decided she wanted to eternally cruise the hereafter in her favorite car. The 1960s gave rise to the Corvair love affair. People developed passionate feelings for this car.
If you're like most people who are interested in the Corvair, you want to know what it can do in action. And here it is, dramatic proof that the Corvair delivers the goods as no other compact car can.
My mother was a very eccentric person. She was very well known throughout the whole town. She was very boisterous at the town financial meetings, and everyone knew her for that. She was the very first police matron, which she was very proud of that. I don't think there was a policeman or a fireman in town that didn't have a set of her pillowcases, because she used to love to make pillowcases, and that she'd give them to all the firemen and all the policemen. Those were her boys. My mother's first love, I'd like to think, was me. However, a close runner-up would be her Corvair, and I don't know who was in the lead there.
Rose Martin was so obsessed with her car, she decided to take it with her.
I thought it was crazy, really crazy. As a matter of fact, one of the things in a hospital bed, I said to her, I tried to con her out of the car because we thought it was such a foolish idea. I said, Mom, why don't you give me the car? I'll refurbish it because it's an antique, and I'm going to keep it as an antique. And she looked up at me, and she went like that. No, the car's coming with me. And that was it.
Burying a body in a car next to other bodies creates all kinds of problems when it comes to the law. Requests of this nature create a logistical nightmare for relatives. They have to go through all kinds of strange activities to comply with the law, and the Rose Martin funeral was definitely a case in point.
Someone had to step up and make sure that the Tiverton Cemetery laws were not being trampled on.
Well, at first, they came to us and requested that she be buried in her car, and we objected to that.
When we went to the cemetery committee, they were not in favor of this. There were some real concerns as for contaminants in the ground and stuff like that.
So we had numerous meetings over this, and after all these meetings, and we were assured that everything would meet the requirements, so we decided that she could be buried at the cemetery.
Even with the Tiverton Cemetery Committee's permission, the remaining task was not made any easier.
So we had to get a vault. The vault had to accommodate a car. I went through the phone book actually looking for cement tanks. And I found a company that had a tank that would accommodate it, the car, but it was in two halves, and each half weighed like 7 tons. We hit a real snag once we found out that the car was 8 inches too big to fit into the vault. I got in contact with my mother's mechanic, Judge Murray, and asked him what he could do because he has a body shop, and I needed him to cut almost a foot off the end of the car so that it would fit inside the vault. Working with the blowtorch, they cut off the back end of the car. Then they removed the 8 or 10 inches that they needed to, took the back end of the car and reattached it to the main body of the car, welded it, sanded it, and painted it. And that's when it went into the ground, still tacky because they worked on it all night long.
The result took everyone by surprise.
We did not think it was possible.
We had to do it. We had no choice.
After putting her son through the ringer and endless hours of hard work, Rose Martin finally got the burial she dreamed of.
She'd bought it brand spanky new in 1962. Price tag, $2,500. And for 36 years, Rose Martin and her Chevy Corvair were a familiar sight tooling around Tiverton.
It was quite a scene at the cemetery. It was somewhat hectic. I know I had a lot of concerns to make sure that the car was going to fit in because now it's too late. Everyone's there, and what do you do? And there was a big crowd around. It was something that's never been done before, at least not in Tiverton.
She always told me that she was going to be buried in their car.
There were so many people, and the cars on Main Road were actually slowing down and stopping to where it almost created a traffic jam for people watching this car being lowered into the vault.
Rose Martin's final wish flew in the face of reason.
I mean, let's face it, what Rose Martin left for her children to do was huge. It's a big job, and yet these relatives and family and friends did what she asked them to do. A lot of times in these cases, when it's an outrageous request that requires a lot of work, it actually can have the effect of bringing the family closer together, you know. Why did they do all these unusual things for Rose Martin? Because they loved her.
It was very comforting to see that everything in the end, after all the hard work, came to fruit. And she did get her wish, and she went in the ground the way she wanted to go with her Corvair. I'm sure she's in heaven in her Corvair driving around, raising hell.
The funeral industry has always been big business, and there is no shortage of unusual burials all over the world. From jazz to military-themed memorials, people want their last rite of passage to be a unique reflection of who they were.
As we move forward in time, people are just going to keep wanting more and more when it comes to their death.
The sky's the limit of whatever it is that you want to put into writing. They could seem nuts, they could seem kooky, they could seem unusual, but you want to know something? A will is what you will to happen. It could be whatever. The sky's the limit. Do what you want. Just make sure it's legal.
I think it's really unique when people have outrageous final wishes. And I think what it does is during the funeral process and the mourning process, it allows the families to have some laughter and some joy while death is there among them. And to do their will at the end can bring a family closer and allow them to say goodbye in a way that's peaceful and not always so sad.
What might be normal to you might be crazy to everybody else. So just know when you're writing your will up, giving $12 million to your dog, freezing yourself, sending yourself to outer space might actually be completely a normal request to you. But it might seem completely crazy to others. To some, you're breaking a barrier of what you could do for posthumous activity. But for others, it's a way to contest a will.